Welcome to the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite. My name is Barney Banks, and as you can see, we are currently stood outside the player lounge. Now, this kind of area is where they're all coming to hang out and kind of decompress before we get stuck in to the nitty-gritty and, of course, the tournament that's going to be taking place this week. So come with me and we'll see who we can find, whether it's players, whether it's talent, who are going to be taking part in the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite. Now, immediately upon arriving inside the player lounge, I've spotted someone immediately, and it's probably because he's 6'9", he's built like a tank, and we're going to go and chat to him right now. It is, of course, Levan 2K. I'm sorry to interrupt, but you know, this is the only man here at the Esports World Cup who hurts my shoulder if I put my arm around him. This is outrageous. Levan, how you doing, man?
I'm very good, very good. Excited to be here. I've loved it the previous years I've been here, but this year it feels a bit different, you know what I'm saying? Something's in the air, it feels special, I'm excited.
Maybe it's the Esports World Cup, it's those vibes. We've been here for the past 2 years as well. We were here for Gamers 8, 2022 and 2023. Like you said, the vibes feel different, but you know, whenever you see the players, whenever you're hanging around them, kind of, you seem to light up a bit. Do you love like kind of schmoozing and chatting with all the players and getting like to know what they're thinking?
Yes, I feel like a lot of the players get, some of them definitely nervous. A lot of them it's their first experience at, you know, a LAN or an in-person event, or at least they haven't been to many. So for me, I'm always trying to like ease them in a bit, make them feel a bit more comfortable, and that's the best way to get the secrets out of them, you know, as well. So it's a nice little strategy I got going there. Oh,
the strats. Are you like more of a big bro or more of a dad? What are you thinking? I mean, I'm the dad, but you know, you can say.
I feel like I definitely give off big bro vibes. I feel like coming into, a lot of people think I'm like older than I am, so I think they probably expect more of the dad vibes, and then I come in and like it's more big bro.
It's more big bro. Okay, so we have this age-old debate. We've got this age-old debate in Fortnite, EU, NA, all this kind of stuff. We've got teams now colliding and teams kind of forming from the NA region, the EU region. Do you think that it kind of applies as much coming into this tournament, or do you feel like this is going to be a like anyone could possibly win this?
I definitely think there is the EU versus NA dynamics, right? We saw at DreamHack Dallas, a lot of the EU teams are looking a bit stronger. However, just like with some of the recent Battle Royale trends, it looks like the best team in the world right now is an NA team, Exet. So it might be looking like a favorable land for NA this time.
Levan has been saying Exet, so you guys better watch out at home. Keep your eyes peeled for the tournament that's going to be coming up. And man, thank you so much for joining me. Mate, I look forward to working with you once again this year. It's going to be fun. So we saw Team Big hanging out over here in the Players Lounge, and I managed to grab Freay. Freay seems pretty keen to do interviews. Are you happy to do them? How you feeling, man?
I'm always down to do interviews. I think it's super cool to look back on in like 5 years, you know, just have footage of the experience, and yeah, I'm always happy to do interviews.
I love that. Speaking of the experience, you've just got here. You arrived, I think, last night. How are you feeling so far, taking in your surroundings, the kind of scale of everything at the Esports World Cup, featuring Fortnite? What's your first thoughts, basically?
I mean, it's insane, honestly. It's the biggest event by far that I've been to. I'm super grateful to be here. I really wanted to qualify in the last years and didn't make it. So just being here, it's an awesome experience. I'm super grateful to be here, like I said, and it's great to see everybody here.
Speaking of last year and the year before, obviously we had Gamers 8, we had Zero Build, we had duos. Now we got quads. How did you form this team? What was the situation behind it? And, you know, how confident are you coming into this week?
All right, so we formed this team because Kiduo was the first one of us that wasn't Big. He got signed before us, and then ESL got announced. And Big basically went to him and said, we are going to give you the chance to make your dream team. You get to pick like 3 players, and we're going to try to sign them. And we're all in the same friend group already, which is awesome. So we're all friends that got together. He kind of made the team, asked us if he wanted to be part of it, and that's how we joined. So I'm super grateful for Big that they gave him the confidence to choose. And I'm confident. I think we're going to be the underdogs again. Nobody expected us to qualify, and I think it's good sometimes to be the underdog. Nobody's really going to be expecting us to have really good strategies. They're not going to bother you as much as other teams. So we're going to use that to our favor.
I like that. Use that as your advantage. Now, you kind of qualified from DreamHack Dallas 5th, 6th, right? Yeah. So coming into this tournament, what have you been working on since then, coming up to here? You know, what have you been working on improving? Because, you know, it's still such new game modes, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody had to put in a ton of time into all the new maps. There's 2 new maps, 1 whole new game mode. So with balancing FNCS and learning all those things was really hard, but I think that was the main priority, getting good at the new maps, making new strategies. And I think one of the main things that we needed to improve, and I think for sure that's going to be the same for a lot of teams, is the communication. How much do we need to talk? What communication is not as important as other comms? How loud should we be in certain comms? Because sometimes you should be louder because it's more important, right? So those are things that really in Fortnite people didn't really get to learn because this is a whole new game mode. So it was cool getting a chance to learn all those things.
communication and team chemistry is going to play a big role this week at Fortnite. Dude, thank you so much, Freay, for joining me in the interview. Let's go and find some more people. Welcome to one of the more calmer and chilled out areas in the player lounge, and I've managed to spot a wild Bravo, who's one of our casters for Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite. Bravo, how you feeling, man? You look very relaxed.
I am relaxed. You caught me fully reclined. Very happy to be sitting up with you for a brief moment. I'll go back to my reclined state after this. But yeah, it's been a really good morning. First morning here, sat down with a bunch of the Fortnite teams and just kind of picked their brains about all sorts of stuff, from the DreamHack qualifier to kind of recent scrims to new game types. And it's an exciting time because, first of all, you just have this you have all these amazing Fortnite players with incredible history playing on a new 4v4 game mode, some with kind of COD experience, some without. So some that get the pacing, some that are just leaning on their Fortnite skills, all playing for a massive prize pool with a bunch of new game types thrown in. So it's an exciting week here for sure.
It's a huge mishmash, isn't it? From discussing all of these things on these elements with these Fortnite pros, what kind of general consensus did you get from who was the most confident? Who came across as kind of the most, calm and confident?
Yeah, let's see. I'd say the heroic guys, I think, are probably feeling, in terms of the chats that I had, feeling the most confident, looking the most confident. Of course, everyone expecting big things from Exet, without a doubt. And yeah, I think I was pretty impressed though with the demeanor of the boys from heroic for sure.
I think that everyone on paper has always got high expectations with teams like Falcons and things like that. But, with that expectation and with that kind of support also comes a lot of pressure, doesn't it? So I feel like those teams like Heroic will have slightly less pressure coming into this and just be able to kind of feel their boots, right?
Yeah, do their thing. And also, you've got so much, not just prize money, but placings and success amongst these players, where I feel like a lot of them are not going to worry much about, it's a daunting prize pool, right? To have this much cash on the line for a game, these modes of Fortnite that have only been played for a few months of time. So I think that's daunting. I think for a lot of players, LAN will be daunting. Jet lag will be a big factor for a lot of teams. You have a few that kind of boot camped in London before coming here, so that kind of is interesting to reduce the jet lag. So just, yeah, a lot of factors. But I do think for some of the teams, and a lot of them at the higher seeds, they have so much success in Fortnite that I think they can really lean on that and just kind of come in with nothing to lose, yeah.
We spoke about the game modes as well, didn't we? We've got Capture the Flag, Hardpoint, and Keeper. You probably have more experience than anyone in this building, even casting over stuff like Capture the Flag and like Hardpoint especially. What do you think is going to be the most exciting game map? Because there's not a huge amount of VODs out there, let's be honest. I've watched a few of them. Cap the Flag seems a lot more technical than it would kind of seem on paper.
Yeah, let's see. I think what's interesting, so the biggest thing I wanted to talk to the teams today about on CTF was there's some teams that play full aggro. They're going if you're looking at a map like Chalet, they're going full tunnel and kind of snow flanks the whole game and just nonstop pressure. There's other teams that play a little bit slower, sitting front window, sitting Chalet, timing their limbs, timing their bubbles and things like that. So I think the pace of CTF is one thing that Mark and I are really going to be looking out for, how that's played. Hardpoint, you don't have a choice. You just have to fly as fast as you can. I think the most exciting and interesting will be Keeper, because I heard everything from the players this morning, from we hate the mode and we don't want to play it, and we think that it's crazy imbalanced. And I've heard everything all the way ranging to a lot of teams we're really confident, we're really excited about how difficult it is to predict spawns, and it's chaos and carnage, and we're really confident on it. So the full gamut on Keeper, the most unknowns that were probably around that last game mode, Keeper, and how it's going to play out, because it's going to just be chaos and carnage, I think, off of day one. Yeah.
The decider. I love it. Bravo, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. You can get back to your reclined position, my friend, because we're going to continue hunting players down in the player lounge. Sometimes it's super helpful to talk to all of the players, and of course to talk to all of the talent that's involved in this tournament. But what's also extremely important is a coach's perspective. I've got Trip here, the coach from Heroic, one of the favorites coming into this competition, dare I say. How are you guys feeling?
We're feeling pretty good. We've been scrimming a lot this past week. The guys have been boot camping in Norway, so we get a lot of reps in, so we should be ready.
That's nice. Boot camping in Norway, what's that like? Did you guys with a house together and you just scrimmed until your heart's content?
I know, it was just them. I didn't get to go, so it's just them, but they found it nice, and it was good practice. They played a lot, played every day, good practice.
So let's talk about the formation of the team, because that's a lot of the talking points coming into this competition is about how did these teams form. Last year and the year before we had duos, this year it's quads. How was the team formed? Did you have a say in it? Were you brought in just externally to come and coach them?
I was brought in externally because since my team didn't qualify, I got to coach, get to come here and help the boys win, hopefully.
How was the formation of the team done then? Do you know how it was? Does it one team and then one player, sorry, and then they built around that player, or did they two duos come together?
It started off with Thomas, Hellfire, Kiro, and then Mappy, another player. But then they kicked Mappy, and they got Kiro or Fred Production instead.
Brutal.
Yeah, but made the team better, so. What?
It is what it is. It is what it is. If you're going to come here to win, you've got to do what's best for the team. Right. Now, like, how are you feeling as the coach? Like, what kind of role have you taken on board? Like, are you very involved, or do you kind of sit back, let them kind of make the decisions, and then kind of help them in between games?
I mostly just sit back, and I just help them with small stuff, just small things. Just look at the gameplay, tell them if I see anything, just small stuff. Tweaking.
Yeah. But tweaking for the best, right?
Tweaks, yeah, small tweaks.
Okay, man, thanks so much, Trip, for joining me. I really appreciate it. Best of luck to Heroics, okay? See you guys in a bit. So hopefully that gives you an idea of the scale, the scope, and the amount of people, players, talents who are all here to take part in the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite. It really is going to be absolutely phenomenal, and I can't wait to see who comes out the gate swinging first for that $1 million prize pool.
We're here because we qualified the Esports World Cup. Yeah, we like Fortnite, so.
Of course, we are here to win this Esports World Cup, and we want to do the best as we can to compete in this LAN with all our team, and want to do the best and show the world what we can do.
We are here to show what we are really worth, and we'll try to win the whole scene.
We are here to bring back home Esports World Cup trophy.
We are here because we got 5th place in DreamHack Dallas, and we were the underdogs in that one. No one really expected us to qualify, and we're going to be the underdogs again and hopefully do as good as possible.
I think it's kind of good that we are the underdogs because we have like the least pressure out of everyone, and yeah, so we can just do good.
We qualified through the online qualifiers, through Mina, and we're just here to have some fun and try our best.
We are here to win this tournament.
Por que estamos aqui? Porque a gente passou nas qualificatórias online e estamos aqui.
Porque eu acho que somos os melhores da nossa região.
I'm just here because I love competing. I got a really big passion to compete, and I think Esports World Cup is a just incredible tournament to be a part of. And I just am here to let everyone know that OC is on top.
We were one of the first teams to grind the game mode. It's something new and fresh that just came out, and no one was really grinding it. So we spent the time to learn everything, learn together, grow together, and we qualified through the online qualifier, and now we're here, ready to win.
I'm here because I have a passion for video games and playing Fortnite. I've been playing for a while now, so it's a big dream of mine.
I'm here to compete with the team and win.
I am here because I want to win the trophy.
We're here at the Esports World Cup because we were one of the first teams to grind the game mode. It's something new and fresh that just came out, and no one was really grinding it. So we spent the time to learn everything, learn together, grow together, and we qualified through the online qualifier, and now we're here, ready to win. Our team dynamic is overall pretty good. I play the fill role, so I'll play infiltrator or assault depending on the map. And then our new recent pickup, Cold, he's probably the best player at the moment, and I gave him my old role, which was Juggernaut, and he just eliminates everyone with that. And then we've got Edgy on Engineer, which has the burst and the shield bubble, and then Ritual's our sniper. We've prepared for Esports World Cup this year by practicing scrims every day with a set out schedule, minimum at least 4 hours every day practicing, and we've just been locked in the whole time, and we're ready to win. I'm most looking forward to versing Exet because, as people know, if you followed DreamHack Dallas, we had an interesting matchup, and we'd like to get revenge on them, so that'd be pretty good for the storyline. I think the best way to counter other teams' strengths is just to VOD review them and see what you can do as a team to counter what they do, and I think we've done plenty of that with a bunch of teams, so we're very prepared. Everyone thinks we're gonna take home the trophy. It's probably gonna be us, Falcons, or Exceed. What I like to say to my fans is thank you guys so much. I wouldn't be here without any of you. It's always been a dream of mine to compete internationally in video games, so thank you all so much. Let's go, Exet.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Everybody to the Esports World Cup Championship featuring Fortnite, where 16 teams from around the world have been battling it out through online and LAN qualifiers just to make this international stage. But throughout the weekend, their fight will continue to crown themselves the Esports World Cup champion and take home the lion's share of the prize pair of $1 million. This is going to be a big one. I am one of your hosts for today, Jacob PR, but join with me the magnificent former professional player Takada himself.
Thank you so much, Jacob. What an introduction. I couldn't have asked for a better duo to take a look at this tournament with. Look, I'm hyped, Jacob. We got a lot of top teams competing. But before that, I want to take a quick look at how this format's going to look.
Get ready for the highly anticipated Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite. The top 16 teams from the qualifiers are set to converge in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for a live showdown from August 8th to August 11th, all vying for their share of a massive $1 million prize pool. Let's dive into how the tournament will unfold. The tournament kicks off with an intense group stage over the first 2 days featuring 20 matches. The 16 teams will be split into 4 groups of 4, battling it out in the double elimination bracket to determine the top 2 teams teams that will advance to the playoffs. But that's not all. In this completely new and thrilling 4v4 format, players take on specialized roles to contribute to their team's success across various game modes. In Capture the Flag, victory is achieved by securing more flags than the opposing team by bringing them to your base. Hardpoint challenges players to control a moving point on the map, accumulating points until reaching the limit. Meanwhile, in Keeper, the objective is to control the key for as long as possible to claim victory. Each mode demands team's coordination and skill, making every match an intense and strategic experience. The excitement intensifies as we head into the playoffs over the next 2 days, starting with the quarterfinals. The top 8 teams from the group stage will compete in a best-of-7 single elimination format. The winner of each match advances to the semi-finals the following day to face their opponents in the same format until there's 2 teams left that head into the grand finals, where the ultimate victor will be crowned champion, claiming the trophy and eternal glory. Additionally, the champion will have the opportunity to smash 3 of their rivals' keys and add them to their trophy. Mark your calendars and don't miss a moment of the action as your favorite teams go head-to-head in live competition on stage.
This is going to be a big one, Takata. You got to realize throughout this weekend, it is a marathon. It is not a race. It starts out with 16 teams, 4 groups of 4. But as you can see, only the top 2 from each of those groups will make it to the playoff stage.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how it plays out. We saw a little bit of the different game modes. There are 3 different maps that will be played out. Shallot and Panther are both the maps that will have Capture the Flag and Hardpoint. But taking a look at the prize pool, Jacob, $1 million to be split up between the teams competing today. First place taking home $400,000. Jacob, look, maybe we'll just have to start playing ourselves here instead of casting the matches. But if we take a look at the teams as well, any big names that you're looking at, Jacob?
I mean, I think everybody here is a big name. I said online and LAN qualifiers just to make it to this spot. But we had a fun time talking about predictions before the show. I'm going to go ahead and say it. Looking at Exet, I think they're going to probably be one of the most dangerous teams throughout the weekend to watch out for.
Look, you say Exet. I'm looking at Falcons, Jacob. First place in the DreamHack LAN qualifiers, but there's a lot of other big names from all over the world, Jacob. It's not just NA, it's not just Europe. We got Middle East, Asia, Latin America, Argentina, Brazil. We've got so many teams competing today. I don't know, Jacob. I'm excited. You think Exet's going to take it home? I think Falcons, but I believe Exet is going to be the first match of the day. If we take a look at the schedule here, we can see how the matches are going to play out. But I believe game 1 is Exet going up against Dragons. So you think Exet's going to take that one, Jacob?
I think they got a clear shot at doing that. The roster change, we'll get down to that one a little bit later, but this is the full schedule like Takata said. GG versus ULA match 2, and then those match 3s. You can see match 3, match 6, undecided, TBD, because those are going to be some of our qualifier matches out of group stage. We even got KC versus KS7 and Heroic versus W7M. So a full schedule that is stacked, that is ensuring that excitement and entertaining throughout the day. And honestly, you were talking about predictions, talking about some of these names. This is going to be the first time these players have took the stage to play in a tournament just like this. So that's why me and Takata, we went ahead and did the work for you guys and said, hey, what is going to be that match of the day? What is going to be the matchup that you guys cannot miss on this stream? And we were in agreement. It is going to be Carmine versus W7M.
Yeah, it's interesting because there's 2 teams that qualified from Latin America. You have Carmine and K7M, but we're taking a look at Carmine Corp and KS7. Now, KS7 is the leader in terms of the Middle East teams. Got mixed up there, and Kareem Corp is a team that has probably one of the largest fan bases of the orgs competing here today. Malibuca, Merstash, Swizzy, and Anas is going to be that roster, and going up against KS7 is Cal Gamer, Cody, Kiri, and Salva, who are the dominant squad here from the Middle East. So I'm curious to see kind of how that EU on Middle East action goes down, Jacob.
Yeah, especially what we've seen. We talked about Exet and the roster changes. KC, very, very similar thing. Even though Anas was on this roster when they qualified, Veno was also on this roster. Swizzy wasn't able to make it. They did a little flip-flop. Tables have turned. Now Veno's no longer there. Anas is a mainstay, and Swizzy is back in the lineup. So a lot of great things to come from our matchups today. So I just got to go ahead and ask you, Takada, is there any individual players that you're looking out for?
There's a lot of individual players that I'm looking out for, Jacob, but if you gotta ask me one in specific, look, I'm a big fan of Thomas HD. Hopefully we get to see him play later. He is on Heroic. We know what his aim looks like. Most probably successful player yet to win an FNCS, so I'm excited to see maybe is this the game mode that he's going to end up taking a championship in. But we also have players coming from various different regions, so I want to see maybe some of the Latin American teams pop off. In game one, we do have Dragons competing, which is kind of the squad representing Argentina out of the two Latin American teams competing here today. But they are up against Exet. If you saw the predictions from a lot of the talent, there's I believe at least 4 or 5 people that have picked Exet to take home the whole tournament. So if we take a look at this upcoming showdown, you can see, Jacob, I know you're on Exet, but I don't know, you think the underdogs can take it home?
I think this is going to be one of those tournaments. As you see the upcoming showdown, Dragons, you have to be able to come out of the gate swinging against a team. There is no such things as slow starts this entire weekend long, especially against a team like.
Yeah, if I'm looking at Dragons, I mean the roster, Randu, Itro, Lua, and Romero, but they're up against Muzz, Edgy, Rituals, and Cold. It's gonna be a tough one to take home, but I've got a little confidence for them. I hope that we can see them make something happen. There are various game modes that these players have been specialized in. They've been scrimming throughout the whole time they've been in Riyadh, practicing against all the top teams. So it's good to see kind of how they'll be able to perform now once the day does start. It is the first match of the day, which definitely means the nerves will kind of be there, but I'm excited to see if they're going to be able to control them.
Yeah, I like the way you kind of said that. Some of those nerves, because you're no longer sitting at home. You no longer have that luxury of being able to kick back, relax, you know, have somebody bring you a water, a snack while the game is on. It is go time. So these players got to do what they can in order to make themselves as comfortable as possible in these matchups. So against a team like Dragons, you know, they got to start to get those nerves out of the way very, very quickly and start to really get things going. And that's one of the biggest things I'm going to be looking at, because the guys on Exet, they've been in the international stage. They've won multiple FNCS championships, some on multiple regions as well. So playing in this international mixed style of tournament is not going to be too strange for them. So I'm going to be looking at them to kind of really start off hot on the side of Exet, and I'm going to need Dragons to match that tempo.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on your boat, Jacob. I was talking to Exet at DreamHack, and I know Muzz was telling me they're feeling confident. He is going to be the fill of the duo. They talked about it earlier, but Muzz is the fill, Ritual is the marksman, Edgy's the engineer, and Cold in general is going to be playing that juggernaut role. Now, Jacob, I want you to tell me about it. Cold is kind of a new addition to this roster.
Yeah, it was almost a must grab, because it was Man City versus Dignitas for that last qualifier spot in the online. Winner eventually went up to go ahead and play against Exet, which they didn't win. But once you have a free agent like Cold that did not qualify for the Esports World Cup, it's unfortunate for Trashy, because he was probably one of the mainstays, one of the original members on that roster. But you cannot pass up Cold. He's a multi-time FNCS champion, one of the most dangerous players in the game, one of the best fighters in the game. And when I was looking at this Exet roster, Muzz, I'm like, they have to play around Muzz. They have to build around Muzz. As soon as Cold came into the mix, he gave up his role. He said, I'll play Phil. I'll round things out. And that Muzz-Cold duo is going to be scary here today.
I'm even scared of it, Jacob. I mean, there's been a lot of last-minute changes on rosters coming in. Farhad got picked up last minute. Some players just decided to change up their whole players right before going in. So we'll see if these changes are the correct ones. I think Exet might have made the right one, seeing how kind of favorited they are coming into today's event. So it really just depends on if they are able to kind of live up to their expectations. But if any roster is going to do it, I think they're going to be able to. If we talk about the Dragons roster though, Jacob, I want to see how this squad performs. They dominated the online North American org. I don't know, Jacob. It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be tough, and looking at that Exet roster, Capture the Flag was predominantly one of their best game types. So when I'm looking at this Dragons roster, I'm trying to feel what do they need to do, and that's why I say coming out of the gate swinging. Capture the Flag is going to be the first game mode here. So just looking at who plays what are the roles, who's filling in what, the marksman. They are going to have to show up, and they're going to have to show up big. That's probably one of the more primary and most important roles on any of these rosters, because if your marksman is not hitting shots, you're more than likely not getting the elims you need, which doesn't lead to map control, which doesn't lead to pressure. And a team like Exet, they are going to put pressure all over the map. They are going to find those eliminations, and they're very, very quick to react. So Dragons is going to have to do that same thing, and they're going to have to do it early, because if Exet wins map 1, if Exet wins map 2, they start to put themselves in a hole, and then we start talking about that mental comeback that's going to be needed.
Yeah, Romero is going to be the marksman for this squad, so we'll see if he's able to land his shots. In terms of the rest of the squad, Randu's the Phil, Lua's the Juggernaut, and iTroll is the Engineer. So let's see if they can kind of make it happen. Capture the Flag, you said, will be the mode we're going to keep our eyes on. But as a reminder, there are 3 maps that are going to be played out today. We have Charlotte, we have Panthera, and we have Taverna. Now, Taverna is the one where you only play the Keeper game mode on, and the other 2 kind of combine both Capture the Flag and Hardpoint. So we'll see a mix of both game modes on those 2 maps. And then for the Keeper game mode, it's going to be the map of its own. I don't know, Jacob, any favorite game modes? Which one are you most excited for?
I'm excited to see Keeper because it's the one game mode that is kind of very, very unique, very, very different from the other 2, especially when the first 2 had dropped. There was a lot of practice, and in the old best of 3 formats, you only needed to be good at Capture the Flag because it appeared twice in this series. Now with the best of 5s, the way the picks work out where Team A does pick map number 1 on Capture the Flag, so they can already, in theory, pick their best Capture the Flag first, start up going up 2-0, going over the hard point, and then they play their worst maps a little bit later in this series. So that's why it's very, very important to have that strategy in mind as well, going up against opponent. What is their good maps? What is their bad maps? How can I take advantage in this Capture the Flag hard point pick and ban style of play, which isn't very, very normal for Fortnite. There's a lot of unique aspects coming into play this weekend, and I'm interested to see how that strategy plays out. But if I'm KS7, I'm probably trying to play the new versions of Capture the Flag and hardpoint that weren't originally out on release. So you got to go ahead and start to throw those wrenches into the mix, switch things up early. Keeper's going to be map number 3. So if you can do that for the first 3 maps of the cycle, and then if things start going downhill, you can start to figure it out with more familiarity in games 4, in games 5.
I mean, it's fresh, Jacob. It's new. You said it yourself. I remember Muzz was talking about not only reviewing the game modes and how to play out your strategy, but also your opponents, the orgs that you're going to be competing against. You want to see kind of their tendencies, what they like doing, how they like playing, and how you can counter that. So Exet, from what they said, have been putting in the homework to do exactly that. Will it actually be true? I'm not sure, Jacob. We'll have to find out. But the good news is I want to see how everybody else is feeling. So let's check out the STC predictions. Vote in the chat and you can see, or I guess predict, who you think is going to take home the match to start off the day. I know Jacob, and I'm probably on his boat as well, are going to go for Exet. But you know what? Actually, maybe I'd like to see a kind of underdog dragon comeback. But either way, put in your votes. Let us know who you think is going to take home match number 1. Jacob, I'll ask you one more time. Who's taking it home?
I mean, I predicted Exet to win the entire thing. Even though group stages, you may be able to get away with losing one match. You go down to the lower bracket side of things, you can still qualify out of groups. But Exet is one of those teams to where they're only probably going to lose to the upper echelon rosters. So I do expect Exet to win this 3-0, maybe even a 3-1 fashion. But if Dragons is here, they're ready to play. I hope they prove me wrong, because I just want to see a close match at the very end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about it. It's the first time we're seeing this level of competition in these game modes. We've had online qualifiers. We've had the in-person event at DreamHack Dallas. There's been a lot of this competition, but this is literally the best of the best from around the world, Jacob. Asia, Middle East, Oceania, Latin America, North America. They've all come together to compete here at the Esports World Cup. So I'm excited to see how these strategies have evolved from the early stages of these game modes to the online qualifiers and now the final big event of the year. I don't know. I'm excited, Jacob. I'm hyped, and I want to see how these players have been adapting.
Yeah, and adaptation is pretty big. It's going to be a huge part of the game. I already talked the Muzz and Cold thing to where Cold is now taking over that Juggernaut role. Muzz is playing more Phil, and we've already seen it doing our VOD reviews. Muzz will switch up which role he's actually taking depending on if it's capture the flag or hardpoint. And we got some other teams doing that same thing. You know, on KS7 that we're going to watch, we got Salvatore. He's the marksman. He's a very important role. I said if they're not hitting their shots, more than likely teams will begin to put themselves in a hole. It'll be hard for them to come back. But on the other side of things, Cal Gamer, he's taking that Muzz type role. He's gonna fill for this roster, switch things up depending on what role they are, because there's a lot of intricacies, little differences between these rosters, especially the strats. If you have a great opening strat, and that's one thing we do see a lot in these capture the flag style modes, is that opening strat. If you can hit him in the face, you can hit him very hard right out of the gates, get that surprise capture, then you can start with that upper hand, play a little slow, feel the team out, and kind of go from there. But as the games goes on, if it's 0-0 for a long time, first half into the second half, that's when we'll see a lot of the struggles, I think, from the teams that aren't necessarily prepared to go the distance.
Right, yeah, in terms of tiebreakers, like kind of you were saying in capture the flag, the most important part is that initial flag, because if it ends up being a tiebreaker, for example, it's 1-1 in terms of flags captured, then the team that got the first capture out of the whole series, not just that map, the whole series is going to end up winning that tiebreaker. If it stays at 0-0, it goes to eliminations, whichever squad got the most elims. So there are those overtime tiebreakers, especially in capture the flag. So making sure you're able to get that initial flag capture is crucial to kind of set yourself up for success. Jacob, I know you were looking at some of Exet's scrim matches against some of the other teams. I don't know. What are you? Is there anything? We can't really, leak strats here, but are you expecting anything in specific from Exet today?
In this match particularly, I would expect Exet to hide a lot of those tricks underneath their sleeve. A lot of their opening strategies are going to feel like be pretty basic, on Shallot capture the flag. I feel like you're going to see just a lot of anchor plays out of the gates, kind of standard 3 players pushing up, marksman watching the middle map, 1 anchor falling back to make sure to watch the flank side. Nobody's able to get through, and then kind of where they get the eliminations, when they get the eliminations, I expect Exet to push up, start to get aggressive. But right out of the gates, I don't expect Exet to show their full hand, especially against a team like Dragons, and especially knowing they're going to have to go up against Falcons more than likely later today, which will probably be like a little preview of a possible grand finals matchup for later on this weekend. So to me, I expect Exet to do business as usual. Dragons, on the other hand, I would love to see them be fast, be quick, aggressive right out of the gates in the capture of the flags. And the hard points, that's where I'm going to see a lot of that strategy, and maybe a little slow to kind of break out my thoughts when that map comes, because usually if a team is throwing everything out that middle hill very early on, they start to get themselves in a cycle of spawns to where they're not up as 4. So I want to see teams really start to kind of utilize the few seconds, sacrifice maybe 6-10 seconds on the clock in terms of hard point, get your full team up, and then make a team effort instead of just trying to stagger and go punch for punch against a team like Exet, which you'll more than likely lose.
Yeah, I mean, this is a completely different game mode than standard battle royale, even zero build battle royale. This is completely new for the Fortnite competitive space. So a lot of new strategies that are not used in standard battle royale Fortnite are going to be used here. You were talking about spawn points, trying to kind of control the spawn points on hard point to maximize your opportunity to get that captured point. As the tournaments have evolved as well, we've seen kind of a little bit more of instead of going all in and rushing, players kind of choosing to play a little bit more sneaky and slow, right, to catch their opponents off guard, especially when trying to capture flags. And you talked about anchors. There's a lot of new strategies that have came out through this game mode. Well, all the game modes that we'll be seeing today, even with kind of the newer one being Keeper on the new map as well. So I'm excited to see how it plays out and kind of which teams are going to be the ones that weren't only stomping the qualifiers, but now stomping the Esports World Cup, because those are 2 different leagues.
Yeah, especially, even though DreamHack was that in-person, that LAN experience that kind of allowed you to get that first taste of what this will be like, you went home right afterwards. If you qualified, you weren't necessarily able to get that big practice like you are used to. So I want to see a lot of these teams take advantage of being here in person. If you don't have the nerves, really show it. But I do expect nerves to play a big role in the games throughout this weekend. It's not just that big international stage. It's the Esports World Cup, $1 million prize pool. And then, of course, that trophy. You get to smash your opponent's pieces and build it into your trophy. That is probably one of the biggest bragging rights of a trophy I've ever heard of.
I mean, that's pretty crazy. I know that's definitely going to make some players happy if they're able to get that win streak throughout the day. I don't know, Jacob, with the 3 maps that are going to be played out in these game modes, I know you've been kind of watching a lot of these matches throughout the qualifiers. Is there any map that you kind of prefer to the other? I know the ones for Capture the Flag and Hardpoint is Shallot and Pantera. Between the two, is there one you kind of prefer? Are they both on the same level? What do you think?
I'm just, I'm one of those guys that I don't like change too much until I start to play and lean into it. A lot of these teams have already kind of learned those first 2 maps: Shallot, Panth, King of the Hill, Capture the Flag. So I want to see Exet, especially a team like Exet, stick to those usual maps against a team like Dragons. You can start to play those tricks, like I said, once you go later on down the road, you start to place that up for competition. But it's almost the exact opposite for a team like Dragons, where you don't have as much experience. You don't have as much playing against the best teams in the world. Maybe you do want to throw, those new maps, those new variations of Capture the Flag and a Hardpoint right out of the gate. Start to try to throw something from underneath your sleeve into the mix to catch Exet off guard. Make them second guess their strategies, their game plan, where they're sending players and how they're playing onto the map. I think that's very, very crucial for Dragons, because if it does start off with Exet kind of dominating a lot of the early fights, building that confidence, building that momentum, I think they have that mental endurance to kind of just continue that avalanche. But on the other side, again, I think it's the opposite effect. These guys are kind of new, not necessarily familiar to a big stage and a big time moment like this. So I really want to see them really lean into this. And now we actually do get to see them on this side. We do have Exet, and just look at them. Kind of calm, cool, collected, no nerves, just getting ready for the game, talking over what little bit of strategy they have left. And on the other side, it might seem the same thing, but at the inside, they might just be a little antsy.
It could be. I'm trying to kind of get a grasp of it from looking at them. You can kind of see sweaty palms, getting in the zone, getting locked in. Muzz looks locked in, though. He's ready to rock and roll. Jacob, I've been thinking about it. Do you think maybe Exet, seeing how they are kind of the favorites going into today to take home not only this match, but the whole competition, do you think maybe they won't kind of use all their strats going off the bat in game 1, and they might kind of want to save it for maybe if they go against Falcons or Kareem Corp or Heroic or one of those squads?
Yeah, I don't think Exet pulls out any of their, championship style strats very, very early on in this event at all. Maybe if Dragon upsets them in 2 quick maps, kind of turns the momentum heavily on their side, we might see something from Exet. But until I see that, until they're in danger of losing the first map, I don't think they're going to pull out any tricks. Like I said, I think this team has the slaying power to go toe-to-toe with each and every one of the members of Dragons. And then when that fails, I think they do have the teamwork. But Dragons on the other side, I think we could see strategies. We could see a lot of differences kind of really playing out. And then I'm going to be looking at on the side of Dragons, Proxen. He's not one of the players listed because he's the coach. He's going to be a huge and a pivotal part of this team if they're going to have any success. Because if you go down early like a team like Exet, it's easy to kind of roll over, just kind of give up. You're not supposed to win on paper. But that coach is going to have to uplift the roster. That coach is going to have a speech ready when things go wrong, figure out what went wrong, and fix it on the fly, because there's not a lot of time between matches.
It's also the other way around. If Dragons end up winning and they are the underdogs going into this, that's going to be a confidence booster that is going to fly them throughout the matches today. It looks like we might be starting off here on Shallot. So I'm excited to see how these players are going to kind of show off their game plan going into it. As a reminder, the different classes that you can choose from are Assault, Juggernaut, Infiltrator, Medic, Engineer, and Marksman. Normally you have a fill and then an assigned role for the Marksman, Engineer, Juggernaut. You can also alternate between Medic. Engineer will give you those shield bubbles, those grenades. You have Assault, which gives you that 100% siphon. So instead of just the 50 HP and shield, you get 100. Marksman, obviously, with the sniper rifle, even a bit of dynamite. Is there a favorite role that you like, Jacob?
I mean, I like and I'm good at might be two different things. Obviously, I think I love the marksman. Everybody loves that sniper in your hands, being able to make those big plays. But to me, I think the most important role is going to be Juggernaut. So I might have to go with that one because you get the extra health. You have the shield boost. You're able to kind of stay alive and take less damage. There's just a lot more utility, especially in a player's hands like Cold. Obviously, you're going to be matched by Kyrie on the other side of your Juggernaut role, but it really going to play the difference along with that marksman coming into this game. And then with this being capture the flag, that's when those fills start to come into play. We will see the switch ups between roles like infiltrator, maybe assault between players like Muzz, players like Hiri. Like I said, they're going to really have to know when and where to switch these roles, because once you select your role at the start of the map, halftime or not, you're stuck with that role. So those fill players, man, they definitely have their work cut out for them, and they got to make their decisions wisely.
It's definitely a difficult role to be in. As a reminder, two of the big items we'll see throughout the day as well are the shield bubbles and EMPs, as they kind of counter each other, right? Shield bubble is going to give you that kind of cover that you might need, but then at the same time, if someone just throws an EMP at it, the shield bubble instantly goes away. So not only the kind of perks you get with all the classes as you talked about, or even the sniper rifle with the marksman and everything, it also comes down to the utility that these classes have and how to use them the most efficient way possible. So it's all up to kind of the strats that these orgs and rosters actually have going into it. But from what we've seen, Jacob, in general, like you mentioned, there are kind of similar, if not the same, set roles for a lot of the rosters already between which classes are played out. But it's about how you play them, not only the roles that you play.
Yeah, and just in general, that's kind of like the name of the game, because you can get all the eliminations you want in a mode like this, but if your team and yourself aren't playing after the eliminations accordingly, map position, when to push up, when to go for another round of eliminations, that's where you're going to see a team that might look good in terms of the stat sheet, but it's not really going to show up in terms of that scoreboard. And I think Exet is one of those teams that does like to play slow out of the gates on these capture the flag style modes. They'll let their opponents take that map position and they'll wait for them to make a mistake, and that's when Exet will capitalize. So on the side of Dragons, hopefully they have done their homework, and hopefully they are prepared if Exet does play slow out of the gates and realize, hey, this is not for free. Just because you're able to get that map position doesn't mean it's going to be this easy, and Exet is one of those teams that will trap players out, they will angle players out and pick up one elimination and let that elimination lead into more.
Yeah, and I mean, momentum is crucial, especially in game modes like hardpoint. If you continuously keep getting that hard point, get yourself ahead for the next hard point and kind of keep pushing through, you kind of have that confidence over your opposing team. So if you're able to kind of maintain it, it is one of the better ways to just secure that lead going into it. I know there are, for example, in the keeper game mode, if you end up getting an extra long lead, it's not overtime like you see in capture the flag, but instead the opposing teams will get more points per second if you are that much in the lead. So there is those kind of mechanics to balance out the matches a little bit depending on how close they are. But as these players kind of load in and get their head in the game, they gotta make sure to lock in. Sometimes you might take a little bit of time to get into the match, but in the back of your head, you know, you're just focused on the game plan, focused on what your opponents are going to be doing throughout the day. So we'll see who looks more locked in. I think Exet is looking pretty calm, to be honest, though, Jacob.
Yeah, calm, cool, collected. I mentioned the coach on one side of things, Sven, working with this roster since the very, very beginning. ESL announced Fortnite. He said, I want to get involved, and he did just that. He helped build this roster. He helps with a lot of the strategy. You know, when I was talking to him about, you know, the respawns, how they work with the different modes, he was able to catch on very, very early. And that's why very, very early on, before DreamHack, Exet was probably one of the favorites, one of the juggernauts, so to say, of the region, of the overall landscape, but they kind of fell short. They lost to Heroic. They later then lost to Falcons in group play. They lost to Heroic on the losers bracket side of things. So they have a lot left to be shown up for. They won the online qualifiers, but again, they were one of the best teams, especially with this roster change kind of coming after the fact. And you got to look at them just rightfully so. With almost everybody in the community is looking at them as the top dogs, they need to be able to play like it. But, you know, sometimes it's the upsets. It's the upsets, it's the underdog stories that really matter. Dragons, even though this is group play and neither one of these teams will be eliminated after this match, that would be a huge amount of momentum, and that would put Dragons Esports on the map as a threat to watch out for. And then you're going to have all these teams scrabbling for VODs. How do I practice for this team? Because they might not have done that up until this point.
Right. As a quick reminder, Dragons did get first place in the Latin America online qualifiers. There's 2 rosters competing from Latin America here at the Esports World Cup. It's W7M Esports, which is mainly a Brazilian roster. And then we have Dragons that we're seeing here on the screen right now, which is mainly an Argentinian roster. So we've got from Latin America both a Brazilian team and an Argentinian team, Dragons being the Argentinian team that only lost 2 maps in the entire qualifiers leading up to this event. So hopefully they can continue that momentum going up against one of the strongest, if not the strongest, North American rosters of the day. But I don't know, will the pressure get to them, Jacob? What do you think?
I don't think it's as much pressure as much Exet is just one of these teams to beat. And, you know, I do believe Dragons can be one of those teams that surprise. Like I said, it's going to start in the early maps 1, maps 2. If Dragons is going to have, I think, most of their hope going into a series like this, it's not going to be easy. And I think either any one of these teams, even Falcons, Exet, Carmine Corp, a lot of the upper echelon rosters need to realize that as well. It's not going to be easy. And if you walk into a match, Exet versus Dragons, you know, I'm talking about Exet having the upper hand, but even if you are Exet and you're walking to a match like this and you just think without a doubt, there's no way I can lose this match, that's the first step on losing the match. That's when you start to have those slip-ups, those mistakes, because the overconfidence starts to get the best of you. And a team like Dragons, you talked about it, haven't lost a match in order to get here through the qualifiers. They are the best team from their region by far. And all it takes is a little moment like that, a little spark of hope. And for a team like them, to where there's not a lot of footage on them, but everybody else there is footage on, they could have used that. They could have prepared wisely. Maybe we even have special strats, Dragons versus Exet, that are built just for Exet.
It's got its pros and cons, though. When you are the favorites going into an event like this, it also puts a bit of that pressure on your shoulders, and you have to be strong enough to kind of keep yourself standing tall, right? If you're a squad like Exet, all eyes are kind of on you in these situations to take home these matches. So if you maybe lose a map, if you lose the first flag and capture the flag, and you even just start losing the first hard point, maybe you can kind of get a bit nervous, like you were saying, Jacob, and that's the start of giving hope to these underdog teams to kind of make those comebacks and make those plays to take home the matches of the day. But in terms of Exet, would you say there's a specific game mode that they kind of specialize in? I know you've seen a lot of their matches and a lot of their scrims. Is there one that you feel like they play better than any other mode?
For the longest time, I was thinking it was Shallot Capture the Flag. It was literally the first mode. And when I talked about them being one of the best teams for a long time, it started with that mode. So if you go look at a lot of the dream hacks, if you look at the online qualifiers, it was Capture the Flag on Shallot, where Exet was kind of using that mode, being the first one in the series to start to build that momentum, to start to build that confidence in a lot of their series. And so if that map is first, I would think Exet is already looking confident. They have their comfort zone. They have the cycle in which they practice for months and months and months on end. Going into that Game 3 Keeper, that will be their first test of something new and a little bit fresh. So I think Shallot Capture the Flag, and then Panther King of the Hill, because Exet has gotten exponentially better on the hard point as well. So those first 2 maps, if they are indeed first 2 in the cycle, Dragons has their work cut out for them more than ever before. But if Dragons can somehow prepare a lot of strategies on the inverse of those maps, you know, Shallot being Capture the Flag, now it could be hard point, I think that's where they're going to have their best bet overall.
Yeah, I wish we could have seen more of the Dragon matches leading into this to kind of see which one they specialize in as much as Exet. But as these players get ready and get into the match, we're going to get ourselves warmed up as well. So we're going to head to a quick break, and when we're back, we'll have Exet going up against Dragons. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everybody. The Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite. The match we have coming up is Exet versus Dragon Esports. And this is our first international battle between NA and Latin America.
I'm excited, Jacob. There are 2 Latin American rosters that qualify to the Esports World Cup. The one we're looking at now is Dragons, made up of Randu, Itro, Lua, and Romero. This is going to be the roster representing Argentina. Out of the 2, the other one is W7M representing Brazil. So Latin America up against North America, and not only North America, it's Exet, Jacob, one of the favorites going into the competition to take home the whole event. So I'm excited to see if the underdogs can make something happen, if Exet will be able to clean sweep it up, but only time will tell.
I know everybody's here waiting for this matchup here, but on the A stream, we have Team Falcons versus Zeta Division. And Team Falcons, they do have a strong 2-0 lead. The predictions were heavily on their favor, and that is something I feel like could happen here with Dragons versus Exet. But as I keep looking at this Dragon rosters, I'm looking at their accomplishments. I'm just looking at their simple ability to kind of go toe-to-toe with the players on Exet, and little by little, I am gaining more and more confidence in their firepower. The thing that I just keep getting stuck on at the end of the day is just the strategy. Because of their lack of practice in their region, do they have the strategies after they get those eliminations to push up, take map control, take the position that matters in order to go in for the flags, or just take control of the hard points, and obviously the keeper when we do get to that map number 3. So I believe Dragons, you know, I said 3-0 at the beginning. I'm kind of switching it up. I'm thinking maybe 3-1, much closer battle with Dragons. But as soon as Exet loses one map, that's when I think they might just kind of turn it on full force.
Yeah, it could be the momentum the Dragons need, though, if they end up taking one. We'll have to see if they're able to close it out, as I believe the players are going to be getting into the matches here shortly. It is going to be capture the flag to start it off. And as a reminder, capture the flag, if it does end up going to overtime in, let's say we get the score of 1-1, it's going to be the first team that captured that flag throughout the whole series, not only the map, throughout the whole series, that is going to win the overtime. If it's 0-0, then it's the team that had the most eliminations. So it's very important to get that first flag capture if you want to have the best odds of taking it home.
Yeah, it almost 100% assures you if you go down 1-0, you need 2 flag caps. Just tying the game isn't going to be enough. Yes, it'll grant you overtime, but it's not going to be the win at the end of the day. And in Capture the Flag, there are 2 halves. You start off on red team, you start off on blue team, 5 minutes go by, and then you switch sides to make it fair and equal for both of these teams. You play a second half, another 5 minutes of action before the score will settle and figure out who wins. And now the game has started. Takata Ritual with the marksman. He's going to be the player that watches that whole center of the map for Exet.
I'm excited. Marksman on the opposing end is going to be Romero. So who's going to be able to hit those crucial shots is the big question, as you see players now already starting it off strong. Cold, the new change to the Exet roster, is going to get first blood.
Yeah, already you're seeing the elimination side with Exet, but as soon as they push up and instantly get answered back by Dragons, Muzz going down. Edgy does have control over the tunnels, but even he's in a big fight as Exet is figuring out a way to win these battles in the center of the map. That gives Exet, that gives Cold the whole pool side of the map, and you see him pushing up and trying to use it to his advantage.
It's all about map control in this game mode. Those picks are going to grant you more of it, being able to push closer and closer towards your opponent's flags. But as soon as you get eliminated, then the tables are going to turn. Muzz goes down, Cold goes down, and there's an opportunity for Dragons to start pushing forwards.
Yeah, they still need to clean these players of Exet out of their base, though. Otherwise, they're going to have to worry about them. Bubble Shield going down for Edgy. They're just buying time. They're buying so much time. You see Cold getting Elim center of the map. Him and Muzz are finally pushing up. Even with Ritual and Edgy have gone down, what Exet has done is got that map control that we're talking about. They pushed up so far that Dragon still has to worry about these players floating around. They need a full-on squad wipe off of Exet if they want to push up and take control.
Utility coming through. Romero once again looking for that big shot to connect. You got to be careful though, as Rituals is holding a right-hand peek just with the truck close to them. Edgy is going to go down though. Ritual's going to get cracked. Muzz going to get cracked as well as Itrol takes out another. And it looks like the push for Dragons is going to come through.
Yep, he has to be careful though. He can't push up too far by yourself. Exet and the rest of the players know they're there. Cold with another flank in the middle. Ritual is able to push up off of that, and the rest of the members of Exet are starting to gain that confidence. Might be a little too much though. Edgy pushes up. Ill-advised by himself, quickly goes down, which gives Dragon an opportunity to answer back as you see them pushing down that long tunnel hallway.
Lua now looking to get an angle onto Cold. Takes out one. Ritual, though, is going to be able to clean it up now. A trade as the momentum from Ritual is going to continue towards the flag, but he is going to get cracked.
Yep, Dragon at least getting into the base right now. This is where you need another couple of eliminations if you wanted it to work. They went in, they pushed up. They got at least one before falling, so all that map control is done and over with. Exet getting a chance here to answer back, but it's not going to be as quick of an answer. Ritual trying to bleed out at the top of that building, but everyone is getting spotted out. Muzz dropped to a little bit of HP. Ritual missing a lot of shield, so Exet needs to figure out a way to let their teamwork do the talking here.
1-1, both eliminations on each side. Muzz is going to go down now. It is 2-1 for Dragon on this push. Cold's been cracked as well. Ritual connects a shot, but it's not enough as Lua gets his 6th elimination.
Yeah, that's why I said this is going to be the best chance for Dragon Esports. Capture the flag, Shallop, map number 1. You have the most familiarity, but so does Exet. As Ritual finally teaming the tides. It's just an elimination for elimination. Even with Muzz getting tagged up in the middle, he's going to go down. Ramiro's position is going to be known, but with Ritual and Edgy so far separated, they cannot necessarily make the play to pinpoint their opponent, take them down. So the trades will continue to go in favor of Dragons along with that map control.
Starting off this capture the flag map, Exet was looking like the aggressors, but it looks like the tables might have just turned. But have I spoken too soon? Jacob of Exet picks up 2 eliminations, causing them now to once again play more aggressive.
And this is where I expect Exet to kind of slow things down just a little bit. Figure out a way to get those eliminations, chain them together, get some map control. Romero's going to go down. Eye troll as well. Opens up a window of opportunity with 2 members of Dragons on respawn. Make it 3, make it 4 as the newest member of Exet, Cold, picking up those double-digit eliminations already, but fresh off the respawn. Romero answers back with a triple. Almost gets the quad, but Edgy shuts him down.
Close to a squad wipe. Luckily enough, Edgy was there to save the day. Unfortunately, Lua is going to close it out, and it looks like we'll have another reset here from both rosters, but some insane shots being connected already as Dragon's now going to take out Muzz and continue with their push.
Yeah, right now, this is a huge surprise with the way Dragon is playing against this Exet roster, but it's what I said. You have to hit them hard in the beginning of the map cycle. Build that confidence because Exet will slowly, they will surely climb back into the game. A bunch of eliminations going in favor of Exet. You see the time on the clock, 10 seconds left in the half. No matter what happens, there's not enough time to bring it coast to coast to get that flag capture. So the first half of the Esports World Cup, Exet versus Dragons, will end up tied off.
You can see the Dragons roster have their smiles, feeling happy. As a reminder, if it does end in 0-0, the kind of tiebreaker is eliminations. If it ends 1-1, it's the first person or the first team who captured the flag in the series. So it was 0-0 that match. I'm not sure which roster had more eliminations though, Jacob. They both looked pretty even.
Yeah, it was definitely pretty even. I know Cold was a difference maker for that roster, but this is a little bit frightening as we check out some of the replays here, because this is almost the same thing that happened right before DreamHack. All the hype on the side of Exet. They had everybody thinking they were going to win the event. They didn't even qualify from DreamHack. It was the online qualifiers where Exet was able to get their spot. And Exet, even though they're showing up here, you see 12 eliminations on Cold to start the second half off. It just hasn't been enough, and it's been a huge surprising factor already.
Yeah, I wonder if kind of the game plan's going to switch up throughout the next half of Capture the Flag. If it does come down to eliminations, they have to be careful to not give their opponents free elims just as they go for those pushes. So we'll see if they can keep the control moving forwards.
Edgy trying to take control. Center map. Ritual does have the other side, so even though there's only a few members of Exet, they have to wait for Cold to push up. Edgy's going to go ahead and lead the charge. They're trying to anchor down the right side, but the cross is in. Edgy goes down, but at least Ritual was able to make a play to try to keep the numbers even for Exet, to try to keep the pressure intact. But as soon as they get out of the tunnel, you see them trying to go for rock control. Dragons instantly shut them down with 3 members down and out for Exet.
keeps on repeating. Exet is able to get that initial push through mid-map, but once they get close to that flag, they have been getting eliminated. Same thing's been happening for Dragon. They have been playing more defensive overall, to be fair, but it's not like they've had as many opportunities to fully push in, but this could be the one. Randu's looking for some shots to connect here. Edgy's gonna get cracked now, forced to drop the shield bubble, but he's gonna go down anyways. It's all up to Rituals now. Huge shot getting connected. 2 HP left onto Randu. He's gonna choose to pop an EMP, and now they can push forwards.
Yeah, Ritual trying to be a little bit of a distraction. A crash coming in on the side from Cold and Muzz. They were able to at least find one elimination on the back line, but Cold goes down. Muzz is there by himself. Muzz is trying to sneak around. I think Dragons knows somebody is still alive, but they might not know exactly where Muzz is at. They turned the corner, and they made sure to check every crevice of that trash can to find Muzz out, get him off their side. That was a great play from Dragons.
Wasn't able to hide. We've kind of seen these sneaky plays evolve and come more into play as these game modes have been continuing to be played out. Lua already with 14 eliminations, but he does get taken out. iTroll now choosing to go for the sneaky strat onto Edgy, but he's going to get caught off guard.
Yep, see, when it comes to that center map control, pretty even around the board. It's when that team pushes up into their opponent's territory, into that red zone. That's where the defense has been shining strong for both of these rosters. But now Exet has another chance. Muzz able to get one. Ritual chaining back-to-back eliminations for the roster. And you see everybody else crashing on this play. Cold gets another one. 3 down and out. But as all that happens, Muzz has gotten taken down. His teammate falls as well. They're fresh off of the respawn, but Exet's still doing a good job for that moment. Holding pressure, but Romero shuts him down and starting to build that confidence up for Dragons.
Edgy with just 10 HP as he slowly regens back to 100 now, looking to see if he can cover out Cold. Sticky grenade gonna come through. iTroll connecting a good amount of shots onto Cold, though, dropping him down to 23 HP. The push comes through. iTroll goes down, so does Cold. Edgy now looking to see if he can stop the push.
20 eliminations so far for Cold. You're seeing why he was the biggest pickup during that roster mania period and why he was a must-have for the team. Hopefully he can be that driving force as Edgy pushes up. Randu gets taken down. Cold defends the throne, allowing for Exet to finally breathe on their side of the map. The turn back from Cold gets him just weak enough for Ritual to finish him off.
Now Rituals sneaking on up, going to see if he can connect the shot here. Romero close by, looking to see if Randu can find an angle. As we're back to the center map, both teams kind of back in their spawns.
This is just like a huge surprise. Like I'm saying, you got to give Dragons all the props in the world. 50 seconds left in this half. If it remains 0-0, we're going to go to overtime, which puts some pressure on the team that does not have the eliminations. But Exet trying to make a last-ditch effort. Muzz goes down. Edgy falls as well. Cold and Ritual still alive, and they're pushing further and further towards the back line. The bubble shield is keeping Romero alive and is keeping Exet at bay.
Something about Brazil Fortnite, especially in standard battle royale, is they're known for hitting their shots with snipers, Jacob, and from what I'm seeing, Romero has been absolutely popping off throughout this first match of the day. Can he continue it to finish it off, though? Just 13 seconds are left. Cold pushes up, shots connected up to Romero. Cold gets the elim. iTroll's the last one, but he goes down as well as Cold falls shortly after with 25 eliminations to his name.
Yeah, Cold knew in that situation. Just get these elims, push them off, just really start to cement ourselves. But Dragons has to get all the credit yet again. The Latin American team that didn't lose a single match in their online qualifiers to get to this point in game number 1 against Exet. Them being the heavy favorites, not only in this matchup, but in the tournament overall. Dragons waking up and surprising. And you said Romero, he was a driving force. And that's something I said. If your marksman player is not hitting shots, you're likely losing. Well, Romero is doing the opposite. He is hitting every shot in the book. You give an opportunity just like that, giving Cold a fresh haircut.
But I'm trying to do my quick maths here, Jacob, my calculations, and if it stays 0-0, we've said it repeatedly, it's going to be the tiebreaker in terms of eliminations. Cold himself has 25 eliminations, so adding on to the rest of his roster, I think they might be slightly leading over what Dragons has right now, so it might be a change of mindset here. You could not get eliminated.
Already starts this off, Exet pushing him all the way on the other side of the map. Edgy in a 1v1. Randu goes down. The rest of the members of Exet are already getting pressured by Dragon. Multiple of them are falling. Randu, Lua, they're getting both eliminations. They're trying to get that flag out, but a great cut off by Muzz, making sure they do not get that opportunity. But an EMP breaking the shields. Lua is trying to go in. Randu knows they're weak. He was trying to finish them off, but Muzz and Cold, the dynamic duo from Exet, stand strong.
It got a little too close for comfort there, but it looks like we have two players sneaking up to each other as Rituals. iTroll doesn't even know. Free pickings for Rituals. That's one elim now. Able to push up even further. This could be huge for Exet.
Yeah, well, Ritual got one, Edgy got another, and Ritual gets 3 overall, but the respawns are in. Exet knows they need another round of eliminations. They need to buy time for Muzz to get back into position so they don't have to fight this in a 3v4 fashion. Dragon, on the other hand, they need to push quick. They need to push while they have at least a one-man advantage. Otherwise, they're on their base, and they're waiting for Exet to make a mistake.
Great position from Rituals. Going to use the dynamite here to try and pick off iTroll. He knows he's at that corner, but unfortunately he's going to miss the dynamite. Push up with the pistol, takes out iTroll, and now has to connect the marksman shot. Unable to hit the snipe though, as Randu is going to pick up Edgy. Muzz is going to be cracked. Ritual's gone down already, and just like that, Dragon have protected their flag once again.
And I think that might have been the farthest the flag has been out almost all game long so far. And Cold going for a second opportunity. Gets the elimination onto iTroll. Gets out the window as well. This is going to be the best opportunity, but the cutoff from Randu is in. Missing a couple of shots, and Cold takes him out. Cold takes him out. The relay is in. He drops it off to Muzz. Can Exet win in overtime?
They felt Cold's aura. They couldn't handle it as Cold continued to bring the flag forwards. iTroll gone down as well. Is it enough time?
A late roster change. Out goes Trashy. In goes Cold. He gets the big elims on the flag. He gets it out of the window, brings it halfway. Muzz is the one who went and got that capture, but the team eliminations were there. 35 eliminations for Cold, putting up a masterclass with his first time in the Exet jersey.
What a way to show off in the first match of the day. It was close in the first couple rounds. Nobody really had a clear advantage, but being able to connect those shots when it mattered the most, Cold was able to bring the flag to his team. Muzz captured it, and just like that, they were able to close it out.
Yeah, and usually I thought it was going to happen a lot quicker. The start of the rounds, round number 1, didn't happen. Half number 2, didn't happen right out of the gates. But you saw Exet, once that overtime hit, they put that pedal to the metal. They got those quick and early eliminations, and they did not look back, knowing that the team would be flustered in an overtime scenario. But it was Cold, the biggest difference maker, not just in overtime, but throughout the course of the matchup. You see why he was a hot commodity to get picked up when Man City did not make it into the Esports World Cup. Exet was the one with the lucky draw to pick his name out of a hat and sign him to that roster. And you see it even in moments like this to close out the round. He was not denied.
Look, it's what you love to see, but also I want to give props to Dragons. I mean, they played incredibly well, especially going against one of the fan favorites to take home the whole Esport World Cup featuring Fortnite. So I'm excited to see how they continue throughout the rest of the matches, if they're going to be able to close it out. But in terms of eliminations, I think it might have been closer than we expected. The only gap that we kind of saw between Exet was Cold, that had over 30 eliminations, but a lot of the other players, both on Dragons and Exet, were pretty balanced in terms of how many eliminations they actually secured.
Yeah, and you got to give Dragons, again, I'll say it throughout the course of that matchup, you know, a team from Latin America that doesn't necessarily get the elite practice against the EU teams, against the NA teams, so they kind of have to go with what they see, and if they do get practice, there's a huge ping differential. So for them to put up a fight for over 10 straight minutes against Exet, put themselves in great positions to try to capitalize. Unfortunately, they weren't able to, but that is a wake-up call for a team like Exet, and that is going to benefit Exet more than anything so far in this tournament, to say, hey, even the teams we thought we were going to topple over easy are giving us a challenge. We cannot take anyone lightly. We have to make sure to put our best efforts up every single time, and already it's working out for them as soon as overtime hit.
Just shows that it's kind of the moment to lock in. Got a quick look at the scoreboard in terms of eliminations for the Dragon roster. Romero had 20, Lua had 21, iTroll had 9 and Randu had 17. But if you look at Exet, Jacob, Cold with 35 eliminations, Rituals with 21, Muzz with 10, and Edgy with 14. So even if they weren't able to capture that flag, they definitely would have taken it home in terms of eliminations.
Yeah, I think Cold right now is literally almost sporting a 3, maybe even 4-point KDA in this game. 5,800 damage coming out from Cold on his way to 35 eliminations. Kind of relatively even for the roles that they're playing so far for their rosters. Muzz was a little bit of slow to start that game off, but that's saying something in its own right. Even with Muzz having a little bit of a slow start, they were still able to stop everything that was thrown at him from Dragons. Cold was then able to pick up the pace along with Ritual and Edgy as well. Even Ritual putting up over 5,000 damage for his team. The marksman hitting the shots that mattered, and I think that's going to be a huge defining factor that they can kind of lean on early on in this tournament while the rest of the team picks up the pace.
Yeah, it's what you love to see. Reminder, we did just see capture the flag. The next game mode is hard point and it ends on keeper. So we do know that capture the flag. I mean, I asked you earlier, Jacob, I was like, what is the best map, best game mode for Exet? You said Shallot, capture the flag, the 2 combo that we saw to start it off. So seeing how close it was, I don't know what to expect on the next game modes.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one of those things, but at least we know with Shallot, capture the flag being game number 1, we know either game 4 or 5, if Dragon does force us that far, that we will have a Panther capture the flag. So they can already begin to strategize if they want, but they still have to make it there. Coming into this next map, we do have hard point on Panther. So it does look like the beginning of this cycle, the first 3 maps are kind of like business as usual. What you played coming into this, what you have the most practice on so far.
We'll see if the practice has paid off. I remember you were talking about Exet putting in the homework, making sure they were able to kind of study not only their game plans and strategies, but also what their opposing teams are looking for and what they're doing. I wonder how much homework they put into Dragon and how they play out hardpoint and keeper. But I guess we'll just have to see.
Yep, so this one kind of opening up. I've seen a few different strategies, but hill number 1 right in the middle. I've seen 2 different things play out. Teams like to just get that early hill time, sacrifice everything, start to on the hill, but they also like to play for that top statue control. You get a little bit of elevation. You get that cross angle, which is just as important as that early time, because then you're able to kind of get it later on in that same hill. And already you've seen Ramiro, Dragons slow right out of the gates. They're going for some early eliminations rather than just straight hill time.
Starting off hard point. Let's see if it's as close as capture the flags as Rituals. Nice little head peek angle, looking to see if he can connect the snipe. Push comes up. Randu now as well, looking to see what they can do. Exet are going to be the first ones to start capturing that hard point, but how long can they hold on to it?
Yeah, they're going to get some good early hill time here. Dragon wasn't able to get those early eliminations that they staggered themselves back for. A couple of players got taken out off spawn, and now they're forced back because the statue control goes over to Exet. With 2 quick eliminations just like that, Dragon starting to build some momentum, trying to catch Cold off spawn, but he takes him down. That's a big elim for Cold playing as the Juggernaut, because now it forces everybody to focus on him, allowing the rest of the members of Exet to spawn up and get back into play.
Dragon now with control, 21 to almost 21. Tables are turning here as Dragons continuing to hold on. Cold now pushing up closer and closer. Exet is now going to look for the aggression for the main push to try and retake this hard point. Will it be enough, though, as the main players from the Dragon roster are getting cracked, but Romero picks up 1. Edgy goes down as well. This could be huge for Dragons.
Yeah, they need to continue this tempo, this momentum, how fast they're actually playing, and keep Exet off both of their feet. They have an early lead for Dragon, already playing for this next hill, but Exet does have a few angles they're trying to use to try to battle off the members of Dragon, but that first defensive stop's going to come through. Even with Muzz getting a singular elimination, that's a little bit of blessing for Dragon, because now they're going to get more utility, but unfortunately, iTroll wasn't able to get the elimination, which opens up this opportunity for Exet.
Cold now on the aggression, takes out 1, takes out 3 as he continues his push. Hardpoint captured now. All they need to do is hold on. iTroll trying to do what he can, but Cold does not miss a single shot.
Picking up where he left off on that map number 1. Trying to get this hill time here. get the lead back for Dragons. Just 1 foot in front of the other. You don't have to get the mountain of time all at once, but Dragons doing a good job of fighting back, but very little time on this hill. That means everybody's going to have to rotate straight on over to the other side of the map. Exet does look like they're going to be the first ones there.
Cold with another elimination, brought up to 8 as he continues to take his shots, but he is going to go down as now Romero is going to continue with the push.
This is going to be their best chance to continue to try to build that momentum up and keep the lead intact. That's going to be the biggest thing for this team.
Rituals now going to throw on the dynamite. This is going to be the aggression from the roster, but they got to be careful. The flank came through. iTroll connecting his shots, is able to pick up 2, but he goes down shortly after. Randu goes down as well, and now Exet once again going to continue with their push and make kind of the comeback in terms of the hard point here. If they're able to hold on, but Lua, is he not going to let that one slide?
Yeah, I think right now Lua is just kind of waiting. He knows there's a little bit of time left on the hill. They know that Exet got that spawn, so he's just trying to catch him on this next rotation. A couple of shots are going to get fired through. Slows Exet down just a little bit, and even with Muzz going down, that's going to be the opportunity. They finally wrap around. They clean up those eliminations they got the early damage on, and giving them a huge start here in the 4th hill.
This is very close, Jacob. I'm impressed by both teams today. Exet, I thought, would almost get a clean sweep onto Dragons, but what we're seeing right now from Dragons is absolutely incredible. Edgy now, gonna be on the hard point, has to be careful as utility has been used. Romero's gonna go down though. iTroll's just a shot away from getting eliminated, and now Randu is gonna be the last one up on Dragons to try and do what he can to get his way towards the hard point. It's gonna look like a regroup has to come through from Dragons here.
Yeah, it's going to be a must, and they got to do it on this next hill. Less than 10 seconds remain on this 5th hill. It's going to go over the other side directly towards their left for Exet, but it does look like Dragon gets that early spawn. So what Exet's going to do, they're going to push up. They're going to clean out the remainder of these Dragon players left around the map, and then use this man advantage to crash onto the hill.
This is huge for Exet if they're able to successfully get this push, but huge utility coming from Dragons, cracking almost the whole Exet roster. Is now HP and shield advantage, I would say, was on Dragons' end, but as quickly as you can flip a coin, Dragons now are in danger as Edgy picks up one more with just 2 HP to spare.
Yeah, and Exet, this has kind of been one of their slower maps throughout their progression to the Esports World Cup. Hard point is where they have had a little bit of struggles, but to start this game off, first couple of hills were Dragon Esports. Since then, it's been Exet up until this point where Dragon is doing a good job of answering back. We're kind of relatively tied between these two teams, and another great fight being put up for Dragon. With less than 10 seconds remain, these eliminations on rotation are going to be important for Exet to gain this early hill control.
It's incredibly close. As a reminder, it is first to 250 points for the hard point, and it is looking neck to neck right now as Exet picks up one more. Lua is low as the push is going to come through, but Romero doing a great job holding on strong.
Yeah, as the marksman player, he's got to be kind of the defining factor, but he gets taken down just on the edge. Randu's going to fall as well. The rest of the members of Exet pounce. That's going to be 3 straight eliminations for Cold as he starts to spree on this hill. And it's the first hill, the reset hills here. And with 30 seconds left, Dragons has to make the decision. Do I turtle back, play for hill number 2 where we can get most of our time, or do I make one last effort to try to contest this hill?
The crucial decisions that the IGL is going to have to make to lead their team to victory, as Cold is just securing the last points that they can from this hard point before the next one appears. iTroll, though, is going to not let that one slide as Cold gets taken out. iTroll now on the point as he takes out another, but Romero is ahead of the game as now they hold on to the second hard point.
Yeah, even iTroll, he just went down to Cold, but he staggered out Muzz yet again. iTroll's going to get the easy spawn just towards their right. He can be back in the game much quicker, but Randu gets beamed. Shields get dropped. A lot of utility being expended to try to keep him at bay. Exet finally pours into the hill, but Cold gets a trade. He goes down. A lot of it is favoring Dragon, with Ritual being one of the only members alive on this side of the map. Connects with a snipe shot, but I don't think it's going to be enough. 30 seconds left. The rest of the members of Exet, they're trying to do the exact same thing that happened to them. Pour into the hill with the last bit of life they have left.
This is extremely scary for Exet if they're not gonna be able to hold on to the point, but so far they do have the control. Dragons now looking to make another push as it's all up to Muzz and Edgy. Muzz gets cracked, Edgy's cracked as well. Rituals has gone down. This could be enough for Dragons to continue on and claim the point once again.
And it could be a little bit of depending on where Muzz actually gets to spawn towards the bar. Cold just going out wide. Romero's trying to cut him off. He does have reinforcements, but he takes the 1v1 and goes down. Edgy go ahead and gets that elimination. Just trying to reinforce Exet's presence on this side of the map. You see how far they're actually going, flopping the spawn. So Exet will get control here with Dragon having to make a push.
As the only one on point now. EMP is coming through every type of utility to try and get him off as iTroll looks for another angle. Edgy finally goes down. Rituals with an insane snipe though could be enough to cause Exet to now continue with their aggression, but Randu needs to connect his shots if he wants to hold on.
Yeah, Romero just lands the snipe shot onto Edgy. Doesn't even get him a chance fresh off the respawn. The angles are finally in. Cold, even though he went down, it was a distraction. Allowed for Exet to push up just like this. Contest the last little bit of hill time that is left. In a match that is this close between these two teams, Dragon Esports just needs 28 points to win, and Exet taking a late game lead.
I'm starting to get nervous. First to 250. Both teams incredibly close to taking it home as Rituals now is going to attempt to throw a dynamite, but he's got to be careful. Drop the 36 HP. Randu's fully cracked now as he looks for a right-hand peek angle here. Can it be enough to take out Cold? Gets the crack, but Rituals now with the assist as it's all about stalling. He gets the first elimination, takes out Rituals as well. Randu, are you kidding me?
That would have been the game moment right there for Dragons if they could win both of those eliminations. Edgy trying to make the last stop. Less than 10 seconds left. Randu's going to go down. A late stop from Exet. They need 20 seconds. 20 seconds is all they need, and there's more than that on this hill.
Just 7 more points for Dragons, but Exet are not going to let that one slide. Eliminations from Dragons, eliminations from Exet. This could be the final battle to see who takes it home.
Exet cannot win on this hill, but neither can Dragons at this point. Edgy is already trying to overextend to the next one, but he gets beamed. Just a sliver of HP left. He does have reinforcements, but Dragon is quickly attacking onto that hill. Romero instantly goes down. Muzz gets traded out after getting 2, but it's not going to be enough. Exet gets to the hill first, and they steal away that win at the last seconds.
With a 6-point difference, 244 points for Dragons. Exet is going to close it out with just a couple seconds at the end with 250. You can see that it was too close for comfort. You can look at Muzz, look at Edgy, Rituals, Cold. They're happy that they won, but I think they thought it was going to be a lot easier, Jacob.
Yeah, their happiness that they won lasted at all of 2 seconds, because now they're wondering, why are these games that close? The CTF map number 1, the hard point, where they were down the majority of this hard point, they were trailing to Dragon Esports, and it took a big comeback, and it was late. It was very, very late in the game. Exet on those last 2 hills, they made perfect rotations. They got the eliminations that matter, and I thought this for Randu was going to be the moment they won, but Muzz and Cold entered into the hill. They contested it the last second, got over for the rotation for Exet as well. Perfectly played at the end.
What a way to close out the hard point. I'm still shaking from that last match, Jacob. Capture the flag, hard point, both incredibly close matches. You can see the devastation from Dragons, but this isn't a moment to put your head down, especially if you're Dragons. You're playing against, I would say, the fan favorite roster going into the Esports World Cup, and the matches being that close just shows that the level Dragons are at.
Yeah, and I want to go ahead and shout out Romero one time, the marksman player. He is hitting some shots today. From what we've seen in Game 1, capture the flag, bringing that over to Game 2 on the hard point. I just want to see him kind of keep that consistency up. It is going to be a newer map, Keeper on Taverna, so it is an interesting way it plays, and from what I've seen from Exet, they are very, very good on this map, but already we've been surprised. I wouldn't say we've been upset just yet, but we are so close. We are so close to Dragons upsetting Exet on one of these maps.
Quick reminder on how the Keeper game mode works. Basically, it's first to 150 points. The way you get points is you pick up that key. That will grant you 1 point per second. So it's all about just keeping hold of that key. If you're the opposing team, then you want to eliminate the player that has that key. And once you have that key, you do get a little speed nerf, so you can't walk as fast. And if there ends up being a big point difference, the team that has significantly lower points will get 2 points per second instead of 1. So it's an interesting game mode to be played out, and I'm curious to see if it's going to be as close to these most recent matches we just saw.
Yeah, and I got to be wondering, like, how is Exet feeling with some of these close matches? Are they still as confident as when they stepped onto that stage to start the day? On the other side, you see there's all smiles. There's all smiles on Dragons. They're probably performing very, very well. Unfortunately, they're just not able to get these wins. But if you're able to kind of shut out the negativity, even in some of these losses, continue to build that confidence, figure out a way to get their momentum on their side. We saw throughout that map, Dragons was leading the majority of the time and was so close to actually picking up that win and getting us to a tie series at 1-1. If they can continue to channel that, I'm excited. I'm just excited. This is only game one. This is only day one of the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite, and I am excited.
I'm actually, I mean, it's funny to see Dragons almost are smiling more than Exet, and they lost the most recent 2 matches. But taking a look at the scoreboards from the recent match, iTroll was actually the elimination leader with 25 eliminations. Right behind him was Cold with 24 eliminations. So capture the flag, Cold dominated, and now in hardpoint, iTroll was the leader by 1 elim. The rest of the Dragon roster had 16, 14, and 17, and the rest of the Exet roster was 20 eliminations from Muzz, 18 from Edgy, 14 from Rituals. So it was pretty close this time around. There wasn't a clear kind of elimination gap, and you could tell by how close the match actually was with the hardpoint.
Yeah, no, and I agree with you, especially, you know, hardpoint being one of Exet's weaker game modes. Doesn't really matter the map. I expect them to kind of get better on that as the weekend does progress, and they get each and every match underneath their belt. But Dragon, man, I still can't say enough about these guys. If they can pinpoint a spot on this map, there are a few different spots where you can lock down that key, and it just ends up being just a full chaotic battle in order to just slip one player through, let alone the whole team. If they could win a lot of those fights, get Ramiro in a position to hit these marksman sniper shots, I think we're going to see an extended series with them winning this next map.
It's what you love to see. I like these close matches, Jacob. It's exciting to watch the top North American teams go against the top Latin American teams. This is the only place you're going to see it happen. And as quickly as that, Jacob, we're starting out with the third match of the day on Keeper, Exet versus Dragons Esports.
Little key down in the center of the map. Cold is going to get one of the first eliminations of the game along with Edgy. That's allowing Exet to push up. And Cold is just being that distraction, seeing where the shots are coming from. He's going to push forward. Muzz is going to be the first one for Exet in the game to start to gather that time on the clock.
Muzz continuing to hold on strong. Now it's all about his team to help keeping up. But as iTroll gets closer and closer, Romero with the flank. Cold is going to be the one, the protector, the guardian angel for Muzz, as Muzz is eventually, I was going to say goes down, but he does not go down as he continues to hold up this key.
You got Cold, you got Edgy watching different angles, and look at where Muzz is actually bringing it to these narrow corridors, these hallways that have very little passageways to go through, and that's where he's allowing Edgy and Cold to start to feel comfortable. Even Ritual chaining together too. So even though Dragons was able to finally burst through the defense of Exet, it came at a cost, and now they got a chance to finally put some score on the board.
43 is a great hold to start it off for Exet, but now the Dragons roster is grouped up. They've got their defense. The VIP is put on deck, but iTroll is going to go down. This is the danger the Dragons was not looking for, as Muzz picks up another as well. They've only gotten 20 points so far, and it looks like Romero might just be the last one standing, making a run for it.
Yeah, if he's going to go down, he needs to put the key in this part of the map that is easily accessible, but goes down in the hallway, almost giving up a good setup to Exet. This is very similar to where they were getting the majority of that time, as iTroll got brought down to 6 HP, but he's not going to back out of the fight completely. Gets one elimination, but it's instantly answered back by Exet. They're basically saying, hey, anything you could do, I can do better.
As Cold now bumped up to 9 eliminations. This is looking a lot more heavily in the side of Exet compared to Hardpoint and Capture the Flag, but all it takes is one good push from Dragons to make a comeback. And also as a reminder, if there's a big enough of a difference between the points, the losing team will get 2 points per second instead of 1. So there's always that opportunity for a comeback on the keeper game mode, and Dragons now have picked up the key once more.
It's their chance that they need at least a good 50 seconds here. They don't have to necessarily gain the lead, but Exet is almost more than halfway there from taking this first round. So they need to start building that time on up. And already a lot of these eliminations going in way of Exet. And as we look on, Ritual already has the key back on his back, with Exet about to eclipse that 100-point mark.
Shots come through, unable to connect from Dragon, but Exet's already at 105 points, so you know the pressure is going to be on for Dragons. They need to change something up here. They need to make something happen. If they end up losing this match, Exet will take the overall victory, as Cole now continues to try and push up to Lua here. He is incredibly low, grouped up with his partners, but Cold is not going to let that one slide as Rituals continues with the push through. Rituals might just go down here, though. One shot away, and the elimination is going to get picked up. Muzz now with the flank as Lua continues to run away.
Yeah, he knows that his teammate's not there to play defense. Instantly falls. Nice utility coming out from Cold, cutting off the other side, allowing for Muzz to get that key in his inventory yet again. You see, has locked himself down in that basement. Very few entrances for Dragons to try to go through, and with 2 more eliminations, they're keeping the numbers in their favor. 20 seconds away from a round 1 victory.
We saw them use this basement before. It's a great place to kind of hide. The issue is, if the full push comes in from Dragons, it might just be enough to take out Muzz, but Muzz is connecting every shot he needs to. He goes down, ultimately, though, to Lua, and now Dragon once again have hold of the key, but for how long?
Yeah, they need to chain together a lot of time here. 5 seconds is all that Exet needs, so it's picture perfect is a must from here on out. But already Edgy just moves in, gets the elim, quickly grabs the key, and he unlocks the door for a victory in round number 1.
Exet gets that 150-point threshold to close it out. You can see not even a single celebration coming from Exet. They know that the job's not done, and these have been some incredibly close matches. To be fair, that was the least close one out of all of them. They were able to hold on strong in the keeper game mode, so we'll see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, hopefully they can make some quick adjustments here for round number 2. They were finally able to get some time, but it just came in small little glimpses of hope coming out from Dragons of what we know they can play like. It's just reaching that full potential on a consistent basis. Is Edgy, they get 1. Randu goes down as well. Exet already turning the numbers in their favor as the bait and switch comes in from Muzz. With only Edgy fallen, Exet already off to a good start.
Continuing with the shots, it looks like could have a potential repeat in the last keeper round as a snipe comes through from Rituals. Romero taken out, another snipe being connected. Exet now momentum showing. It looks like they are finally on fire. They finally were able to lock in and show why they're one of the favorite orgs going in to the Esports World Cup.
I swear it's been like 5, 6, 7 straight eliminations by Exet as a whole before Romero finally shuts down that momentum. Lua's trying to go in. The bait and switch is out. A cluster towards the back line to get Edgy out of position. That's going to be successful, but a quick reposition out of Ritual. With all those eliminations going their way, it felt comfortable for Cole to spawn up, get in position to try to turn the tides back.
Snipes coming through. Romero unable to connect, though. Already 52, 53 points just from the first keyhold here on to Exet. This is exactly what they need to close it out.
You can see they instantly push forward. They know exactly where Dragons is at. They push forward. They take the fight to them, which means it's not going to get close to Ritual. And even when it does, he lines up some shots like that.
Whoa.
Quickly shields him, forcing him back. Lua even just dropped down to just a sliver of HP. Multiple players just failing to rise to the occasion, but unfortunately enough, the only elim is going to be on Ritual. So for a quick moment, Exet will not be gaining any time.
Looking to see if an angle can be found. Randu holding on to the key, looking to make the comeback happen. Unfortunately, Cold is not going to let that one slide. 28 eliminations, trying to break his record of the day from Capture the Flag. It was at 35, and it looks like shortly he might be able to pass that.
35 of 24. Cold is just putting up numbers, and you can see why he's a must grab for the Exet roster. Dragon grabbing some time. Bubble shield going down. They're trying to protect themselves. But Muzz goes in, gets the quick elimination. Nice snipe onto Cold, but wasn't able to save his teammate. Now Romero's in trouble. Cold turns, burns, takes him down. The key is back in the inventory of Exet as he's up to 30 eliminations.
Dragons now getting a bit split up here. They're going to have a full regroup as Lua does a great job to take out Cold. Rest of the Exet roster is low, but Lua is waiting for his team to get back and close as Romero hits a huge slide snipe, but Cold is going to finish the job.
Yeah, see, Dragons versus Exet. Dragons is doing a good job of putting up fights in these individual battles, but Exet is trying to make sure they're doing their best that none of these battles are actual individual battles. They always have help around every corner. Ritual knows one side's being watched, quickly turns around, sees the whole army just trying to bull rush him in. He goes down, but the rest of Exet is there to ease the tide and keep the P under their control.
35 for Cold, looking like a stomp currently in this potential last match of Keeper, as Muzz now is going to be the one that's picked up the key, kind of trying to play angles here as he has the right hand peek. Going to take out iTroll, but he is a little low now.
Just having a little fun right now. Just have a little fun. His teammates are doing all the work. There's not much for him to do except to dance, celebrate. I was going to say it might be a little bit too early, but 5 seconds left on the clock. Nobody from Dragons is even in earshot. Muzz will make sure to reach 150, and with that, Exet will close out the series 3-0.
Great way to finish it off, but you can see, although they did win, in the back of their head, they're kind of thinking, you know, that was quite close. They were expecting a domination from this first match against Dragons, and just a 4-point difference in hard point, capture the flag, almost ending in a tiebreaker, to now them stomping in the Keeper game mode. I don't know what's in the back of the mind, but they got to lock in for the next matches of the day.
Yeah, on the side of Exet, they probably realized, hey, in the beginning of the first 2 maps, it was way closer than anyone would have thought going into this series, but it just goes to show you might be an underdog, but you could still have that chance to win. Even glimpses of this Keeper where they fell 2-0 in total round count, they were still having shines of hope. It's just the teamwork, the strategy from Exet, the chemistry was just too much to overcome from Dragons.
Look, I hope Dragons feel good, though. Going into the day, they were the underdogs. The predictions were all onto Exet, and they put on a performance to say, hey, put some respect on our name, coming from Latin America, representing Argentina. I'm excited to see how they're able to play the rest of the matches today, because if they had this good of a performance against Exet, I don't know, Jacob, I wouldn't be surprised if we see them continuing to play it out.
Yeah, and they definitely have a good shot. They're going to drop to the lower of group stages, so they still have a chance to make it to that playoff stage. But if you continue to just look at Exet, just the domination, Cold picking up all those eliminations, Muzz having a much better game from that slow start in game number 1. Everybody really firing on full cylinders. And I think on this series, the map number 3, we saw the actual full potential of how we know Exet can play in these series.
It's what you love to see. That was match 1 of the day, Exet versus Dragons. The North American team Exet was able to take it home. But the job is not finished for any of the teams today. It is a double elimination bracket. So even though you don't end up winning your first match, you still have more opportunities to continue forward, Jacob.
Yeah, and inside of Exet, I think this is a great wake-up call for them, because they will be going against Team Falcons in the upper bracket of the group stages to try to get out with that number 1 seed. And for them, they realized, they knew it probably as they were playing, hey, this is not how we normally play. This is not how we practice. We need to be able to pick up the pace, whether if it's here in this series to close it out or in the next series that's going to be the most important match of their tournament so far.
Yeah, looking at the scoreboard as well, Cold with 37 eliminations. He had 35 in the first match. Second match, he got 24. And in the last match, he had 37 eliminations. I'm not going to do the quick math, but he led the pack for sure in terms of any player throughout that match.
I believe that's close to 100 eliminations in those 3 maps. Like, I try to do quick maps, but that's how quick Cold is to attack. 5,000 damage in each and every one of his matches, even reaching 6,000 on this map number 3. And you're really going to see why Exet picked up Cold, why they added him to the roster so late. And you got to think, you know, adding somebody to the roster, do you mess with the chemistry? Do you mess with the strats? For someone like Cold, it was a must, and we're seeing why the dynamic duo between him and Muzz really has the potential to take over each and every one of these games.
it's also the kind of homework they put in leading up to this, right? I know Muzz was talking about it, not only studying for the strategies, working on the chemistry within the roster, but also seeing what kind of your opponent's tendencies are, how they like to play certain game modes, and how you can kind of counter that and adapt to those different styles of play. And Exet did a great job of it, so we'll have to see if they kind of can continue with that momentum moving forwards.
So that's going to be a big one for them. And just kind of looking at both of these rosters, like, would you have an MVP in mind? Who would you say gets that gold star to start the day?
Look, MVP, I'm going to give one for each team, right? MVP for Dragons, I'd say was Randu. But MVP for Exet was definitely Cold. Like, I can kind of feel something, Jacob. I feel like a bit of aura or something in the environment here. I think we actually have an interview lined up with one of our players from Exet, and I believe it's gonna be Cold. Jacob, Cold, can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's up?
How you doing? Look, Cold, I'm gonna start it off. Game 1, capture the flag. When you were pushing with that flag in the last moment, I don't know how you did it. You didn't have the HP advantage. You didn't have the positioning advantage, but you were still able to pick up that elimination and bring the flag to your team. Tell me how that felt, how you did it. How is it playing in person?
I mean, playing in person is a crazy experience. Like always, just the LAN tournaments, nothing matches the vibes. But the feeling of clutching that was also insane. It was, honestly, I didn't expect it to happen. I thought I was dead. Like in the comms, I was saying, oh, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. But I guess, I don't know, something just kicked in and I don't know.
So I got to go ahead and ask you, with Exet start here, you are probably the MVP of the series. What went into your decision to choosing Exet, because you were probably the hottest free agent on the market?
I know that they had a lot of passion for the game mode other than other teams. Like for Man City Esports, when I was on the team with them, we weren't really like grinding the game mode much. We were kind of just like, whatever. Like we'll play if we qual, we qual. If we don't, we don't. But with Exet, I saw like their passion in all the tournaments in the past, and I don't know, it just caught my attention.
That's what I love to see. You had 35 eliminations, 37 eliminations, I believe like 24 in the second match. You were dominating, but the first and second games were pretty close. Were they closer than you expected?
Yeah,
and
100%.
If so, kind of, yeah, what are you going to do moving forward for the next matches?
I kind of think that we just weren't prepared for their playstyle. Their playstyle was a lot different than most teams that we scrimmed. So it was definitely like a surprise, but we kind of just learned a little bit. But the first two maps definitely did start off really slow. We weren't confident, really. We're kind of confused. Like we didn't know what they were doing. But we kind of talked in between the games. We were hyping each other up, you know, trying to get each other in that mood and that flow mon state. So I think it worked by the mat 3.
I love it. I love it. Now that you got the jitters off, your next matchup is going to be against Team Falcons for the #1 seed in your pool. What are your thoughts about that matchup? Is there any switch-ups? What's going through Cold's mind right now?
I think it's going to be a really, really good match. Hopefully, you know, we could pull through, get the little 3-0, just like we did just now. But I think it'll be a really good and intense match.
That's what I love to hear. Are there any players on the Falcon roster that you're kind of looking out for?
Definitely Chico. I've heard a lot about Chico, but I've never seen him play. So I just want to see it for myself, you know.
That's what I love to hear. Okay, before I let you go, Cold, is there anything you want to shout out, socials, anything at all?
Shout out my team, Exet.
That's what I love to see. Shouting out the team player. Thank you so much, Cold. Good luck in your next match against Falcons. That's going to be an intense one, Jacob. I don't know who's going to end up closing it out. It almost feels like a basically grand finals match that we're seeing so early into this competition.
I feel like I've seen this before. It's almost like a rerun. This literally dream hack through the group stages, the Switch stages. It was Exet versus Team Falcons. Almost a preview of what they thought was going to be the grand finals. And this is a chance for Exet to kind of rewrite history of how that matchup went down at DreamHack here this weekend at the Esports World Cup.
I'm excited. I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun to see who ends up closing it out, but also it's going to be a good opportunity for both rosters to kind of see how their opponent's playstyle actually is, right? Because one thing is playing against them in scrims, playing against them in the online qualifiers, but when you're here at the Esports World Cup fighting out for $1 million, that's when all the strats, all the homework that has been put into play leading up to this event, you know, gets shown. So whoever is able to take it home is definitely going to be deserving of it. But before we do that, we are going to head to a quick break, and when we're back, we'll continue with all the action, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite. If you guys missed that first match between Dragon and Exet, it was a great match, and don't let that 3-0 score line fool you. I'm one of your casters, Jacob PR, joined with Takada, and we got another amazing match coming up here.
Yeah, I'm excited. It's going to be GG up against ULA. If you're not familiar with these duos, it's going to be one of the top European teams that did qualify through the online qualifier without dropping a single map. Not match, Jacob, map. They didn't lose one map throughout the online qualifiers, and they're going to be up against ULA. ULA's roster has a bit of a quick last-minute change as well into it, which is going to be for Hod, who was originally playing on a different roster, but last-minute swapped in, kind of like what we saw with Cold on Exet. Any predictions you got, Jacob?
I mean, going into this one, I think it might be just a little bit closer than that last series, which is surprisingly that it was that close, especially the first two maps between Exet and Dragons. I think this one is going to go in favor of GG overall. but I also wouldn't be too surprised if there was an upset that did go down. But I'm thinking 3-1, 3-2 at the worst in favor of GG. They have the experience, they have the firepower, and they have some of the best practice going up against teams like Falcons, KC, and Heroic that are in their region.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about close matches. Even though the Exet match was a 3-0, it didn't feel like a 3-0 with how close those maps were. So I'd hope to see something similar here. GG's roster is kind of scary, to be honest. They've got FNCS champions on their roster. They've got extremely experienced competitors from the European region. You can take a look at them here. It is going to be Howley, Nefrizzi, Syned, and Vanya. Anyone standing now to you, Jacob?
I mean, probably the guy that had the Axe of Champions just out of Major 2, Vanya. He's one of those players that can take over a game. And the way he does it, it's not going to be straight eliminations every single time. He has a brain for strategy. He likes to move around the map and kind of use every single nook and cranny and crevice to his advantage as a team. And then the rest of the guys on that roster, they have so much firepower. When they get rolling, it's going to be like an avalanche. Very few teams will be hard to stop them. So it's almost like that same key to victory from Dragons and Exet. You have to win these early games. You got to win these early fights against this team. Start to have them second guess themselves, because once they're confident, they're going to be hard to stop.
Yeah, Vanya is going to be the marksman. So just like we saw in the previous match, it's going to be the player that has that sniper rifle, looking to connect those big shots, find those angles. Syned's going to play Phil. Nefrizzi's going to play engineer, so he's going to get that utility, that shield bubble, that thunderburst SMG. And Howley will be the juggernaut, like we saw Cold play in the most recent match, that takes less damage overall as those sticky grenades and is kind of like the tank of the roster. So I'm excited to see how they are able to play it out and if they'll continue their momentum from the EU Online qualifiers, not dropping a single map. Will they be able to not drop a map here? Looking at the other roster from ULA, it is going to be Adapter, Hero, Farhad, and Mansur. Jacob, any big names? I mean, I had my eyes on Farhad.
Say that the marksman role is probably one of the most important roles.
Marksman is crucial, especially if you're able to connect your shots. But it's a team effort, just like Cold said. It is all about that chemistry. So I'm also curious to see if they've been able to adapt on how they're actually kind of like going to be able to play together because of that recent roster change. Farhad wasn't the original member of this team, so now him playing alongside them, is he going to make the same thing happen as we saw with Cold being the MVP, securing the most eliminations throughout the match? Or is it going to be a little bit difficult having to play with a new roster that you might not be as used to? I mean, the good news is they've had a lot of time to practice and put in that homework to make something happen. So we'll see if they're going to be able to do a good job up against the Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those tests that if they can start out of the gates early against Gaming Gladiators, ULA can start to build that confidence and show, hey, maybe some of these regions that aren't NA and EU, that don't get looked out as the two powerhouse regions of Fortnite, can finally put their name on the map. We've seen it in the Global Championship where that team got into the top 10. They impressed almost every single person in the arena and at home. And this is going to be another one of those opportunities to do it again here. These next couple days are going to be a hard-fought weekend to crown yourself the Esports World Cup champion. And it starts today in these group stages.
And it already started in the previous match. I mean, the Latin American team Dragons was incredibly close to taking out Exet. So will now a Middle East team be able to take out one of the top European teams? I'm going to be excited to see if that happens. But I also want to know how you feel, everybody watching, because we are now going to go into the STC predictions of the day for this match. So let us know who you think is going to take home this match. Put in your predictions. You can see how to do it in the chat. Do you think the Gaming Gladiators are going to win, or will ULA take it home?
I feel like I told my prediction to you. I said it was going to be Gaming Gladiators 3-1, 3-2 at the worst. What does Takata think? Do you think these teams that have what it takes to go up against NA versus EU?
Look, I want to see an underdog take it home. We were close with the Latin American squad, but I think the Middle East one can do it. Farhad is going to be one of the most popular players in Middle East as well. He's kind of like the cold of Middle East. I might be getting mistaken here. I'm not as familiar with Middle East as some of these players, but that's kind of how I see it. So I'd love to see if he's going to be able to pop off and show why he has the respect he does.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see like how this map cycle is going to play out overall, because in that last one we saw kind of the standard. We saw capture the flag on Shallot, then we saw hardpoint on Panther, and then keeper on Taverna Voni. So this is going to be interesting to see if finally maybe we get some switch ups, capture the flag on Panther first, and then maybe a hardpoint on Shallot, or maybe there's even a chance that we could see back-to-back maps just in 2 different modes right out of the gate. So to me, that's one of the things that I think a lot of these teams need to start kind of preparing. Maybe you didn't start in the group stage already, but now throughout the day, goes on today, tomorrow, and then the rest of the weekend, maybe you could start use the picks and the cycle, the way it kind of plays out to your advantage if you can.
Yeah, in terms of game modes, it is always going to be capture the flag, start it off into hardpoint, into keeper. But what can change are those maps, because you have Shallot and Panther that have either hardpoint or capture the flag. They can play either or, but for keeper, it's only Taverna. So 1 single map for keeper, but 2 maps that can be played out for capture the flag and hardpoint. We started on Shallot for the Exet versus Dragons match. So like you said, Jacob, maybe we'll get a Panther this time around, mix it up a little bit, or vice versa on the hardpoint. But either way, I'm looking to see how much prep these rosters have put in.
Yeah, and on the respective maps, from what we've seen, at least on the capture the flag, because we've only seen one so far on Shallot, that we saw both teams kind of mirror each other in different strategies, to where Exet, they played heavy on the rock side. They had Ritual, which is their marksman, sit in the house, watch the center of the map, and then Edgy kind of playing towards those long tunnels by himself as an anchor. And then it was kind of flipped on the other side. 2 people going through the tunnels, 2 people taking the crate side of the map, 1 person anchoring this back rock area. So there's a lot of different strategies. Getting aggressive was what worked for Exet in overtime, though. So I want to see one of these teams, any one of these teams, trying to take that overtime strategy that Exet used and put it in regulations, whether it's the first round or the second round. Get that flag capture early and put the pressure on their opponents, because as we talked about, the tiebreaker scenario, if it does go to overtime, it favors whoever captured the first flag overall.
Yeah, I mean, one thing is putting in the homework leading up to these initial matches the first day of the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite, but the other step is putting in the homework after this day concludes, right? Seeing how your potential competitors played in the first day, what some of their strategies were, and how you can kind of counter them if you are going to go against them in the upcoming matches. So I'm sure a lot of these teams that have been kind of waiting to get their first match have been scouting out their rivals, seeing how they're playing, seeing what they tend to do. Is it more aggression? Is it more anchoring, slow kind of plays, looking for those angles? And we'll kind of have to see if they're able to put that into play for their own game plan.
Yeah, and you kind of look at some of the other players and teams that are in their group overall. You have Exceed playing against Power on the mainstream, and Exceed is one of those rosters to where, just like Exet, they were known as one of the best NA teams coming into this. They didn't make too many changes going down, so they're going to have to be the other competition. So whoever wins this will go against the winner of Exceed and Power. Whoever loses this will drop down into an elimination match in group stages. So no matter what happens here, if you end up losing this match, you got to figure out a way to stay mentally tough, have that endurance, have that stamina, and be able to bounce back with not a lot of time between matches.
Yeah, like if you're Dragons, for example, that just lost their first match, it wasn't a hard loss, and it was against one of the better, or one of the best, I'd say, rosters going into today. So they can't really feel too bad about how they performed. But now the next match that they have to play in, that is that kind of eliminatory match. They do have to be a bit more cautious and confident going into that one. So you kind of have a bit less pressure when you know you're not going to get fully eliminated if you do end up losing. Yeah. So we'll see if that kind of has an effect on the players here.
Yeah, just kind of looking at, the whole roster loadout, who is playing what role for the roster. Hero is going to be the engineer, Fahad the juggernaut, Adapter the marksman, and Mansoor is kind of playing that fill. We didn't really see it a lot come into play in our last matchup, but depending on if you're playing capture the flag, depending on if you're playing hardpoint or even keeper, because of the different roles and loadouts that you do get, we do have some teams that have a designated fill player that can kind of be a little flexible. fill in what the team needs in each one of those game modes. Is it extra speed? Is it those slap splashes? Is it an extra EMP or maybe something in your loadout? On the other side of things though, GG, very, very similar. Sined is going to be playing that fill role. Nefrizzi is the engineer. Vanya is going to be the marksman, and Howley being the juggernaut. With these players and in these roles, is there any one player from each team that you're looking at to shine more than anybody else?
For ULA, I'm looking at Farhad on Juggernaut because it reminds me of what we saw on Exet. Cold coming in last minute to a new roster, just like Farhad did, and both players being on Juggernaut. Cold just came from being the unofficial MVP of the match, so will Farhad be able to live up to that on ULA and be the MVP is kind of what I'm looking out for. In terms of GG, I want to see how Vanya plays as marksman. Can he hit his snipes? Can he get those headshots?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. That's definitely an interesting one because, you know, when players are playing the normal battle royal of Fortnite, you might not necessarily have all the opportunity to kind of show your hand at the marksman. And this is a chance for them to really take over. And what we've seen so far from the marksmen today, whether it was the online qualifiers, the DreamHack closed LAN qualifiers, that those marksmen are a very heavy and pivotal role, just as much, or maybe even if not more, than those juggernauts, because they can anchor back, they can hit the shipes, which basically bring any one of those players down to just 1 HP, where just a quick cleanup from anybody else can do just that. And I've always kind of thought to myself and said, hey, if the marksman isn't hitting shots, you're more than likely not winning the matchup. So I'm gonna see if Vanya can put up those numbers as a marksman.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what Dragons were able to do. I believe it was Romero that was hitting insane snipes on the Dragons roster, and it was almost carrying them through certain sections of the match. So we'll have to see if the marksmen can live up to their name on these rosters as well. Landing the headshots is crucial, but even then we see a lot of the time just go for the body shot, couple shots with the pistol, and it's enough to quickly finish them off. But as long as you hit those shots and not completely miss is the most important part.
Yeah, and I just want to see kind of some of these strategies, because while the game mode is actually being played out and while it's going on, it's kind of hard to formulate the strategy, especially since it's constant action, you know, getting trades for your opponents, trying to even the tides, get it in your favor, play for position. What I want to see is just kind of one of these teams maybe not show their whole entire hand right out of the gates, but show that they have tricks underneath their sleeve. They're a team that you have to watch out for and put everybody on notice. So when you go back and watch these VODs after the day's over, you're studying up on these teams, figuring out how they're played. There's not one unique playstyle that sets them, so there's not one way that you can practice for. So I want to see these teams really start to throw in mixes into the game plan, whether it's strategy, overall eliminations, or what you do out of the gate.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it too. Like, is the first match of the day the one you're going to be kind of testing out these strategies and all the work you've put in beforehand, or are you going to kind of save that for later on if you're on your, you know, elimination match or maybe against one of the top tier competitors of the day? So it kind of depends on how these players have strategized themselves through the rest of the tournament. But I think we're definitely going to see strategies come out throughout the day that we have not seen before, especially from kind of some of these squads that might be coming from regions that aren't, I would say, the most popular ones in the history of Fortnite competitive. We have seen EU and NA be a bit more dominant in previous tournaments, so I'd be excited to see if maybe in Asia, Middle East, and Oceania, or even Latin America can kind of step up and make something happen.
Yeah, and to me, you know, I just want to really just kind of take note of the fact that this is not the exact same GG roster that we saw at the DreamHack qualifiers. It's a little bit of a different mix-up. We have some different players on the roster, and this is kind of like that rebirth. You know, the Phoenix rises from the ashes. So even though they didn't play against the Falcons, the Exceeds, or the Carmines or Heroics to qualify for this stage, I feel like that kind of helps them just a little bit. So this is going to be an important matchup for GG. Do you show your whole hand? Do you kind of just play very, very basic strategy and ramp things up as the day goes on? I feel like this is a chance for GG to put their name on the map as one of the best teams in EU. They have to earn that name as one of the best teams in EU, but to kind of start the day, the first glimpse that we get the chance to see, especially it being a LAN environment instead of online, this is where you really start to kind of build that momentum for the entirety of the weekend.
That's kind of what we were talking about before too, right, Jacob? Where although they did qualify through the online qualifiers without dropping a single match on Europe, talking about GG, some of the other Titan EU teams had already qualified. Falcons was already qualified. AC was already qualified. So although they did get first place, it's not like they were going against the best of the best squads that are competing here today currently. So they do have to kind of still showcase what they're made of throughout the group stage today. And if they're able to make it into playoffs, then kind of continue and see how they face up against some of the other top European squads.
Yeah, just to take a quick look, GG has beaten Guild, they beat Heretics, they beat Ninjas in Pajamas, and they beat R8 twice in their qualifier just to get here today. And on the other side of things, you know, you got Cow Gamer that did go down 3-0, Gentleman, Cow Gamer twice, then LND Esports, that's who ULA beat. 3 O's across the board, except for that grand finals where it was a 3-1. So to me, that's just, they haven't really been tested. They have not been tested at all as a full roster. We talked about even with a roster switch coming in where they're trying to bolster their roster. I feel like unless they're scrimming against, you know, the EU rosters with that ping differential just to kind of get a glimpse, a tease of what they might see here at the Esports World Cup. Otherwise, I honestly don't even know what to expect from ULA. They can surprise everybody or they could fall flat. I think there's two different versions of the roster that we can see.
I mean, what happened too with Exet that Cold was talking about while we were interviewing him is they're kind of used to scrimming against NA teams. So when they were playing against another team from a whole other region, they're like, you know, their playstyle's a little weird. What's going on here? We're not kind of used to this. And we'll see if that kind of is the same trend that we see moving forwards. This was Cold being NA versus an Latin American team. So now being a Europe versus a Middle Eastern team, we might see a repeat of what Exet fought.
Yeah, I like the way you kind of said that because it really didn't even pop into my head in that moment. You know, EU, kind of more methodical. They can brute force their way into any matchup if they have to. NA, a little different. They kind of use their mechanics, their skill to beat their opponents, and then they rely on strategy afterwards. So it's interesting to see what these other rosters will bring to the table. Is there anything throughout the weekend? Because we've seen it in competitions before where day one goes by, teams from NA and EU see these regions, whether if it's Asia, OCE, Middle East, they see something that they like, they steal it away, they incorporate it in their game plan, and that kind of makes them a better team at the end of the day. So I'm just trying to see if there's anything worth stealing from some of these rosters, or are they just going to kind of play that calm, cool, collected gameplay? They realize the situation that they're in on paper, and I'm doing, you know, air quotes because paper only means so much, that they shouldn't win this match. They could easily kind of like crumble up that paper, throw it out the window, and upset and surprise everybody today. I think there's so many different possibilities, and I think that's the beauty of the Esports World Cup.
What you love to see. The players now are on stage, getting ready, getting locked in. We do have the gaming gladiators here on the left side if you're facing straight onto it, and their opposing team ULA on the right side. So we're gonna be able to see how they're looking. I mean, they look pretty calm, to be honest. Both rosters, I think I saw a bit more nerves in the Exet versus Dragons match, but so far both teams look like they're pretty ready to get going.
Yeah, it definitely does look like they're calm, like you're saying. They're cool, they're collected. Just the last bit of conversation, just kind of little checks here. Hey, if so-and-so pushes through the pool area, we got to do this. If so-and-so pushes through the crates area, we got to do this. And those are like the very little changes and reminders that you're just making sure are cemented in your teammates' head, making sure that they are ready to be vocal in these situations, because now is not the time to kind of shut down, let those call-outs be missed, because communication is so important in these fast-paced game modes. And it's not just communication calling out. You need to make sure to prioritize what the important call outs are versus something that can maybe wait until a fight is already done on the other side of the map. And I think there's just a lot that goes into these games, into these teams, that are more than just kind of clicking and typing around.
Yeah, I remember we heard, you know, players talk about importance of impactful comms, right? Not talking too much about insignificant things and making sure that your comms are incredibly information packed to not kind of waste up potential for that communication with your team. So chemistry is kind of what comes with that, and experience as a roster is important. So seeing that, for example, ULA has a kind of player that was more recently put into the roster compared to the gaming gladiators, maybe GG does have that chemistry advantage, but will it be enough is the big question.
Yeah, that's just one of those things that we just kind of ask ourselves, because we can kind of predict we could break down the game from what we've seen so far, but just due to the lack of kind of inter-region battles that happen online from scrims and things like that, it's just kind of hard to kind of have that full deck of cards kind of fleshed out so you can see every single one that is played. So that's also the beauty of it, because then it just comes down to who prepared the best, who's able to kind of get knocked down and pick themselves back up the quickest, make those adjustments, the flexibility, things like that. I think that matters most. And I feel like with a lot of the confidence on the side of GG, it could be easy for them to lose the first map or have a lot of struggles in the first map and then kind of shut down little by little. But they do have an FNCS champion on their team. They do have what it takes in terms of experience and being able to pick themselves back up. It's just about putting it all together when it matters most.
Yeah, you talked about it. FNCS champion Vanya. His duo Swizzy is actually competing here today as well, just not on the same team. Swizzy is on Carmine Corp, and we have Vanya on Gaming Gladiators. So it'll be interesting if we see them go head to head later on, kind of the two duos clashing with different squads on this game mode. But a lot of top EU talent on GG, Sined, Nafrizi, Howley, and it looks like we actually might be getting into a different map compared to the Exet versus Dragons game. This is going to be Panther for Capture the Flag instead of Shallot. So quick little mix up that, you know what, I might be a little happy to see.
Yeah, there's a little bit more twists and turns in terms of rotations and paths that you can take on this map, and usually you do see one person kind of stagger themselves back in a different way, trying to anchor the team to make sure nobody can get a flank. But I think this is going to be a great first map for a team like ULA. That's kind of what I was saying in that last matchup, to where going against a team like GG that has their strats, they formulated everything down. You want to play some of the new maps that don't have as many repetitions on it.
And just like that, we're going to kick things off to start out the day. Hero gonna be quick to put down a shield bubble now. This is Capture the Flag, so remember last time we played Hardpoint on this map, which is a lot more aggressive. Here now it's more about angles and map control.
Now already you kind of see that map control. ULA is trying to take that early top portion of the map, grab that statue, give themselves multiple line of sights. GG trying to make a quick scramble, and a quick scope from Vanya is able to take down one, goes back to back, and an early bit of confidence starting to build up for Vanya.
Nasty shot coming through as Adapter goes down as well. And now the push is going to continue for GG, but will ULA be able to hold off as the last shield bubble comes through? Just 10 HP onto Hero, but he goes down, and Vanya already with his 6th elimination.
Yeah, we talked about probably be one of the players to watch and showing us why is Adapter scrambling around, trying to reunite with anybody that he can, but he gets taken down. It's denied entry off of that hill. Flag point, I should say, as Vanya still fighting for that center control. And this is where a lot of our marksmen will position themselves at. That sniper control, you have the elevation, the line of sight, and GG also has the first capture of the game.
That is huge from Sined, picking up that initial flag. Vanya now gonna go down, but we talked about how crucial it is to get that first flag, because if it does come to overtime in a 1-1 situation, the team that got that initial flag capture will win the overtime. It no longer matters in terms of elimination. So if ULA wants to win, they're gonna have to capture 2 separate flags.
Yeah, either one in regulation here with 3 minutes in the first round, then they have 5 more in the second as Adapter connects with another shot. And not necessarily advance on that just yet. Sined almost gets scoped out. Fahad is there on the side trying to cause some disruption, but he goes down into Frizzy. Sined gets the help that he needs to take down Adapter. Even though Hero gets that elimination, it is going to be short-lived.
Answer now. Nice little pickup onto Vanya. The sneaky angles coming through as they have the opportunity to push up a little closer, but as they find Manser, Howley now, and the rest of GG is going to have the option to aggress.
Nice clear towards the backside of that statue. Adapter can go down. Hero falls as well. Howley just dropped down to just 10 HP. He got stuck exactly, but he's staggering. He's waiting for his teammates to push up. Allows him to make a much better impact. You see the split push in. They're going to be able to secure that one with ease.
As Howley now has almost been cracked. Gets fully cracked, actually, as he's forced to disengage a little bit. Vanya has gone down right beside him. As Manser now and the rest of ULA are going to play aggressive.
Yeah, they're trying to take that whole top portion of the map, be able to take those bar steps and kind of just trickle their way in onto that flag point. Multiple members of GG are hiding around. Mansour is going to be able to catch out Howley, but he quickly backtracks. That's going to give an extra man onto the hill. Fahad is going to be able to get the flag touch. Sined is going to be able to get the trade, though. Them and Howley being able to defensively stop that one. It looked close, but it wasn't close enough.
Vanya now has secured the flag. All he needs to do is bring it back to his base. You can see making use of the slides, causing it to be more difficult for him to get shot. And ULA doing anything they can to potentially stop him, but looks like it's going to be another quick capture for the Gaming Gladiators, and they're now in the lead with 2-0.
Now ULA is doing a good job of getting these eliminations. It's after the fact that where they're falling short, but one flag is going to get out. Mansour just trying to slide his way to victory. There's not many players in his path that can stop him just yet, especially with the fresh respawn teammates right out of the gate. This does look like ULA has a chance to tie us up, but it almost looks like their flag is gone as well. A stalemate situation.
This is going to be stressful for Mansour as the push is going to come through. Sined looking for an angle, but he's going to get taken out by Hero. Both players are cracked now. Frizzy comes through. Not too calculated of a push from GG, going one at a time, as now Howley is going to get closer and closer to his side of the map.
And for you guys are wondering, you need your flag at your base if you want to capture your opponent's flags. If not, it'll be a little bit of a stalemate just like this. And this is a stalemate that's favoring GG. No time left on the clock. They need the return now. Otherwise, this half will end 2-0 with Gaming Gladiators up and with a massive lead with only 5 minutes left in the second half now.
Just like that, GG going to be starting off strong, living up to their current momentum from the EU Online qualifiers of having not lost a single map. The trend continues as now ULA has to kind of figure out what went wrong and how they can fix it for this upcoming match.
Yeah, there were small moments there for ULA where they were able to pick up eliminations. You even saw multiple times they were able to get on the flag, grab the flag. It's just the moves that they made after the fact where they fell short. GG spawning up, instantly pushing towards the center of map to cut off rotations and get those eliminations in their favor.
Take a look here at the replays of what Mansour was able to pick up, playing those angles. But yeah, second round now. Do you think they're going to be able to make the comeback?
They're going to have to make a comeback, and it's going to have to be 3 flags. 2 of them at bare minimum needs to come in this round to force overtime. As Mansour trying to push up, but he gets cut short by Howley. Even if Hero getting elimination, they know he's so far back, not able to take down Frizzy as well. So GG being stuck on their base, but it might not be the worst thing in the world because it's forcing ULA out of position.
The good part for Gaming Gladiators is they, now with that advantage, aren't forced to necessarily play as super aggressive. They just kind of have to maintain that lead they already have. But if they do end up securing those eliminations, then it can allow them to continue with that aggression. But they don't have to take risks, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, not necessarily right now. Maybe if ULA Hero can kind of put more pressure on, really kind of get them to second guess their moves. But right now, there hasn't been anything convincing, even with eliminations like that, that has turned the tides just yet, that has lost a little bit of the confidence from GG. As you see, Sined still kind of pushing up, even with him getting beamed out. Tries to throw that clinger short. That way you have to push into it, but no success there, as the rest of the members of ULA are starting to find some footing here in this matchup.
Nice little eliminations getting picked up by Hero, causing them to get closer and closer to the flag. Frizzy, though, trying to do what he can to play defensive. He picks up one, but at the same time, Mansour is going to get their flag and start pushing back to his base.
Hey, he has a clear opening. Clear opening to try to get the capture, but it all depends. The GG get the flag on out, because it'll be another one of those stalemate scenarios, but it does look like he's running it all the way in, where the only person that can stop him is Vanya. That's not going to be the case. They get their first flag capture, but it's instantly answered back. A counter cap opportunity for GG.
This could be huge for Vanya, as he's going to be able to secure the third capture. His team's doing a good job of playing defensive here, making sure the VIP is escorted right back to their base, and I don't think there's much that ULA can do here. For Hod picked up one, Mansour picked up another. This actually could be enough. Vanya's forced to play a bit safer now, as he's almost lost his whole team.
Yeah, they might even have the flag out, so GG can't even go and get this capture. Greatest situation for ULA to be in, especially since they're still chaining together. The eliminations on their side. Mansour and Hero are able to find 2. Fahad is running it all the way back. All they need is this return on the flag, and will be tied up at 2 apiece.
Tied up, but as a reminder, GG did get that initial flag capture. So it's going to be up to ULA to take the lead if we do end up getting into overtime. But the first step of that is tying it up. So being at 1-2, ULA is going to have to find a way to eliminate Vanya, eliminate these players that have the flags on the opposite side. And they're going to start with Howley.
And one's going to go in. Adapter gets down. It's really all up to Hero here. The last-ditch effort. He's able to take down Vanya. There's only so much one person could do. Sened still has that flag out, trying to move it yet again across the map. It was returned momentarily, Takata. ULA did score that flag capture. We are tied up 2-2, but it might be short-lived because Sened has open road in front of him.
They cannot let Sened get to the flag, but he is so close. It looks like the capture is going to come through, and right as they tied it up, Gaming Gladiators taking the lead once again.
1 minute left on the clock here in the second half. Big opportunity for Gaming Gladiators to shut this down, but it's a last-ditch effort for ULA. They have to force the overtime, and it starts off with that elimination there, but he instantly gets dropped off. GG still putting pressure on their side of the map to make sure nobody from ULA will survive.
Sened with a nice elimination, continuing to play defensive. We're seeing a little less aggression compared to the Exet match here. There are lower eliminations, but there are a lot more flag captures as Adapter throws his dynamite without able to hit that initial connection. Not with the first shot, but gets the second snipe. Adapter now going to use that opportunity to go on into Sened. But as he gets taken out, Sened's going to continue to move on forwards.
Yeah, it's just been a back-and-forth battle throughout the game so far. Gaming Gladiators with a big lead to start it off. ULA cut down that lead the best that they can. But with 10 seconds left, one capture to move across the map. And you see GG defensively set up to not let anybody pass. That will be it for map number 1, with Gaming Gladiators taking a 1-0 lead.
That was a great start for Gaming Gladiators, but at the last section of that capture the flag, it kind of got a bit close, Jacob. 3-2 for a duo, or not a duo, a whole squad or roster that had not dropped a single map in the online EU qualifiers. Ending at 3-2 might be a little too close for comfort. You can see the insane shots Vanya was able to pick up throughout this match.
Yeah, and it wasn't necessarily one person on the side of GG. It was kind of a full collective team effort. They made sure to drop back multiple times when ULA was putting pressure. Instead of Gaming Gladiators taking and swapping map control, they all turtled back, got the eliminations, cleared their side of the map first before they went and pushed forward. And that was one of the biggest difference makers for Gaming Gladiators. They constantly found ways to clear every member of ULA off their side of the map, which gave them more flexibility, gave them more chances to breathe and think about what they wanted to do.
That's exactly what you need, especially in game modes that require that kind of extra strategy and planning, is that time to breathe. And 3-2, it was a good way to close it out. But now at the hard point, there's a lot more aggression. There's a lot more battling for those points. So we'll see who is going to be able to kind of take the lead to start that one off. In terms of eliminations, though, Jacob, it looks like the leader of the whole match was Vanya with 20 elims. Right behind him, Nefrizzi with 19, Howley with 17, and Sened with 12. The opposing team of ULA, Hero had the lead with 17 eliminations. Mansour had 10, Adapta had 14, and Farhad had 6 eliminations.
Yeah, it just seems like kind of just looking at the stats alone, even though we did see it throughout the course of that game, it was just kind of a big elimination differential. And even in those moments where ULA was able to push up, they were able to get 2 flags. It was because they were quick to react off of their eliminations. But most of those fights, if the stats doesn't say it enough, were won by GG. Now, if they can kind of clean things up after they get their actual eliminations, be able to put more of a presence on the map much quicker, those eliminations could lead to more success, especially on those capture the flag style modes.
Yeah, but it's all about hard point. Can they take that home? I don't know. I'm trying to think now in terms of how we saw this play out. It was a lot less aggressive than match 1 with Exet versus Dragons. So I'm not sure if it's a region thing or if it was just the play style from both teams here. But going into hard point, we're going to have to see a mix up. And I'm not sure who it's going to favor, to be honest.
I mean, if GG continues to play like this, I'd be very, very elimination heavy, being able to kind of chain those eliminations late in the hills as the rotation goes off and stagger out their opponents. If they can continue to do that, it will be a GG victory. We could go up 2-0. So I'm going to need to see ULA get a little bit more aggressive, start to win a lot more of their individual battles, which will then turn into team battles overall. And that to me is going to be step one, especially on King of the Hill, where it's easy to start to get taken down and then you fall into a massive hole in terms of time.
What it's all about, keeping that momentum forward, as now the players lock into the next round, the next game for these squads, these orgs. What do you think is in their head right now, Jacob? For Gaming Gladiators, is it just keep that momentum forward, stay locked in? It was 3-2. We did a good job, but now it's a new game mode. Or on the other end of ULA, are they going to have to kind of change something up here? But I mean, seeing that it's hard point now, it's a completely different mode. So it really just depends on how they want to play it out.
Yeah, and just kind of take note that it's going to be the same exact map, just different mode. It is going to be Panther yet again. And I don't really know why you would kind of do the same map twice. Maybe it's probably the favorite map for a lot of these players, but you kind of want to give yourself a chance to breathe. I think for this hard point, it's going to be up to GG. If they could start off with the same aggression, if they could start off winning a lot of these trades, and because there's a lot more flexibility and running around as a team on this hard point, I think Gaming Gladiators are going to have a huge advantage.
Well, we'll have to find out here, as already the Gaming Gladiators are going to be taking the hard point, getting point by point. It is 250 points, but you got to be careful. As Sinet, the living time bomb, jumping right onto his opponent as Manser goes down shortly after. And Gaming Gladiators are going to be holding on for this first hard point.
And basically get full control too. They have the full statue, the elevation towards the top, the man advantage with Nefrizzi being able to take down one. Sened landing some good damage onto Adapter before they're even able to push in, which is going to slow down and stagger their push even more.
Snipe with Adapter. Can he connect them though? As Sened might ultimately go down, but he stays up with just a sliver of HP, drops the EMP as he gets dropped shortly after. Nefrizzi now gonna be the one with full HP and shield to continue with this hold. They need to take out Mansour though. Great job from Nefrizzi. Flank comes through from Farhad, but he goes down shortly after, and Adapter hits the snipe, but it's not enough.
Yeah, it just seemed like that was a team goal from ULA, but individual effort. They all got taken down one by one, allowing for GG to try to be one of the first teams on this push. But as soon as that happens, that's Fahad and his teammate instantly move in and take them out, which means they're going to get this back spawn point for ULA and a chance to tie this game up.
They need to be the aggressors here, though, as Nefrizzi's already going to take down one. But as he goes down, Howley is going to be left up for Hod, trying to hunt him around, trying to connect his shots. He does it. But will he get Sinet as well? He does, with just 9 HP. ULA continues to hold on to this hard point.
Now GG with the staggered players falling yet again. Nefrizzi's just trying to leak his way into the hill by himself, but he gets shut down. At that moment, it was less than 30 seconds before the push started. So everybody that did go down from GG will start to play for the next. It's kind of a split opposition going down, but ULA will defend this hill and try to push out. But remember, because of those early deaths by Gaming Gladiators, they're going to be the first ones on the hill and the first team with a chance to set up.
For now, ULA was able to even up the score, but like you said, the issue is Gaming Gladiators having the head start on this next hard point could be the difference that they needed, especially if they're able to pick up these eliminations through the rotates. For Hod gets hit by a snipe, now just one shot away from getting eliminated, but he gets saved, his guardian angel, as Nefrizzi now is going to continue to pick up those points.
And Nefrizzi was just sitting down saying, hey, you guys can go for the eliminations all over the map all you want. It's the score that matters, and he's locking it down. Full utility in his inventory as well. Just a second late to use it. Double bubble down. Heroes just trying to go in. A little bit of help coming out from GG. He's able to get that first elimination, but Vanya is able to hold on to the hill, keep the points accumulating for Gaming Gladiators and being the first team over 100 points.
passing triple digits. It is up to 250, so GG doing a great job to hold on. It looks like Adapter trying to find a snipe here. I think what their focus is going to have to be is that next hard point, which is exactly what Nefrizzy was focused on. Elim after Elim. Can he get Farhad as well as he drops the shield bubble? Hero sliding him out of it as he picks up one, unable to pick up two. Nefrizzy's going to close it out.
The bubbles yet again saving day, forcing ULA to take the challenge that they weren't able to meet. Even with a couple trades going in their favor, it's not enough to overcome the defense from GG, but I might have spoke too soon. Hero opens up the opportunity. ULA is circling around, but the trades, Nefrizzy just in the nick of time is able to get one. Multiple players from ULA are going to fall. Everything was looking so good until it wasn't.
Now the issue for ULA is this gap is going to keep increasing and increasing. Already 140 for Gaming Gladiators, but Hero does not want to let that one slide as he picks up one, picks up two now as Nefrizzy goes down. And this is ULA's chance to continue closing that gap.
Yeah, just a little bit of scrap time, though. For all that effort from ULA, they're not going to get much reward from it. Everybody going to have to rotate on over yet again. Howley with a big fight against Fahad. That opens up the opportunity, the mismatch in numbers, but Hero quickly evens that one up, taking down Nefrizzy.
Now the hard point has appeared. Howley trying to get closer and closer as Farhad on the flank is going to connect some shots. Gaming Gladiators are going to be the ones that still are holding on to this point, but for how long? As Mansour picks up one, Nefrizzy going to get the quick counter, and Vanya is now back in the game.
ULA does have that quick spawn, though, so they're going to be able to kind of bull rush into the hill just a little bit quicker than GG. That has to be more precise. But Vanya with the flanks able to take them down. ULA doing what they can to hold on to this hill, climb back into the game, but GG has answers for almost everything, even when things are looking good. Two more players, Sinet and Nefrizzy, are not only going to contest the hill, but keep gaining points from GG, leaving very little options for Fahad to do anything.
Farhad now almost kind of stalling here, but it's going to cause him to get split up from his team. Now it's right back to hard point one. The issue is ULA can capture it, but they just can't hold on to it for long enough. As Sined is going to be able to close out his two opponents on the point. Farhad now, though, getting his revenge and capturing the point once more. This is where ULA has to regroup and take control.
Yeah, down by just 70 points right now. They need to be perfect on at least one of these hills, and it has to be one of the next ones, as GG is doing a good job of fighting them off. 2v1, they clear out the hill yet again. They spread out to get map control. GG is looking like they're going to get the rest of this time on the hill, barring any miracles from ULA.
Vanya connecting a huge snipe. Going to continue to have that cover on his team. Once again, ULA was just not able to hold on to the point long enough. What a shot connecting from Vanya, not letting them even step close to the hard point, as Adapter now is holding off for any angle possible. Actually going to get the connection onto Vanya. Nice one on Sinet as well. Could this be enough to get the hard point?
Big eliminations when the hill's rotating over. It's mean ULA is going to have a few seconds of an advantage that's going to be short-lived. Howley's able to get down one. Sinad with a flank through the side of the hill. There's a huge mismatch because it is a 3v1. They clear out the hill yet again. They're trying to give themselves a chance, but Gaming Gladiators is already over 200 points.
Just 50 away from closing it out, as Nefrizzy now is looking to pick up Adapter before he turns around back to Farhad. The shield bubble comes to a close. Farhad tries disengaging, but being just one shot away, he is going to go down alongside Nefrizzy, as now Howley is on the point alongside Sined, taking shots onto Adapter. Gets that first elimination, unable to get the second, though.
Still fighting for the scrap times that's left. It might be scrapped for ULA, but it inches Gaming Gladiators that much closer to the victory. Only 29 seconds left. They're already spreading out, trying to take map control elsewhere because they know the hill is going to rotate here in a second.
Yeah, just 30, a bit less than 30 points left for Gaming Gladiators. ULA has to fully take control of one of these hard points if they want to end up winning. And this could be the one, as Hero's done a great job to pick up a few eliminations, but Howley is going to quickly put an end to that. Miss comms as Adapter from the flank gets taken out, and now once again, the Gaming Gladiators have control.
Even Vanya just feeling brave, trying to push him out on one side as Howley gets the elimination in towards the middle. Everybody backtrack. It's a game of push and pull, and they're doing it perfectly. And even Vanya making sure nobody sneaks behind on the other side. Howley in a 1v1 against Hero, and it is going to be game over. Gaming Gladiators are now up 2-0 with a commanding lead in this series.
There you go. A bit more smiles this time around. They took home capture the flag, but weren't too excited yet. And now once they've secured both capture the flag and hardpoint, they know that all that's left is one more win on keeper if they want to take it home. Take a look at quick replays here. I kind of like that moving time bomb onto Sined, which worked out quite well to make use of this hardpoint. But so far, Jacob, Gaming Gladiators in the clear lead.
Yeah, even though, like, again, just like the capture the flag, there's shines, there's moments for ULA in these series, but it's moments that are only lasting so long before Gaming Gladiators pulls the blanket over their heads yet again. And it's just starts with eliminations. You stalled in that replay, the first hill, Gaming Gladiators full control, not only the hill, but the top side of the map again as well. Even though it's kind of elimination, trading off between these two teams, it's what Gaming Gladiators is doing with their lives after those eliminations that matter so much more.
Yeah, they had full control basically of almost every hard point here. Although ULA was able to pick up some points every now and then, Gaming Gladiators were just one step ahead, making sure once those hard points switched, they were ready to overthrow them and not just hold on to them for a few seconds, but fully commit to a majority of the time. ULA did have a bit of difficulty kind of holding on to them, and when they were holding on to them, it was kind of the last moments of a hard point right before a switch, so it wasn't even very beneficial in the overlook.
Yeah, I like the way you said that, because I think that's one thing GG did well until they eclipsed over 200 is they watched the hill. They watched how much time was left actually on the hill, and they didn't always fight for any of that scrap time. 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 13 seconds. Maybe they had one or two players contesting it, but their overall goal at that point had changed. Play for the next hill, use the eliminations on rotation to get in position and try to lock it down. And almost every one of those hills that you saw late in the game, ULA that did actually get control over, 10 seconds, 12 seconds before they had to rotate again.
Yeah, and I mean, what's interesting as well is there was 72 total eliminations for GG, and there was about 62 for ULA. So they didn't have too much of a difference in terms of eliminations, but just the impactfulness of the elims from GG were that much greater because it was allowing them to take control of those hard points when they needed it the most, even though ULA was able to get a similar amount of elims, like you said, Jacob, like I was mentioning. They just didn't do it at the right time to get as much hardpoint as they needed.
Yeah, it's the post-elim plays that matters just as much as getting the elims off the board. You can see it's all smiles around for GG. Got to be feeling confident after a 2-0 lead. And the fashion that when they do it, we talked about a close map, 3-2 in that capture the flag. Gaming Gladiators had a lead, and it was commanding at one point before ULA had caught up. And very, very similar here in the map number 2 on the hard point. GG having a very big lead. ULA slowly but surely catching up, but it's just too little, too late. They put themselves too far in the hole that they can't climb out of. So now that we're going into map 3, it's the newer map, Keeper on Taverna. So this is going to be ULA's biggest chance to extend this series because there's not as much practice, not as much familiarity that Gaming Gladiators should have on this map.
Yeah, on the opposite end, though, when we saw Exet have kind of very close matches on Capture the Flag and Hardpoint, they completely dominated Keeper. So I'm curious to see if it's going to be as one-sided now with the Middle East versus European action going head-to-head. Have they practiced this new game mode enough to be the dominant team? Because ULA is going to need it if they want a chance at making that comeback.
I'm just kind of thinking how map 3 went in that last series. It was kind of very, very even. Dragons was able to put up an early game fight, but once a team is gotten set up, and this is where ULA is going to have to strike first, once a team gets set up, especially an elite team, they're going to be able to hold the hill. They're going to be able to stagger it out. And even when they know their keeper is going to get eliminated, they try to put it into a spot that is easily accessible after the respawn. So if they lose full control, it's not going to take them as long, or it's not going to take them as much effort to be able to break through and at least get the keeper out of their hands, let alone over on in their control.
Exactly. Preparation and positioning is key in this game mode, making sure, just like you said, you're positioned correctly to have your team kind of back you up, even if you get eliminated as the keeper. It's first to 150 points to take the map win. You get 1 point per second once you have the key and become that keeper. You do get a speed nerf, so you move a little slower. And if there's enough of a point gap, the losing team will get 2 points per second instead of 1. So we'll see how it plays out. Hopefully it's close enough that we don't have that difference in points per second, but we'll see if it's anything similar to the Exet versus Dragons match.
Yep. And just kind of see what we saw last time. It was Cold. Cold had opened up some of those rounds for Exet, so it's just one player is all it really takes. You get that first elimination. You don't necessarily have to go straight for the key. You can kind of play for position, play for more elimination, stagger them in your favor before you finally jump on out. But this is it. Map number 3, a deciding map for Gaming Gladiators, and a map that UL needs to stay alive.
Nice shots getting connected by Mansour. This is actually crucial for the team, as now they have the opportunity to hunt down Vanya, who's currently the keeper. But with those snipes coming through and the shots being connected, Vanya is just looking like a titan that cannot be taken down.
A force spree for Vanya to start the game off. 25 seconds already on the clock for Gaming Gladiators. And this is what I was warning you about. As soon as they're able to get position, it's hard to break through those walls. Even with Howley going down, he's able to chain together 2 quick eliminations yet again.
Another snipe coming through from Adapter. Now it's that opportunity to pick up the key. Gaming Gladiators were able to get 38 points, as now Adapter's team is going to have to get closer to him and become his guardian angel as he plays kind of this lower basement area of the match. But Sined going to connect crucial shots to continue with that aggression.
All 4 members from ULA just got taken out as soon as they were starting to show some life. They picked up 18 points, trying to close the lead, but now it's going to extend yet again. Vanya with the marksman. Seems like he's going to be the role player, making sure to keep the key in his inventory. Fahad trying to push up, cut off the track, but Vanya yet again winning these crucial and important fights. And they're basically sitting in the basement. These narrow corridors makes it so hard for ULA to break through.
Issue is now only 2 players kind of in this basement, as both teams have players running back in, continuing with those battles from afar. But it's on Gaming Gladiators' side, as they're already holding that coin, getting those points per second. So the longer that ULA take to get close, the worse it is for them. Good news is Hero is connecting shot after shot, and now with the opportunity to pick up that key once again, it's in ULA's hands, and they have to hold on to it for a significant amount of time if they want to come back.
Yeah, they got to match the setup that Gaming Gladiators just had. They went down, so they do have the position, but Adapter is down. And Frizzy, Vanya, Howley all picking up 3 eliminations. The 4th and the last member of ULA is going to go down to Vanya. And once again, Gaming Gladiators in the driver's seat here in round number 1.
Shots getting connected by Hero, though, once again, with the option to potentially get this key back. An all-out brawl, chaos in the center of the map, as Adapter has picked up that key. Once again, same position of the map, holding those corners with now a bit more time to breathe.
Just over 50 seconds for Gaming Gladiators. UL needs 100+ points. Doesn't have to necessarily be uncontested, but Howley and Frizzy, they cut him off on both sides. They get the key underneath their control yet again. Sined is making sure to stay outward. They have to deal with him first. EMP to try to cut off the tracks. He's going to go down, but the damage has been felt. It is going to be a trade. 3v3 still on the map. ULA finding a way to put pressure, as Mansour is able to pick up both of those eliminations and get the key under their control once more.
It's actually getting a bit close here. Gaming Gladiators had more of a lead earlier on, so as time goes on, ULA is kind of getting a bit of a comeback, and just like that, they are going to be able to regroup. And if Mansour can kind of get protected here and his teammates continue to get elim after elim, it might be enough to tie up the points. But Adapter now is going to be the last one standing in the area. He is going to be able to take out Vanya. Hero's going to come to save the day as well, with just 7 HP left.
He's just trying to lock down this wall. They know they got the key. They try to go outward. They are getting some time, but Adapter forced to give it up. Trades it off. The relay is in, but oh, so is Sined. He picks up the elimination. Vanya going out wide. They're trying to stop him in their tracks. Fahad taking a lot of damage, but he's going to be able to be left alive to take down Sened. Trades going crazy here late in the game as ULA are figuring out a way to almost tie us up.
They were basically tied up for a second, and just like that, Vanya's gone down once again. So ULA has the key. All they need to do is hold on a little longer. It is first to 150, so it's getting extremely close now as Adapter's kind of trying to hide as much as possible as he gets hunted down. But Howley gets an elimination. Frizzy gets cracked, but ultimately is going to take out Adapter, and the key is once again put into Gaming Gladiators' hands.
Yeah, and for the first time today, ULA has a lead that's going to be short-lived because Gaming Gladiators taking it back and putting them on notice. Less than 30 seconds away, they are going to be victorious. As Sened gets one, Key gets dropped. They're just trying to scramble for it and get it underneath their control. Nobody really coming out on top because of that one, and that's going to close out the round. Gaming Gladiators will go up 1-0 in map number 3.
Jumping off the map, holding on for the last seconds. I believe it was 129 versus 122. So it was actually extremely close, even though Gaming Gladiators were the ones that were able to close it out. But quick enough, we're going to get into the second round of Keeper.
Hey, at least they're showing some life, and it kind of gives that confidence that we can win this. We just need to do that little bit more at the end. As Bubble Shield going down, EMP to break through. Fahad trying to be the driving force, but he gets run through on one side. And Frizzy gets another one. GG winning the opening battle here in round 2.
Opening battle, but ULA is going to be the one that has the key. Tables have been turned around as now it looks like ULA is going to go down. They were able to secure 20 points with the card, but Sened is going to be the keeper now.
Chance for them to kind of play catch up against ULA. One of the first times today. Montour's on the other side of that wall. Fahad's able to get 2. Both Howley and Sened get taken down, and they're trying to finish where they left off. They had a late surge in that last round to try to tie the game up. Unfortunately, they fell short to Gaming Gladiators, but there's 2 rounds, 1st to 2 overall, so this is their chance to even the score.
This is big. You could see when they kind of had that stalemate in the basement of that building, it wasn't going ULA's way, but now that they've started kind of running through the map and playing a bit more aggressive throughout the different sections of this map, it's going well for ULA. But Gaming Gladiators once again bringing the card back to this basement, back to where they were able to stay on top. Can they hold on to it though?
It's that narrow basement, the passage where Gaming Gladiators did pick up some good time before, but Sened and Howley going down, that opens up an opportunity. Vanya's going to follow. Nefrizzi down and out. 4 members of GG back on respawn, and ULA's chance to extend their lead even further.
Hero now does not have any shield, but if he can connect these shots with the Thunderburst, it could be enough. Unfortunately, Vanya is going to make his way on in, taking out Fahad, and now picking up that key once again. But the advantage is still for ULA.
They're trying to go make a quick scramble. Stop GG from getting the lead. Sened's going to fall. That's 2 straight eliminations as Howley goes down as well. Nefrizzi is down. 3 members of GG have fallen in quick succession, giving ULA another opportunity to extend the lead. These are short bursts from ULA outside of that first key grab that they've had. They just need to be able to get more and more out of it each and every single time.
Shots continuing to come through onto Nefrizzi, but Howley is going to be the one picking up those big eliminations. For Hod, going to be the one that gets taken out. 50 points onto Gaming Gladiators. The lead is at ULA with 77 as they get closer and closer to tying it up once again.
2 minutes on the clock. Gaming Gladiators does need a few more seconds to try to regain that lead back as Vanya's just trying to hold on to this key. You see him extending outwards. You even see in the mini-map the defense from GG extending outward, trying to give them more space to run away with as Hero gets sniped just a little bit. And Frizzy's going to be able to take him down, but it is going to be a trade. Trade that's short-lived as Vanya wins his trade on the other side, trying to keep the key underneath their control.
And so far doing a great job of it, as now up to 90 points, but Vanya almost slipped and fell. The good news is he caught himself, lifted himself right back up, and now they reach triple digits once again in the point range. But as the push comes through from ULA, the domination continues from Gaming Gladiators.
And this is where, with all the life ULA was showing, not only in the first round, but to start this round, they let it all go to waste with a big cleanup and catch up from Gaming Gladiators, and it happens yet again. Sinead and Frizzy, they're just targeting out players, using their numbers. Another 2v1. They're going to clean that one up. The stagger is consistently in favor of GG, and now they're rotating the key around. The spawns are in, and they're just trying to take it further and further out of reach of ULA.
Continuing to kind of gap their opponents now at 140. Hero goes down, and if Frizzy stays up, but with the pressure from Adapter, they are going to pick up the key, but for how long, as Sinead is knocking on the other end of the door. Hero needs to get this elimination for his team, but he goes down. Now, Gaming Gladiators just 5 points away. It looks like this could be enough to close it out.
Yeah, barring any miracles, that is going to be it. Gaming Gladiators shut them down 2-0 in map number 3 and sweep our second series of the day, 3-0 over ULA. And it's just seemingly NA, EU being the powerhouses already.
That's how it's been in the history of Fortnite competitive, but there's still a lot of time for these underdogs to make something happen. This is the first place qualifying EU squad. They didn't lose a single map throughout the qualifiers, but there were already a lot of the Titan European organizations qualified, so I'm curious to see how they're going to be able to perform against some of the other EU Titans throughout the day. The Falcons, the KC, Heroic, a lot of competition for these players, but starting off strong with a 3-0 against ULA is a good way to get themselves in the game.
And I'll say the same thing we said about the Exet Dragon series. Even though it was a 3-0 in terms of series count, that did not necessarily look like a 3-0. You saw Gaming Gladiators ULA last-ditch effort on the capture the flag. You saw them put up a fight on the hard point, and then again here on the keeper. In round 2, they had a lead. They just let it slip through their fingers, and that's what I kind of think about and talk about when I mention these off regions that are not NA, that are not EU, because of their lack of practice. How does their mental endurance tough out in some of these matchups that they're so close to winning, but then they fall short?
The good news is they were able to take it home here. You can see the excitement from the 3-0 as now they have to lock in for the rest of the matches. But this is a good way to start it off. On the other hand, like we said previously, great performance from ULA. They did an amazing job of kind of holding their own, especially in that keeper game mode. But it's all about adapting and seeing kind of how they're going to have to change it up now for the next team they're going against, as it is a double elimination bracket.
Yep, so that will be Gaming Gladiators advancing to the qualifying match in their group. And that's going to be a big moment right there, because that is what's going to get you that higher seed, that easier road in theory in the playoff stage.
Yeah, I mean, we had Exet now going to be going against Falcons, so that's an incredibly difficult match coming from being victors, but coming in to Gaming Gladiators now. They're going to continue on their winner's route. Will they be able to take it home, though? I'm excited to see what they can do against some of the other top EU teams, Jacob.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking at some of the stats. You know, we've had 3 straight maps. We've got some heavy hitters. You know, Vanya seeming like a driving force with that marksman. I think he's averaged at least 20 eliminations in all 3 of the maps so far. So he's being a huge anchor for the team in terms of someone they can count on, a rock that they can lean on when times get tough. And I think that's going to be the name of Vanya, playing as that marksman role. I talked about how important it actually is, and he showed up and showed out with that role.
100%. I mean, you said the importance of that role, and hitting shots is what's crucial, but Vanya is the person to make it happen. The FNCS champion of the roster. His duo Swizzy was competing, or is competing as well, but the issue is not on the same team, so they might have that duo rivalry. But we can take a look at how the predictions did turn out in terms of this match, as you know, Gaming Gladiators were the clear winners here, but it was actually not as close as well, it was actually a lot closer than I would have expected. ULA were actually at 56% in terms of audience predictions, up against GG at 44. So I mean, you could say that the underdogs might have taken it, Jacob.
Yeah, I absolutely love that, though, because it just shows that no matter what happens, they have their fans, they have their support, they have everything that they need in terms of that support from their region. So it's just great to see, no matter win or lose, they're rocking with them.
100%. It's what you love to see, but it's all about keeping that momentum forward, especially when you get taken out in the first game. You have that one last opportunity to get a comeback and make something happen. So hopefully they'll be able to get it done. But I just got word that I believe Vanya is going to be joining us for a quick interview. Vanya, how are you doing?
Hello, all good?
Yep.
That's great. I got a quick question for you, Vanya. So look, I heard some things going around online that you guys dominated the online qualifier, but some people are saying you might have a bit of difficulty when it comes to in person, when it comes to this LAN event. So how are you feeling now that you're here playing in person?
Now it's a really good experience for my teammate. We are ready to play next game versus Exet. Yeah, Exet won 3-0. So yeah, we're ready.
Okay, so you already know who you're going up against next. Is there any one player or strategy that you're looking at to kind of like expose for Exet? And this is your chance if you want to point anybody out.
We know they have Peterbot on sniper, so we will see what he gonna do. Yep, that's it.
Okay, you're going to hit your shots against Peterbot. It'll be that 1v1 marksman action. Look, I want to know, Vanya, out of the game modes, which one does your roster feel more comfortable in? Out of the capture the flag, hardpoint, and keeper?
I think our best map is CTF Panther.
Okay.
And I think second map like hardpoint Chalet. Yeah.
Okay. So you're one of the few players throughout this competition that you have a major win. You have an Axe of Champions. So with one game already done today, what would an esports World Cup championship mean to you?
It's like how can I say it? For me, it's really better because it's like exclusive. It's like name. Like, I don't know how to say it.
No.
The prestige, the exclusivity of the Esports World Cup. I understand what you mean. And hey, you could be one of the few players that can win multiple championships in different modes.
Yeah.
I mean, that's true. You already have your championship from FNCS. So now all that's left is the Esports World Cup. Before we let you go, Vanya, is there anything you want to shout out? Anyone you want to shout out or just give out some of your socials?
I'm gonna now eat, then we're gonna play, then we're gonna play again, I think tomorrow, or tomorrow we have, or maybe we can't play tomorrow if we win again Exet. So we will see. Thank you for the interview. Thank you guys for the watching. See you in next game.
Thank you so much, Vanya.
That was great.
Got the priorities straight, knows what he's going. He said, I need to get my food in, need my protein. I need to get that energy back in, fueled up, so I'm good for the upcoming matches. That's the mentality of an FNCS champion, Jacob.
He doesn't want to do any talking. He did the interview for us. You know, we asked him for a quick favor. Let's get some quick words with you. But this is showing that he is about his business. He's a guy that is just kind of ready to play the next competition. He doesn't want breaks. He probably wants to go from one match to the next, continue to stay heat up, warmed up with momentum on their side. Rightfully so. They just got a quick 3-0. But that's going to do it for me and Takata for now. We're going to take a quick break. And on the other side, we got our third match of the day.
feel honored to be here at the Esports World Cup with my team. We qualified at DreamHack Dallas. I went to the first Esports World Cup like 2 years ago with a different teammate. So it's really exciting to be back and playing again. I play with Milks, Peterbot, and Kwani. Milks plays the, Burst. He's a good Burst player. Peterbot plays Sniper. He's a really good Sniper. And Kwani plays Assault, which is like the Phil. He's more the objective, the smarter player. Everyone else on the team is better like gun skill wise. I play Juggernaut, which is like the more tanky character. So I'm just out there killing people. From going to Battle Royale to ESL was kind of an easy switch. I used to play similar games, similar to the ESL mode. So it was kind of an easy transition from Battle Royale to ESL. And like knowing Fortnite and like things I learned from the other games was pretty easy to transition into it. I'm looking forward to competing against Falcons because they beat us at DreamHack Dallas this year, the qual for Saudi. So it would be like nice to get our revenge on them. We prepared by playing scrims a lot against other qualified teams, VOD reviewing, looking at strats, coming up with strats to counter the other teams. So we've been prepared for like the last 2 months. I predict we're gonna win it all. I don't think there's any really threat to us. I think we're the best team, like no doubt. So we're gonna take it all. I appreciate everyone for supporting me all through like the 6 years I've been playing Fortnite, and everyone that just like been looking up to me. I appreciate all you guys, and I'll win it for you guys at EWC. Team Exet is ready to win it all.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite. And so far, we've had two not so close matches that ended up 3-0 for their respective winners. GG was the most recent 3-0 over ULA. Takada, what did you think of that matchup so far?
It was a good match. First and second match through that was pretty close. Keeper was the closest out of them. But the upcoming match we have right now, Jacob, we're in for a treat. We have Exet up against GG. GG were undefeated in the online European qualifiers. They got first place in the online qualifier without dropping a single map. However, their opponents, Exet, got second place in the DreamHack LAN in-person event. They've got Peterbot, arguably the best player in the world right now, back-to-back FNCS champ. Says he's taking home Esports World Cup. Says he's taking home global championships. So we'll have to see, depending on how this match plays out, if that is going to become a reality.
Yeah, Exceed, you're talking about Peterbot. He has a chance to have one of the best years in Fortnite history with a big win here at the Esports World Cup. And Exceed is one of those teams, they have taken down tough competition before. They played against Heroic and Exet, beat them both. They fell short to Falcons once before. So coming into this one, they're probably one of the best NA teams in the region, rivaling Exet. And we've already seen them and what they can accomplish.
Yeah, will they be able to do the same against the European team now is the big question. As they get ready to get into the match, we can take a quick look at how these rosters are going to play out. The Exceed roster is Quanti, Peterbot, Ocus, and Milks. Peterbot being the back-to-back FNCS champion in terms of roles here. Quanti is the Phil, Peterbot is the marksman, Ocus Juggernaut, and Milks does play engineer.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Milks because you know what Quanti has done. You just spoke about Peterbot and his accomplishments. Ocus, he's been at the big stages before. Milks is kind of one of those newcomers. He hasn't had that big limelight on him before. He hasn't had this much pressure in his life when it comes to competing. So this matchup here, this is our upper bracket qualifying match. This is going to be probably one of the biggest matches of his career up until this point. And luckily for him, he has those three experienced players on his side to kind of continue to lift him up.
Yeah, if they're able to take home the victory here, they're going to be leading out the bracket. But we take a look at Gaming Gladiators. We just saw them compete here recently. Once again, fresh out of the match. Same roster, obviously. Looking to see if they can show what EU is made of. Didn't drop a single match in the online EU qualifiers. Finished in the first place spot. They've also got an FNCS champion, Vanya, competing under their name. So we got kind of the clash of titans here. It's going to be a lot of fun.
No, it's definitely going to be a blast. And let's talk about some of the maps picks that we are going to see today. Map number 1 was picked by Exceed. Shallot, Capture the Flag. Map number 2 was picked by GG. It is going to be Panther, Hardpoint, and then Keeper, map number 3. Where it gets interesting, if needed, maps 4, maps 5 will return back to Capture the Flag on Panther. And then map 5, if we do need a tiebreaker, is going to be Hardpoint on Shallot. Looking at these maps, is there any one team that you think favors the way this cycle is being played?
Oh, look, I'm gonna have to go on Exceed, but I also want to ask everybody watching, make sure to do the STC prediction of this match. Let us know who you think is gonna get the win. Will Exceed take it home? Will GG be the ones taking the win? Put in your votes and we can get a kind of look at how the audience is feeling for this matchup. I don't know, I'm thinking that Exceed might be able to take this one. Jacob, what about you?
I'm kind of thinking the same thing. I think Exceed is going to be able to take this matchup. It's been almost all 3-0s all day long. I'm just hoping GG can put up a fight, make it a little interesting. I would be excited. I would be happy if we saw a map number 5 go down between these two teams. But I think the real defining one is the fact that it's kind of original maps. Shallot, Capture the Flag, the original one that came out, into the Hardpoint, into Keeper right after. There isn't a real twist in this cycle until maps 4 and maps 5. I'm not sure if that's going to favor or hurt GG at all, going up against Exceed that has some of the most experience, most time played together as a roster. So who knows?
Who knows? Only time will tell, but we don't have to wait too long. as we will be starting off with Capture the Flag. I want to see some insane snipes coming through. Vanya talked about it in the interview. He said the marksman that he's going up against now is Peterbot, arguably one of the most scary players to go up against. So we'll see who's able to connect more of their shots and Capture the Flag. We have seen kind of the meta adapt throughout these weeks of qualifiers and competition, where we do see a bit more sneaky plays come through. But we're getting right in to this match. Let's see what happens.
We already got a Peterbot versus Vanya. Stared down, but Milk's pushing up towards the side, drawing attention his way. You can kind of see the spread going down. Both teams playing relatively passive. Outside Milks from Exet, who's ready to extend. He has the help of Quanti there as well. This could be the first opening opportunity for Exet to get an elimination, and they do. Vanya's down, and now the tables have turned.
Push comes through from Peterbot as well, from playing marksman at the back to now the aggression. Looks like he might have a chance to take out Howley. He does. Sinet is fully cracked as well, but Vanyak has had time to respawn and get back in the game.
Yeah, both Quanti and Milks were taken out on the other side of the map. GG answering that early push pretty well. Now they have that full control over the pool, waiting for the rest of their team to push up and take that map control. Gaming Gladiators will need another round of eliminations if they want to push in and at least get a touch on that flag.
Exceed little by little making their push in, getting that aggression through as Milks and Quanti now heading right towards the flag, and Sined is forced to play it slow.
Just kind of really caught him off guard there in the first couple of seconds. Sined continuing to push forward, but Quanti's the one that does have that flag out. There will be some opposition from GG in the form of Sined to try to cut him off as Quanti goes down. A chance to get the return and a counter cap opportunity. There's very few players from Exceed on the map that can stop this.
This could be huge for Gaming Gladiators. The perfect timed eliminations might just be enough, but the snipe comes through from Peterbot, and he cancels that opportunity. A second snipe, but Nefrizzi, with just a sliver of HP, is going to get that first cap.
They were able to chain together the perfect amount of eliminations, momentum at the perfect moment, and were able to sneak past enemy lines. That gives them a huge 1-0 lead. There's still 3 minutes left in this first half, but now the pressure has been put on Exceed. They need at least one capture here to bring us to overtime, but they need 2 captures overall if they're looking to win map number 1.
You're right. It's crucial to get that first flag cap of the day because it puts you at the advantage in overtime. Howley, though, going to be able to pick up Quanti now. Milks is going to be the last one alive on this corner. A little slide push, but it's not enough as Howley picks up that elimination. 18 HP is what he's going to be left with as he continues to push around the rocks.
Exceed has done a decent job of pushing the members of Gaming Gladiators off their side of the map, even taking control of that 50-yard line, essentially. But it's being able to push past that they're finding the struggles. The defense from GG looking to be too strong. The Peterbot Vanya face-off. Vanya is a little weak, so Peterbot does have the upper hand, connects with a quick shot like that, goes back-to-back as he finally rids his side of the map of any member of GG.
Peterbot showing why so many players fear him. What a snipe through the railings, as now he's going to continue pushing on up, looking to see if he can connect one more. Quanti is already pushed up here. Vanya just on the other side of the truck is going to take out Peterbot, and now balancing it out a bit more and stopping that push from Exceed.
Yeah, Exceed coming off a 3-0 win over Power. Gaming Gladiators, you guys just saw it on this stream, a 3-0 win versus ULA. Neither one of these teams have truly been tested up until this point. I just think Gaming Gladiators are taking it one step further. A big elimination onto Quanti, opening up that whole right side of the map where you see Milks trying to anchor his team down, and that's where Vanya knows I have to make a rotation. Be somewhere else on the map because I'm not going to be able to push through these rocks.
On the mini-map, you can see Peterbot getting a huge flank, though. He might just be able to pick a player off guard here. Peterbot is going to be the one that gets caught out, though. Milks as well going to be able to get Sined, as now both sides are going to start getting pushed a bit more. Vanyak trying to play as quiet as possible. He needs to connect a big snipe, though, because he does not have any shield to work with.
Yeah, with his teammates getting taken down across the map and then getting elimination onto Peterbot, they had no choice but to turtle. They want to give themselves a team effort. Wait a few seconds, let your teammates spawn up, and then you can make plays like that. But less than 50 seconds left. Gaming Gladiators with 2 quick eliminations are trying to put themselves in position for a flag capture, but you see they're playing so careful. Quanti got one, and everybody turned around to deal with him first.
Milks now back in the game. He has respawn, trying to get revenge onto Vanya. Is going to be able to secure that alongside Okus. as now they're going to continue with the aggression. For GG, though, they're going to be on the defensive here. Shield bubble goes on the flag. Quanti gets taken out. Milks might fall here shortly after, but Okus and Peterbot are going to continue with the push. Unfortunately for them, Vanya is going to get the best of them.
Yeah, if they were able to get those eliminations, 15 seconds on the clock, that's kind of enough time, barring any mistakes on your rotation, to run that flag all the way. But with the return, the eliminations, Gaming Gladiators cement that first half victory up 1-0. Now there's 5 minutes. There is 5 minutes on the clock for Exceed to at least score a tying flag capture to bring us to overtime. Otherwise, it will be a 1-0 lead with Gaming Gladiators in the series.
Issue is, even if we get to that overtime, Jacob, Exceed is going to have to get the flag capture on top of that, because like we were mentioning earlier, for the tiebreaker, it is the first team that got that flag capture of the series. So that's Gaming Gladiators, meaning that if they end 1-1 in OT, Gaming Gladiators will take the win. So Exceed have to not only tie up 1-1, but also get another flag capture on top of that. Even if they make it to overtime, with the snipes coming through from Exceed, the stop of the push by Gaming Gladiators. Hopefully this could be enough to put them back, but with the eliminations that Vanya's getting, looks like it might just be a regroup.
That's like a no situation right there. Maybe one is okay, but you cannot let him get both of those eliminations. Now the rest of his team, where they should have lost map control, are able to gain it right back and keep the pressure on to Exceed. Milks is trying to push up towards the right side. Okus was able to get 2. There's a lot of flexibility being given to Exceed that they're instantly taking advantage of.
Milks melting one of his opponents as he continues to push on through. Saned kind of hiding by the flag here, and Nefrizzi's actually gonna be able to pick it up. Nice little sneak attack by GG. Issue is, no teammates close by, and now the pressure's on Nefrizzi.
Oh, he read that play, knew somebody was gonna hop up, catches out Quanti, spots out Mulks, another 1v1 that he is gonna win by a long shot, keeping the flag in the hands of GG. I don't see anybody from Exceed counter-capping that opportunity, so it's gonna be a 2-0 lead. Gaming Gladiators have a commanding control over map number 1.
Ended up pushing Nefrizzi one by one, causing him to just pick them off like flies, as now Okus is able to find one, but with 3 minutes and 20 seconds left, 2 captures to go for Exceed, they've got to make something happen.
Yeah, they got to start showing that they're here and that they have life on the map. Peterbot and Okus pushing up towards the center, and you can see they're crouching down. The audio visuals are on, so they want to minimize the amount of information that they are giving up, especially with Okus going down, but Peterbot gets spotted out. Everybody's position is going to be relatively known.
Nefrizzi gets cracked. Shots coming from Conti and Okus that are going to take their route towards the tunnel. Peterbot trying to get a quick scope, unable to connect it, as Milks now is going to be put into a 1 versus 1.
Big one that he's going to win, but instantly gets traded off. And that's the thing about Exceed. They're doing a good job of kind of pairing together their trades, but GG slipping behind enemy lines, getting a flag capture. They do more than just trade. They need to figure out a way to start to build that momentum on their side, and it could start here as long as they could take down Saned with ease.
Another trade comes through. Mills goes down as well. Peterbot now one of the last players standing, as Nefrizzi gets closer and closer from the push. Unable to connect the crucial snipes, though. Nefrizzi is going to get the best of Peterbot and continue his push on forwards.
Yeah, 15 eliminations so far for Nefrizzi. I think somebody that the team can count on, even in rough scenarios like that. He goes down, but at least he gets the trade, keeping it equal on the map, and continues to go in favor of Gaming Gladiators until Milks finally trying to turn the tides in his favor. But it's every single time they're answered back. Peterbot falls. There's been no amount of build-up for Exceed. It's just kind of like they're running around as solos.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators has the aggression right now as well, getting closer and closer to the point. But with that elimination from Peterbot, Milks as well holding the right-hand push, they should be able to get a little bit of time to breathe here as they continue taking out the Gaming Gladiators.
It's going to be a window of opportunity here because time is running out, and it's running out fast. 1 minute and 20 left on the clock. Exceed needs to take advantage of their position here, but Quanti gets cut short. Howley's doing a good job of staying alive. Okus is going to fall. All 3 members down and out. GG defend the turf, and they're looking for a full squad wipe as Peterbot goes down. 60 seconds on the clock. From here on out, if Exceed doesn't play perfect, it's going to be a map 1 loss.
Yeah, it's looking tragic for Exceed currently. They've just got 55 seconds to not get 1, but 2 flag captures. They cannot mess up a single push if they want to tie it up.
Yeah, they need to start at least running one of these 2 flags. Milk spawning up. Nefrizzi taking that outside. Sined chaining together 2 more eliminations. It's looking like a miracle is going to be needed on the side of Exceed if they want to be successful here in map number 1. There starts it. Milks gets 1 back-to-back. 30 seconds left. The flag has to already be out if they want to get 2.
Just 23 seconds. The clock's ticking and they're running out of time. Milks gets closer and closer. Howley, though, playing the right-hand peak. Not only with that, also the HP and shield advantage. Push comes through. Milks is going to get taken out. Sined is down as well, though. The last push attempt from Exceed.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to get in. Everybody's just getting eliminated in an upset fashion. I don't care who you ask. Map number 1 in our upper bracket qualifying match is going to go to Gaming Gladiators over North America's number 1 team, Exceed.
I'm impressed. Coming from a 3-0, both squads feeling confident going into this match, but it's gonna be the European Titans that didn't drop a single match in the EU Online qualifiers that are gonna take home, capture the flag.
Yeah, during the DreamHack qualifiers for Exceed, they lost to only 2 matches. They only lost to Falcons, though, out of those 2 matches, 0-2 in a best of 3, and then 1-3 in the eventual grand finals. And today they took on Power. They were up 3-0 to end that series, but they ended up with a wake-up call here against Gaming Gladiators, who had a very, very similar road, undefeated that you were saying in the online qualifiers, 3-0 in their first round matchup, and already putting their foot down against Exceed with a 1-0 lead.
This was Exceed's map pick as well. They did pick Shallot on capture the flag. The next pick was from Gold or Gaming Gladiators that are picking Panther for hardpoint. So I don't know, seeing that it's GG's pick now and they already started off in the lead from CTF, odds are currently in their favor.
Especially on the other side is like they got to be building up from here, start to build that momentum and the confidence in themselves and in their teammates as players. But on the other side, Exceed, this is be the first instance that they're facing all weekend long where they start to second guess, they start to doubt, they have to wonder what went wrong, because this isn't a team that they would have woken up and expected to lose map number 1 to.
You can see they're kind of thinking now, what's the game plan? What do we have to mix up, change up? It's not even close to over yet. Still so many more matches to be played out. All they have to do here is keep their head in the game, adapt, and make sure that they can keep pushing forwards.
I'm just kind of thinking about the situation. There wasn't any like monster plays coming out of Peterbot from that marksman roster of Exceed. And usually, like I'm saying, you got to be able to hit those shots. And we saw moments where he was hitting the shots, just really wasn't able to execute it and clean up every single one of those eliminations. On the same side, Okus, the Juggernaut player, a role that we've seen being a driving force almost every single matchup today so far. We kind of need to see that. We need to see it out of Exceed if they want to have some hope. And their newly found coach, they have Jaith on their side. He needs to start bending those words of wisdoms, pick the team up, figure out what's going wrong mentally, and fix it, because they need to fix it fast.
Yeah, on the other end, GG, they're locked in now. You can see the excitement. All they got to do is keep it up. Different game mode, though, different strategies, different game plans. So even though GG was able to take CTF, Hardpoint is a whole new mode. And we'll see if Exceed can kind of make the comeback that they need to continue throughout this match.
Kind of see, just kind of getting ready, picking their classes. This is going to be Panther, Hardpoint. Very, very, very simple game modes kind of are the order of these game modes that we are going down. Something that a lot of these teams should have practiced up until this point. Then obviously game number 3, that's going to be the first twist with Keeper being in that mode. Then after that, we got the rest of the cycle is going to be, if needed, map 4, CTF on Panther. And again, if needed, map 5 will close out on the Hardpoint Chalet.
As a reminder, Hardpoint is first to 250 points. There's 6 different hardpoints that appear throughout the map. First one, it's crucial to get it as quickly as possible. If you are able to dominate it, you can get a quick few points for your team. but also you want to make sure you kind of stay ahead and prepare yourself for the up and coming hard points. We saw kind of it not really play into KS7's odds, or I mean ULA. They were kind of getting knocked off in those last moments, and they just weren't able to hold on strong. But Howley is going to be able to do so with that initial elimination. Milk shortly after, though, getting on the hard point. Vanya has been completely cracked, dropped down to 21 HP. Shots connecting, but not enough to overthrow.
Yeah, keeping his head on a swivel as well. Oka's freshly respawned, goes back on that timer. Quanti goes down. GG with full map control from statue to the hill itself, taking control and getting an early 20-0 lead.
Great wait. A nice shot from Peterbot, though, shutting down Vanya. He was dominating to start this off, but quickly put to sleep as Peterbot's going to put his foot in the hard point now, and Exet is going to start getting a bit of points.
Yeah, they got to start thinking about what is next. 15 seconds left on this hill. They got to start rotating outward because that spawn point for hill number 2 is currently in favor of the Gaming Gladiators. Exceed choosing to kind of get every single second out of this hill before they finally push forward. And with those couple eliminations that they were just able to get, they have a few seconds of a mismatch where they have an advantage.
Yep, Gaming Gladiators have secured the point right off the bat. Now the push is going to come through Exceed. This is crucial for them. If they end up getting eliminated here, they're going to lose a lot of points, but Vanya's going to pick up one. Howley against Peterbot takes him out, and now the Gaming Gladiators are going to be able to secure a significant amount of points here.
That was a full-on wipe from Gaming Gladiators on the first push, but the second one might be the charm. Quality Milks being able to go behind enemy lines. Peterbot finally showing up in this hill as well, but a quick respawn from Gaming Gladiators. Howley chaining together 2 fast and quick eliminations make it 4 straight eliminations for Howley trying to defend this hill. That puts Exceed on the back foot. They're going in one by one against the numbers of GG, and this is going to be the result. They get 0 success out of it. GG gets the rest of the time on the hill and the first chance to rotate to next.
Pure chemistry from Gaming Gladiators as they continue to move to the next hard point, but Oak is picking up Vanya, dropped to 13 HP. Left-hand peek is not going to be a position you want to put yourself in. Quanti, though, is going to be the first one on this third hard point. Issue is Nefrizzi's already pushing up. EMP comes through. Quanti goes down, and Nefrizzi now continuing to stay up.
Narrowly going down there for that quick second. Vaniac seemingly by himself, especially with Sined going down, but he does have help in form of Howley. It's going to be short-lived, though. 3 members down in a quick succession, which makes Nefrizzi, which makes Sined have to slow things down. You see them trying to work toward that back spawn, spread the defense of Exceed out, and try to force them to make a mistake.
It's going to be a close one. Exceed trying to close the gap here as Vanya does go down to Peterbot. Nefrizzi now forced to find an angle on his way in, as they might just be giving this one up here and moving to the next point.
Yeah, it's just scrap time to fight for. We saw ULA in that last matchup. The times that they were winning the hills, it was just scraps that were left over. So they weren't really able to gain and keep their lead because of it. But Exceed is powering back, down 2 points on a fresh hill. They can keep control of this one. They'll be in the driver's seat, but Sined's able to chain together 3 straight eliminations. He's going to make it 4 with Peterbot falling, and now they have a chance to extend the lead over Exceed.
It was a worth it risk to move on ahead to this 4th hard point and just give those last few seconds to Exceed, as now GG has full control, but the push from Exceed comes through. Milk's trying to connect some shots. Quanti on the point already. It's all up to Howley here to see if he can close it out, but Okus looks like he's going to get the best of him.
Yeah, a much needed win right there for Exceed. But instead of just giving up scrap time, you see a few more players of GG trying to flood in the hill, contest what little time that they can. And if they win it, that's going to be a big bonus. But Exceed shuts them down. And now they have a chance to make a quick rotation across the map. But GG, Gaming Gladiators already spawning on the next hill with fresh utility because they just got put on respawn.
Looking at angles here, Sined, Howley crouched on corners, and it paid off. Peterbot, Milks both go down. Vanya with the right-hand peek as well. Quanti looking like he's the last one standing close by, and it looks like GG's going to take initial control of this 5th point.
Yeah, they're just kind of falling one by one, getting picked off. Oak is trying to lead the charge. He knows Peterbot and Quanti are on their way over, but one's quickly going to fall before he even gets a chance to contest the hill. A narrow corridor is forcing a lot of this action where GG has the upper hand, and they take down almost every single member of Exceed yet again. Peterbot's trying to make some noise on the other side. He gets the elimination, but for what? It's just scrap time led again.
The good news is now his team, they're back in business and they're already leading off with one elimination from Peterbot. So all they got to do is clean up the rest of the players. But Howley is not going to let that one happen. 17th elimination for Howley, 150 points on the hard point, and they're already looking for the next one.
All Exceed was got with scrap time, and Gaming Gladiators didn't even give them that on the hill. Another rotation coming in. Finally, Exceed showing some life. They have full mid statue control. They have the elevation, and they know exactly where the fresh respawn players at Gaming Gladiators are going to come from.
Freay now looking for an angle, trying to see if he can capture this point. Shield bubble comes through. Issue is he needs his team to come back. Quanti's already on the flank. Peterbot's got angles on him. Freay is just one shot away from getting eliminated, but can he stay up as Milks gets the push? Freay is still up somehow. Takes out Milks, takes out Okus. It's all up to Peterbot now, but he's going to take out Vanya.
They are just falling like fries. They're getting dropped one by one by one. Peterbot trying to be the sacrifice, getting Freay weak enough so Quanti can clean up that elimination. Exceed with 3 members fresh off respawn. They're going to get what little time is left on this hill, and that in turn is going to get them as close as they possibly can from gaining the lead before Gaming Gladiators get next on this rotation.
Second hardpoint appeared. Both teams already playing for it. Okus goes down though. Peterbot now, can he clutch this one up? Takes out Howley, takes out Vanya with a huge snipe, and now Exceed once again trying to close that gap.
Just about 20 seconds shy of tying this game up. Freay goes in by himself. Sined's going to fall. Vanya is taken down as well. Howley's trying to show some life. There's only so much one person could do before he falls to Peterbot all the same. And this is getting Exceed a good amount of heal time, just about a few seconds short of claiming the lead back from GG.
First to 250 as it gets closer and closer. Howley now on the push alongside Freay. They take out Okus. Peterbot still with full HP though. Gets one, looking for another. It's Sinet. He gets taken out. Misses the snipe though. So it's all up to Vanya to close it out, but he goes down.
17 Milks, almost getting 18 before falling. Freay's going to be able to clean that one up. Scrap time that Gaming Gladiators is grabbing on this hill, but you can already see overextended. Milks, Okus, they're going to be playing for that next hill and the cutoff, trying to get any eliminations on this rotation.
I was going to say this is a huge positioning for Exceed, but with Sinet and Howley already picking up 2 eliminations, now a third onto Milks, they might just be able to take this from Exceed.
And but Howley, he's trying to sneak across. His teammates are being a distraction. A lot of shots are being traded off. And now he has to wait for the green light. He does get it for a quick moment, but drop instantly to just 2 HP. Freay is trying to alleviate some of that stress, and he does so with success. Quanti's down. Howley gets traded out. Vanya and Okus both fall. Trades going back and forth, but it does look like Exceed will be the last one standing on this hill.
Once again, closing that gap, now ahead at 200 points, getting closer and closer to the Gaming Gladiators, but with another elimination coming through, Vanya pushing onto Okus here, it might be enough.
Yeah, they're trying to go ahead and get deep enough to get that spawn point to turn in their favor, but that's neither here nor there because it's all for nothing. The hill is going to rotate on over yet again. Quanti and the rest of Exceed are trying to be the first ones to rotate on over. They were able to find a few eliminations on that rotation. It's actually going to be a full-on squad wipe. Gaming Gladiators are now in danger of losing this map because Exceed is less than 30 seconds away.
Already at 225, GG at 203. Exceed, all they have to do is keep control here. Gaming Gladiators put into panic now as they're forced to do one of their last pushes here. Howley needs to connect his shots, but Peterbot gets the best of him. Is this going to be enough for Exceed?
A late game win for Exceed. They've been chaining together majority of the time in these last couple of hills, and now they're less than 5 seconds away from winning map number 2 and tying the series up, and Howley just inches short of contesting it, and Exceed will do it. Tie our series up 1-1 for the first time today.
A rough start for Exceed on hardpoint. Gaming Gladiators were in the lead for a majority of that match, but they locked in, put their heads in the game, and in the last moments, Exceed was able to come out on top with a almost 40-point lead and take home hardpoint.
Yeah, it just seemed like as that match went on, GG from having full control, working as a team, rotating as a complete unit, slowly but surely that fell apart. It almost seemed like as soon as they reached around the 200, the 180 point mark, they probably thought it was too easy. Like I talked about scrap time, it just felt like over and over and over. That's all they were getting at the end of these hills instead of preparing for next.
We can take a look at how they were able to secure these points. I mean, great job from both teams overall, going to the next hills when they needed to, playing the hill they already had captured to maximize the amount of points they could have got. But in the end, somehow Exet was just able to get the better end of the hard point there, overthrow the Gaming Gladiators, but the job is not finished. CTF was overtaken by Gaming Gladiators. Hard point now went Exet's way, but we still got a lot to go.
And Peterbot, man, there was kind of talking about him. They interviewed all the pro players. Who's the best in the game? It was like a unanimous decision that Peterbot is the best player in the game. Around 26 eliminations, 6,100 damage. The next player in the game only had 52, and it was Howley, who had 25 eliminations. So even though they were relatively even in terms of eliminations, the damage differential was huge, because even though Peterbot was putting up numbers by himself, he was getting players weak enough for his teammates to also put up some big numbers. Everybody almost about 20 eliminations each.
And that's all you got to do. That's kind of that boost of momentum, confidence that Exet needed. It was a little bit of a heartbreaking start to the capture the flag mode. They came in confident, but got taken out right off the bat. And now with that hard point win, they are back in the game. And once again, both teams are on even playing fields.
You got to see it was around like 180 to 110. Gaming Gladiators looking like they were going to kind of run away from it. But as soon as they had that much of a lead, like I said, I felt like the opposite should have happened. Instead of playing a little bit more collected, a little bit more together, burning some hill time so you could make each and every move as a team, it was the opposite. They were just kind of trickling in one by one, trying to be heroes on the hill, and all they were really getting was a little bit of scrap time, which is what helped it keep it relatively close over that 200 point mark. But up until that point, it was all Gaming Gladiators all the way, dominating on the hills, getting eliminations on rotation, and most importantly, they were one of the first ones on the next rotational hill.
Yeah, what's funny was the map that Gaming Gladiators won was Exet's pick. They picked Shallot CTF, and then when Exet picks Panther, or when Gaming Gladiators, picked Panther Hardpoint, Exet won. So currently their picks aren't exactly going their way. We have our kind of third keeper map, which is a guaranteed third map. So neither pick from either team, but after this, it's going to go right back to capture the flag, but on Panther this time. So we'll see who can get the best of it. Will Gaming Gladiators once again take home CTF? But first, we got to see how this keeper match plays out.
Yep, if you guys are watching this stream, of course you guys are watching this stream, the B stream. On the main stream, though, Exet did pull up a victory over Falcons to take first place in their pool. It's not over just yet. Falcons will still have to earn the right to make it to the playoff stage, but it's a very, very similar situation to what we're watching here, where the winner of this match will claim first place in their pool. The loser will drop down to the lower bracket side of things and continue their journey to hopefully make it out alive.
Keeper begins first to 150 points. You pick up that key, you get 1 point per second, and you get a little movement debuff, so you walk slower. It's all about keeping your teammate alive. If he picks up that key, he turns into the VIP, and you got to make sure that they do not get eliminated as the battle unfolds.
And already with some early game skirmish, trades going kind of either way from both of these teams. It's Gaming Gladiators that seem to have that early lead with the key in hand, of Frizzy rotating around. I talked about the close corridors, being able to drop some players off. In goes Peterbot, down goes the bubble shield, and down goes the Frizzy along with it.
Key now gonna get picked up by Milks, but he's incredibly low. Good news is that elimination will grant him the siphon to get right back to full HP and shield and continue their momentum going forwards. But Howley's gonna pick up Okus. Milks is incredibly low as he goes down, and once again, Gaming Gladiators have picked up that key.
They're doing a good job of kind of wolf packing together. You see there's like nobody that's fighting any one of these fights alone.
Oh.
Survive together or go down together as Okus picks up a monster triple elimination. Quanti getting 2. just trying to keep Exceed in a relatively close manner. You don't want to let your opponents run away from it and you having to climb back, spending a couple of minutes just to catch up.
Back to an even playing field here shortly, as Howley now is going to pick up that key once again. Incredibly close keeper match so far. Peterbot might get caught off guard here, has to be careful. Sined's going to pick up that elimination, as Howley now is going to continue to try and make his way towards that basement. It's a very popular part of this map. You can kind of use right-hand peeks to your favor. But Okus now is going to try and put an end to it.
Yeah, if they can get that in there, it's a very closed off part of the map, hard to break through, and that's why you're seeing them trying to keep everything that they got to get it away from that point. Exceed is going to find some success, but there's down roughly 15 points having to get back into this one. With Howley going down, you see the rest of the members of Gaming Gladiators trying to trade elsewhere on the map, give them a man advantage so that way they can try to push forward, but it's instantly shut down. Vanya's trying to do what he can, but it's just trades that are ensuing, 1 for 1 on each side.
Howley is going to get a nice little pickup to now go back the spot they wanted to stay comfortably at, but Peterbot attempting to put an end to it, unable to do so. Okus, nice shots being connected. Milk's finishing it off, and now once again Exceed has picked up the key.
How far can they continue to extend their comeback potential here? They're still down just a few points. The Gaming Gladiators trying to stop their point gang. They're on the hunt. They spot out Mulks, who does have the key. Entrances are going to be closed off on both sides. Peterbot gets taken down, and I think the tables have turned. They get the elimination, but in comes Okus, and there it goes. Okus standing tall with the help of Quanti, with the points still going in favor of Exceed.
Exceed continuing to kind of gap that lead now, as Gaming Gladiators are put into panic, forced to try and find Quanti here, but Quanti is losing his partners. Okus has gone down, Peterbot's gone down. Sned now's cracked Quanti as well as he continues to try and escape.
Yeah, you see Quanti just trying to rotate that key away from some of those closed off points, closer to his teammates off that respawn, but he gets cut short. Gaming Gladiators now rotating it towards these back rocks, these edges, where it's going to be harder and harder for the members of Exceed to go in flawlessly. Milks is trying to push up. Quanti gets taken down. Milks is able to take down the Frizzy and Sined. They stop the time from being gained off the side of Exceed.
83-92, getting closer and closer, but Exceed is still in the lead. Now they're going to have a little bit of time to continue that gap, as Okus is trying to hide here on the edge of the map. Peterbot and Milks covering him from the opposing aggressors. Nefrizzi gets taken out, but Howley and Vanyat full on pushing in. Okus makes it out though with just 8 HP. This is huge.
Yeah, whether it's inch or a mile, staying alive is staying alive, and Okus is showing what happens when you let someone like him stay alive, and that's why I said the Juggernaut role for Okus is important. You get a little bit of extra health, take a little bit of extra damage. 2v1 though, towards the outside. There's only so much he can do by himself. You see 33 seconds kind of left on the clock. It's going to be up to Gaming Gladiators to make a heroic endgame play here if they want to win, but Peterbot says no, you will be denied, and they're letting them know what they think of him.
3-piece for Pete. Great way to hopefully close this one out. 135 points currently for Exceed. Just 10 points away, but right as they get close, Quanti, can he hold on long enough? 145, 146, 4 seconds away, and it looks like the Gaming Gladiators are gonna go down. The timer ran out. Exceed is gonna take home keeper round 1.
Yeah, you can kind of see all smiles across the board for the most a lot of Exceed, saying, hey, map number 1 didn't go our way, but it just goes to show that these guys know exactly where they stand. They're not upset over 1, because at the end of the day, it takes 3 map victories to steal a series, and Exceed knows it's going to be impossible for Gaming Gladiators to do that.
Back at it again. Second round of keeper. Exceed took round 1. Now we're looking to see if Gaming Gladiators can change that around. Vanya coming with a push. 7 elims on the board as he tries to get Okus. Shots connect, but the team is there to get his back. Peterbot with the elim, as Howley now is left alone.
I think he takes himself down, just trying to scramble. Last-ditch effort. The numbers are not favoring Gaming Gladiators right now. They're getting picked off one by one. Even before the fight starts, you see him half health, which makes for an easy cleanup by Okus and for Exceed to hold on to this key.
Vanya goes down as well. Continuing to hold on to the key. All they have to do is stay up here and continue the gap. Peterbot now trying to go behind Nefrizzi. Sined has the flank. Shield double coming through, but Sined turns around, takes out Peterbot, and has the key.
See the trades continue to ensue. Some late EMPs coming in, not really able to connect. They know they have him in that building. Vanya is going to go down. Milks is holding off that angle. Quanti, he hears the help needed from Okus, but he's going to go down. The sacrifice has been made, and it's not going to be a good sacrifice for Exceed because they fall. Gaming Gladiators now have control of the key.
Once again, Gaming Gladiators seeing if they can close that gap. Peterbot gets cracked. Nefrizzi now trying to take out Okus as he just lost his duo partner. Quanti shortly behind on the flank, but Vanya doing a great job as being the guardian angel for Nefrizzi, but quickly enough, Vanya goes down, Milks goes in, but the pressure is on as Peterbot's up next, and he's going to be able to take out Nefrizzi.
He chains together too, even with 29 HP. Gets the drop on the Vanya as well. 3 straight eliminations for Peterbot. Over 20 already. And he's looking to close out this map in a 2-0 round fashion. They still got 100 points to go. Quanti's trying to lead the charge, get some damage out. He knows the rest of his team could clean these up if he does just enough damage.
Shots come through. Quanti, though, looks like he only has 78 HP, but with the Siphon coming through, Elim after Elim, he stays up, continuing to get points for his team.
Even see a switch up right here coming out of Quanti in his role for this keeper map. Trying to give that little bit extra, catch his opponents off guard, and that's something for any team watching can start to take note of as the roles switch up depending on what map, what mode you are playing at. Vanya, business as usual, doesn't have utility, but it's not going to need it to take down Mulks.
Quanti now trying to make the great escape. Was at 16 HP. Is going to be able to recuperate that right back to 100, but you have to be careful as now, as long as Quanti goes down close to his teammates, they do have the potential to pick that key right back up, which is exactly what Peterbot is going to do and continue to gap the Gaming Gladiators.
Peterbot 27 eliminations so far. You've seen a whole switch up. No marksman for Peterbot either. Callie's going to take him down though. Juggernaut have a little bit of extra life trying to use it. And they use it smoothly. 3 straight eliminations for Gaming Gladiators, trying to turn the tides in this game because Exceed has started to run away with it here in round number 2.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators have to have a huge hold here if they want to get a comeback. They're quite far behind Exceed. They cannot afford to lose these engagements. Nice shots onto Quanti, going to regroup with Nefrizzi, and this could be exactly what they needed, Jacob.
This is one of the biggest moments here because you can see just over a minute on the clock, so timing is going to be crucial. Big eliminations right there for Gaming Gladiators, inching themselves closer and closer to tying this game up, but with a couple of eliminations going in favor of Peterbot, all that momentum they were building has been cut short.
Almost at triple digits, though. If they're able to make an aggressive push here and take out both Okus and Quanti, it might just be enough to pick up that card once again. But as the clock keeps ticking, they get closer to 130. Quanti continuing with his escape. 135, 137. Is it going to be enough as the Gaming Gladiators cannot lose it?
Yeah, Quanti was just trying to cover as much distance as possible. He does have that sprint boost thanks to the infiltrator role that he switched on to. That little intricacies that separate some of the upper echelon teams from everybody else. GG still trying to climb into it late. 23 seconds left on the clock. Exceed less than 10 seconds away from winning this map, and Milks has it in his inventory. The key is there. The win is solidified. Exceed will now be up 2-1 in the overall series against their opponents.
The celebration, but the job's not finished. You said it yourself. 2-1, hardpoint and keeper has been taken by Exceed. But you know what's next, Jacob? Capture the flag. And you know who won Capture the Flag? It was the Gaming Gladiators. So they're going right back to the game mode they won to see if they can tie it up to 2-2.
And it's just interesting to see the Exceed switch up in their roles. It wasn't just Quanti. It was Quanti and Peterbot. No marksman in play for keeper on Exceed. And even though it started off just a little bit slow there in that round number 1, when they were finally able to catch fire and get the momentum on their side, they were a freight train that was hard to stop. Even with GG picking up multiple double eliminations like that, and even at times triple eliminations, but fresh off of the respawn, Exceed used their utility wisely.
Yeah, they did a phenomenal job making sure they were getting Elim after Elim. The elimination leader of that match was actually Milks and Peterbot, tied at 32 eliminations each, dominating their opponents. On the Gaming Gladiators side, the most eliminations was 27, which was Sined. And then his duo partners had 22, 23, and 15. So they did a good job staying consistent within the team, but going against the 32 from both Peterbot and Milks, it was just too much to battle against. But now it all comes down to another capture the flag match.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of see if there's going to be more switch-ups, capture the flag. We have the possibility of Quanti to remain on the Infiltrator. Peterbot more likely go back to that marksman class, and that's the one thing kind of noticing. 98 of those seconds were scored by Quanti and that Infiltrator class. He was able to get that extra sprint boost and run around just a little bit longer to not only keep the key out of the hands of Gaming Gladiators overall, but keep them on the chase. Because if you have to deal with Quanti, the 1 to 2 seconds that you have to deal with him is the 1 to 2 second differential that the remaining members of Exceed can pop up out of nowhere and continue to keep the fights in their favor.
Yeah, and Quanti did a great job holding on throughout those last seconds of the key hold. When his duo or when his squad mates went down, he was the one that was kind of able to make an escape and pick up at least 5-10 more points. Going in once again to Exceed's pick, though, it is going to be Panther, capture the flag. So will they be able to take home their pick this time around? It's all about kind of figuring out what went wrong. I remember we were looking at Okus after they ended up losing the first map. He was kind of just doing like a quick team regroup session, figuring out what went wrong, what they can kind of change up for the next capture the flag map. So hopefully they're able to apply it effectively now and take home the rest of this match.
Yeah, especially going back to the capture flag that you're talking about. It is going to be on Panther, so it's a little bit different from Charlotte, but it's still, you saw that it was Exceed on that hard point more times than not. They were just consistently able to get that map control, that top center statue that you do see there. That was kind of dominated by Peterbot and that marksman role. There were some moments there where Vanya and Gaming Gladiators were able to take control, but they weren't able to hold it for a long time. This being capture the flag, and there's going to be a lot more rotations through the center of the map than on hardpoint because you're kind of going to those corner hills. As long as Exceed could have that same type of control on the statue, it will be their game to win and their series to close out.
Yeah, but to be fair, even though Exceed did win hardpoint, they weren't in the lead to start it off. Gaming Gladiators were ahead when we kicked off the hardpoint match, and Exceed kind of made a comeback in those last moments. But it is a completely different game mode, although it is on the same exact map. So I honestly could not tell you who I think is going to take this one home, Jacob, but we're kicking things off. So let's see who's going to be able to do it.
Yeah, you mentioned that comeback. It was about like 140 to about like 20 or so unanswered points. Just an estimate, but it just goes to show how big of a differential it was for Exceed to close out this game. And now they're coming off of a map victory. Now they have the confidence to start it off, and that statue still seems to be an important focal point of this game. And Peterbot almost able to get 2, but Nefrizzi shuts him down. Gaming Gladiators with some early eliminations to gain some early control.
Aldi pushing out mid now. He hears Quanti's footsteps. He knows that there's a player close by. Instantly going to choose to crouch to not let Quanti know that he's close by. But it's all about angles here. Quanti's playing the waiting game, making sure his teammates regroup up. He knows that the opposing players are starting to push up here, and all he has to do is catch one off guard.
Yeah, you can kind of see in the mini-map just a weird spread coming out from Exceed, but Peterbot still able to find that opportunity, taking down Vanya, switching back on over the roll. Back-to-back snipes are going to be hit, and he cleans up both of those eliminations, almost getting a third on Nefrizzi. But Nefrizzi answering back with 2 quick eliminations himself. You can kind of see in the mini-map, it's still even between these two teams and their total control over the map.
Nefrizzi now continuing to make that push. Nice elim comes through from Sined. As Peterbot now is going to get cracked. Just one more shot needed to connect from Nefrizzi, but Peterbot has that sniper rifle. One headshot, even one body shot at this much HP would be all it takes. As Peterbot does not want to peek anymore.
He's daring anybody to test him. They get pushed on the other side of the map, forcing a quick scramble from Peterbot, leaving him open to a quick couple of shots. Gaming Gladiators once again advancing on towards that hill. And they got the fresh respawn players of Quanti. They're trying to go ahead and get a quick elimination, keep them in their favor, but it does look like a successful stop out of Exceed, which was scary there for those few quick seconds.
Yeah, they've had time once again to regroup and get themselves back in the game. But right as I speak, Peterbot gets taken out. Quanti's incredibly low, but so is Nefrizzi. He does not want to give up this high ground position to let them kind of walk around and sneak towards their flag. Quanti gets taken out as Sined's already started the push.
Now the double burst going out. Sined has the flag in hand, but it's going to be stopped short by Peterbot. Doesn't even let him out of their base before he stops that one. Full utility in hand and an angle right now to try to get a couple of those players of Gaming Gladiators at the very minimum distracted or weak enough for his teammates to push in.
They know that Peterbot's there, though, so if he does peek, he has that chance of getting sniped. He needs to be careful. Meanwhile, Howley is looking for him. Peterbot gets caught off now as Meelks has been cracked as well. Going to be forced to play on the defensive here to wait for his teammates to get back in the game.
All about those crucial seconds, the time. Even him staying alive is a little bit of a nuisance to the side of Gaming Gladiators, depending on where the rest of the members spawn. It does look like a good portion of Exceed does get a spawn a little bit distance away, allowing for Meelks to kind of close in, shorten that distance and try to push up. It's still about 1-to-1 in this capture the flag.
Howley now going to pick up Ocus as he continues on through, getting closer to Exceed's flag here. This could be a huge push if they're able to bring it back. Ocus now gets taken out. Meelks trying to take shots from afar, but he cannot get eliminated here. Howley and Nefrizzi looks like are gonna go down unless Sined is gonna be able to pick it up. Meelks gets eliminated. Sined now left alone as Ocus continues with the push and is gonna be able to take out Sined. Got a little close there for Exceed, but they were able to pick it back up.
Yeah, these are those close moments we were talking about and how it really pertains to that overtime scenario. If it is 0-0 when overtime ends, it's going to go to whoever has the most eliminations gathered. So far, I couldn't even really tell you who that is. It's been so back and forth.
Yeah, I'm trying to do my quick math here once again, but it's going to be impossible at this point to see who has more total eliminations. I believe that the Gaming Gladiators have been a bit more dominant in terms of just positioning overall, but this is the time where Exceed's starting to get a little bit of a push in as Peterbot continues to make his way through. Quanti following shortly behind him. Meelks gets taken out, though. Peterbot as well. And Howley, all he has to do is take out Quanti here to stop it.
Yeah, there's just so much more room for team play on these maps. There's a lot of wide open pathways that you have to go through. It does seem easy and safe sometimes, but just like Vanya just learned, it's not as safe as it looks. As the members of Exceed, they rid the members of Gaming Gladiators off their side before having to push up, and you kind of hear that little countdown timer. It's too little, too late for any team to get a capture here in the first half, so that will end tied up 0-0.
It's all about eliminations, Jacob. It's all about eliminations. They still have that other shot to get a flag capture, but if not, you got to start thinking about it. How many elims do we have? How many do they have? Do we have to focus up a bit more?
Yeah, from what I've seen so far, just both of these teams are doing a good job of getting eliminations from like the halfway point, but just like we were talking about on Chalet, is you need that another round of eliminations before you can actually move in and grab the flag, and that's where both teams, it's actually both teams that are falling short once they're basically in their opponent's red zone.
Yeah, I believe GG kind of had the height advantage. They were dominating mid a lot, but once it came to the actual push itself, they got that initial pack of eliminations, but then they ended up getting eliminated and sent right back. So unable to ever do a full push here, but now that the sides have changed up, we'll see if Exceed's going to be able to successfully make one of those pushes happen.
The firework display as Howley goes down. At least he was able to get one elimination onto Ocus. Gaming Gladiators still chaining together with eliminations in their favor. Even though it does look like their base is being threatened, it's only going to be short-lived. Sined's able to take down Peterbot, and a Frizzy spawns up just in the nick of time to get that extra angle onto Quanti. Two members of Exceed down. Not enough time for Gaming Gladiators to get the flag out, but there is more than enough time for them to get position on the map.
Yeah, eliminations traded once again as Peterbot sneaks his way back up, looking to see if he can connect a crucial snipe. As Vanya incredibly low here. 116 though, it's going to be enough for the initial push, but Peterbot's close by. Both Sined and Peterbot go down. Meelks now recuperating his HP as he tries to get out.
Kind of see this, the game is kind of slowing down right now, and rightfully so. They're just waiting for a mistake to happen, something that they can take advantage of. That's where they can kind of push full forward. A couple eliminations there as Meelks just trying to close the distance between him and his closest teammate. He's going to fall for it, but Vanya and Howley get credit for those eliminations, and now Exceed is in the danger zone. It's just, if Gaming Gladiators can play this right, get that extra round of eliminations before they grab the flag, this could be an opportune moment for them.
Quanti knows he has to be careful though. Vanya does have that sniper. All it takes is one big shot, but Quanti and Okus are going to be able to clean it up. The push came through from GG, but unable to finish it off. It's back to a regroup at mid.
Yeah, and surprisingly, with how much action that we have seen so far, it's still 0-0. Neither team able to get their flag out far enough for that capture. Howley gets one, instantly shut down. Milks was able to get two before he himself was shut down by Vanya. The trades are going back and forth, and if you're that last person to get the trade, you gotta use those split seconds that you have where your opponents are on respawn to as much advantage as you can.
Yeah, at this point, it's looking like an all-out death match. It's all up to who can get more eliminations as the clock keeps on ticking. Okus got a nice 2, but now Vanya has been cracked as well. Gets eliminated by Milks. This could open up an option for them to get closer and closer to that flag.
I like the way you talk about eliminations there, because the way this one's going, it might play a huge role in this game. It's Dynamite over the top, cracking the shields onto Peterbot, making sure he's as weak as possible before entering on over towards their flag. You see 3 members of GG just hunkered down. The rest of the map control is on over to Exceed, and that just goes to show how close this game actually is, that it's literally going to slow down.
Yeah, I believe they're kind of looking at the scoreboard right now and thinking, how many eliminations do we have? How many do they have? It could just be 1 or 2, Jacob, that's making the difference of this tiebreaker. Or maybe Exceed are in the lead, so they don't want to push anymore and are going to force the Gaming Gladiators to make that push if they want to win the tiebreaker.
Yeah, depending on how much time is left, it might just be one good push for both of these teams. And with how far Exceed is actually pushed up, even if Gaming Gladiators get the eliminations, they might have too much distance to cover. But it's really coming down to this. Who's going to make that first mistake? Okus, Milks kind of watch the center. Peterbot, Quanti, the extended sides on the outside. 3 members of GG directly on the hill. 1 more towards the outside, which is going to be Saned. He's watching that flank, watching that spawn area, making sure nobody gets past enemy lines.
Imagine both teams are tied on eliminations right now. Tied on 0-0 eliminations, and all it takes is 1 elim to decide the winner. What I do know is that a lot of the players from Gaming Gladiators are cracked, but so are the players from Exceed. It's actually quite evened up. Peterbot, Okus have no shield, and I believe it's Saned that doesn't have shield either. So it's a pretty even matchup, little bit of a lead in terms of HP for the Gaming Gladiators, but that can change quickly with just 1 elimination from Siphon.
Yeah, and you kind of talked about the missing HP, the shields. You got to think about the utility as well. A lot of those players have been up for such a long time. There's not any utility as Milks is going to go down first. Vanya go ahead and gets another shot to connect. The Frizzy gets a 3rd. So Gaming Gladiators down in the position on this map so far. Going to use those eliminations to at least get some map control.
I wish I knew how many they had, though. You can hear the clock ticking right now. It looks like it's going to end in a potential tiebreaker, and it all just depends on who got more eliminations, as Quanti is not going to be able to pick up that last elim, but neither will Saned. I don't know who took it, Jacob.
It's going straight into overtime, where this is it. The last 5 minutes to be played out in this close matchup is going to come through. And if neither team gets a flag capture in overtime, it's going to go down to who has the most eliminations. Otherwise, whoever scores first will win map number 3 and take the lead in the series.
They've got more than enough time to get another flag capture, well, to get the initial flag capture, but they don't want to make mistakes here. Both teams kind of made like an agreement to, you know what, let's just play overtime. We're close enough at this point. We don't want to do anything too risky. As now with the extra 5 minutes, they're going to have to figure out, are they going to go for that flag capture, or are they just going to continue playing aggressive?
Just like that regulation ended of the second half, it's starting off just as slow because they know it's just one mistake, one slip up could cost them everything, especially in a series that is this close. 2-1 is going to be in favor of Exceed in the overall series. They win this map. They win the pool. Gaming Gladiators will have to try again. Gaming Gladiators needs this map to force a map number 5, in which will return back to Chalet, but for Hardpoint this time around.
And Hardpoint did not go in Gaming Gladiators' favor last time around, but it will be that last opportunity if they end up taking home this CTF. Peterbot looking to see if he can connect the snipe. He knows Vanya is playing that position. Vanya going to be able to pick up Peterbot. Looks for a shot onto Meeks, but Okus is going to be covering him.
is where it's just kind of slowing down so much. Milk's just getting the confidence to push up. He does have his teammate by his side, but two members of Gaming Gladiators pairing together 2 eliminations. Down goes the bubble shield. He's trying to buy more time, but it's not going to be enough as Vanya quickly enters in, gets the elimination. They see Peterbot trying to overextend, which draws their attention towards the center of the map. They have to give up that map control on the statue for a few seconds to make this possible.
Yeah, Quanti goes down. Vanya continuing with the push now. Okus and Milk's playing defensive here, as Okus connects enough shots, but not to eliminate Sined. Vanyak now getting closer and closer to that flag. Milk's trying to play defensive here, but Vanyak needs his team to back him up.
He does have the grab. Team is there. Milks is going to go down. Quanti's getting shut down, but Peterbot with a snipe out of nowhere. They get the flag to drop Frizzy with the relay, but it gets shut down yet again. Quanti with the return, but it's Peterbot who gets credit for the save.
So close, but so far. That could have been a game-saving shot by Peterbot. Still 2 minutes and 30 seconds to be played out, as now the push is on Exceed's end.
Yeah, and the tables have turned. Now Exceed's now moving in towards the flag. They don't have the actual flag out just yet. Okus was going in for that one, trying to use the bubble shield, but he gets cut short. Milks is going to fall as well. Quanti and Peterbot, doesn't matter where they're on the map, they have to turtle back, and that is 3 players of Exceed down and out, leaving a lot of pressure on Peterbot to survive.
Trying to stay hidden, cannot let Gaming Gladiators know where he is, as he's actually kind of sneaking his way closer and closer to the flag. If Exceed's able to pick up a couple eliminations here and allow Peterbot to push for the flag. Okus got one. Vanya, though, quickly going to take out Okus. Even playing field once again.
He's crouched all the way past. Nobody really knows he's there, and there's nobody in the position. There might be Howley on that 50-yard mic that's trying to turn back as soon as the flag gets cooled, but Peterbot's waiting. He's waiting till his team picks up any bit of eliminations. Otherwise, he has to wait till Gaming Gladiators gets the flag out that he's going to play a distraction, but it's all up to this. Peterbot, with his team going down, has to make a heroic effort here.
He goes for it. Vanya's also picked up the flag on the other end. Howley has taken out Peterbot, though. This could be it for the Gaming Gladiators. 1 minute and 15 seconds left. Will they be able to bring that flag back? Shots come through. Milks gets taken out, and they are able to capture it in overtime. Gaming Gladiators once again taking home capture the flag. They can't do it on hardpoint. They can't do it on keeper, but capture the flag seems to be their mode, tying up the series at 2-2.
And while things slowed down in that last match, it was chess, not checkers at the end of the day. And Gaming Gladiators, even though it looked very, very close with Peterbot behind enemy lines, his team did not get the eliminations that he'd need, what forced him to make a desperation pull on that flag to try to keep it alive. But by that time, Gaming Gladiators had the full numbers on that side. They had full map control for an easy return on the flag and an eventual map-winning score to bring us to a tie series 2-2.
Now we will be going back to hardpoint once again on Shallot. So we'll have to see if the Gaming Gladiators can turn the tables this time around and be the victors on hardpoint. They were leading the pack starting off hardpoint here on Panther, but at the end of the match, somehow Exceed were able to get that comeback and close it out. So I'm sure we're in for a very intense match, Jacob.
You can kind of even see there was just multiple moments where it was looking good for Exceed. It was looking good. They could take control, but it was just instantly shut down time and time again. Whether if it was Sined getting 2 eliminations, whether if it was Vanya just getting a crazy snipe to try to keep them alive or keep the HP in their favor, which kind of forced the dramatic slowdown after the first half in half number 2. It started off slow, it ended up slow, and that's what happens when so much money is on the line. There's a $1 million prize pool, the Esports World Cup Championship, and I kind of predicted with money on the line, players and teams will slow down because they want to minimize the chances of them making a mistake and giving up that opportunity to our opponents to try to expose them.
$400,000 for the first place team here at the Esports World Cup. It's a big chunk of cash that all these players are competing for. But when it comes down to this, the last match of this current matchup, I don't know, Jacob, what's going through these players' heads. I know that Exceed are going to be feeling happy that they did win the most previous hardpoint match, but it wasn't necessarily a complete stomp. So they don't really have that total confidence going in to this last hardpoint match. And on the other side, Gaming Gladiators didn't end up winning it, but they did just take home, just capture the flag match. But you can see they are just completely locked in, cold-blooded right now, focused on this next match.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators, even though you got to have all the confidence to know you can end up in matches like this and end up victorious when the match is over. But on the side of Exceed, I feel like they were confident, thinking they were going to win this match with very little to no problems. And now you can kind of see that it's not all smiles on their side of things. They've been tested, and now they're going to a map number 5, just literally one loss away from going to the lower bracket in their group. Their first place spot taken away from them. And this is one of those moments to where you really have to be able to dig deep. You really have to be able to put all 4 maps aside, and it comes down to this one moment. And so for players like Quanti, Okus, Milks, who's even new, inexperienced to this type of stage, are really going to have to play to their full potential and not save any tricks for the finals, because you have to be able to make it there.
The winners of this matchup are going to be leading their bracket in the upper bracket. So it means a lot for the overall run of the tournament. And it literally all comes down to this 5th match. Hard point on Shallot. The first to 250 points. 6 total hard points throughout the map. Gaming Gladiators up against Exceed.
It's crazy that already we've seen a lot of 3-0s. We've seen 3-0s go down around the board for almost every single matchup. But this one, we're going to get our first game number 5 today, the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite. Who will continue on as number 1 in their group, Gaming Gladiators or Exceed? We're ready to find out. And already it's Exceed putting the pedal to the metal. 2 quick eliminations, which was answered back by Nafrizzi, and make it 3 as Okus went it down as well.
First bloods from Okus gonna cause them to pick up that hard point first. Now already at 20 seconds, Quanti does go down to Frizzy as well. Peterbot now hitting snipe after snipe, but is it gonna be enough? Sined gets eliminated. Howley now with just 26 HP is put in a fight against Peterbot and Milks, but they are gonna be able to close it out and take capture once again of this hard point.
Both teams spawning very close to their respective spawns. No switch up of the sides just yet. But if this one, after this next hill rotation, it does push on over towards Exceed side of the map. So I think sooner rather than later, Gaming Gladiators might be looking for a spawn switch. But since they've wasted so much time trying to keep this one relatively close, they're not going to have the advantage on this next hill rotation. That's going to go to Exceed, who are already stepping their foots in and extending their lead.
Yeah, Exceed basically gave up those last seconds just to make sure they were the first ones on this second hard point. Will it pay off? As it looks like it just might be currently. Milks with already full HP, up to almost 60 points already, as Golden Gladiators, or Gaming Gladiators, are going to continue with their next push.
And they just need another couple round of eliminations, but they got 2 players crashing in from the center. Sined versus Quanti, who changed together 2 before finally getting taken down by Nafrizzi. Peterbot turns around, help with Oakses. They're able to rid a couple players off their side, but the persistence coming out from Gaming Gladiators, even though they're getting taken down one by one, they're still having a presence on the Exceed side of the map.
Howley gets taken out. Milks continuing to show domination here on this point, and it looks like GG are going to give this one up. It's all on the third hard point. Exceed basically got every single point possible on the second hard point, already pushing them to 100 points, but now Gaming Gladiators has the opportunity to do the same.
Yeah, but they need to answer back here. They need to answer back now, because we know Exceed and their potential to come back from huge deficits, over 140 to 20 unanswered on that first hard point, and they're looking like they're continuing their momentum from that map. Already almost 100 points up over Gaming Gladiators. Peterbot's going to go down. Quanti is still making sure to get all this time accumulated. Now it's a 1v1, Howley versus Quanti. Howley takes him down, but look, there's like 30 seconds left on this hill. Exceed already got 50% of this time, so no matter what happens here, Exceed has the upper hand.
But look, if GG's able to finish off the rest of this hard point and potentially get ahead on the next one, it might just be enough, as Milks now is going to continue with that push, trying to find an angle using the shield bubble. It's Vanya, Howley, the last 2 players on that hard point, but now it looks like they're going to start playing for the next one.
Multiple entrant points for this next hill, but a lot of them are kind of close quarters. Milks is going to go through the one that's open the most, quickly takes the Frizzy down. Peterbot was traded out, but for Milks and Exceed, they're going to stay in control of this hill, keep accumulating time. And they see that Vanya's on the other side, which is going to have Quanti crash in, grab that elimination, make it back-to-back as he takes down Vanya as well. And it does look like Exceed taking the lion's share of another hill.
I love Okus's positioning here, making sure he kind of has the rear end angle onto GG here. Takes out Howley, making sure Quanti and Milks can just stay on the hard point here and dominate it while Okus takes shots from the back. Okus eventually went down, but he did his job. Already 160 points for Exceed, and they continue to rise.
Finally, Gaming Gladiators showing some life on this hill, able to get a couple of these eliminations to go their way, but all they've been rewarded is just scrap time yet again. They need to make these pushes quicker. They need to make them sooner. Otherwise, they might need to give up this hill and go for next. But on the full fresh hill, it's Exceed once again, trying to be the players that are last one standing. Peterbot falls, which makes the numbers heavily in favor of Gaming Gladiators. But Okus once again trading in favor of Exceed, trying to keep themselves within reach of that hill.
Next elimination for Okus is going to be huge for Exceed, as now they have the player advantage up against the Frizzy and Vanya. Take both of them out. Sined left alone now, just a shot away from getting eliminated. And it looks like Exceed once again is going to have pure domination on this hard point.
This will not be denied every single time. They just inch their way forward. Vanya and the rest of Gaming Gladiators able to push through those back tunnels. Peterbot gets one, trying to keep him even stuck with that one grenade, but it's just not able to really do much damage at all. Milks trade spots, and they're just getting the rest of this scrap time before they start to rotate to next. It is going to return back to the pool right where we started.
A clear advantage for Exceed. Gaming Gladiators cannot let another hard point slide if they want to end up winning this match. Milks, though, is going to put an end to that, and the Frizzy goes down as well. Milks now takes the hard point. 200 points for Exceed, 50 to go.
That's going to put Gaming Gladiators into desperation mode here shortly, knowing they have to flood into this hill, keep it contested. Otherwise, Exceed will continue to run away with it. They're trying to start with Quanti. They find success there. EMP towards the backside. Milks is going to fall as well. Okus goes down for a three-piece, looking for four. But that's not going to be enough. Peterbot gets one before finally going down. Gaming Gladiators have some control over this hill. With only 20 seconds left, they have to make sure to continue this momentum.
Taking out player after player, gets the three-piece, but now Peterbot has positioned himself up for this second hard point. All they need is one decent hard point. They're gonna let Gaming Gladiators clean this one up, but now it all comes down to the second one. Exceed, last time they had this hard point, held it for the whole duration, and all they have to do is one more time.
I was going to say they maybe have two good chances on this hill, but they get taken down before they can even have one attempt at it. And now that desperation is setting in. The Frizzy knows he has to try to contest this, get some eliminations, and that desperation is the same thing that's going to make him meet his demise. Sined moving in, Vanya trying to take that extra angle. Both of them will fall. Exceed holds on yet again, 5 seconds shy of winning the fifth and final map of this series, and they close it out. Exceed will be your #1 team out of this group.
Coming down to the last match, the fifth match, both teams coming from a 3-0. Gaming Gladiators undefeated in the online European qualifiers, up against Exceed, one of the top North American teams, second in the DreamHack Dallas LAN event. Peterbot, back-to-back FNCS champion, looking to not only take home the Esports World Cup, but also the Global Championship shortly after. Exceed are showing why they have the respect they do.
A little bit of a slow start for Exceed. They picked up the pace. They went 2-1 in the series, but it just goes to show that if they're going to have to tighten things up going into the next couple series, capture the flag is where they have found their struggles, and it's a mode that you cannot give up on. And you can see through a lot of these replays, though, Quanti, Peterbot, Milks, Okus, everybody doing their part to make sure not only to contest these hills, but get big eliminations and the bait and switches to keep their teammates alive.
Yeah, it was a close call for these capture the flags matches. I don't know quite what went wrong. You can see the emotion coming from these players, but Hardpoint, Keeper, they've got it on lockdown, and now being the leaders of the upper bracket, all they got to do is kind of figure out how they can fix those minor mistakes on CTF.
Yeah, it's just something that you didn't really expect. You didn't really expect it too much with Exceed having that chance to kind of be the #1 team in North America. They started off slow, but they finally picked up the pace, took it to a map number 5, but the map number 5 wasn't necessarily close at all. That's the Exceed I expected to show up at the start and throughout the series, but luckily enough, they showed up when it mattered for the 3 maps they won.
Yeah, taking a look at the eliminations from the last match, the score, Quanti actually led the pack with 30, or not 30, it was 23 eliminations from Ocus, 21 from Peterbot, 13 from Quanti, and then on the opposing end, Vanyak had 11, Sinet had 15, Howley had 14, and the Frizzy down with 9. So it actually wasn't too elimination heavy, this Hardpoint, especially compared to some previous ones. I know when Exet was playing, Cold had 35 eliminations on Hardpoint, so definitely a lot less this time around.
Yeah, the eliminations that Exceed was able to get, they were able to kind of properly turn that into hill time for it. Milks had 191 points on that hill, just made him feel safe. Quanti, Ocus, Peterbot, they made sure that nobody was really able to contest the hills in those big moments. And when those small times that they did lose the hills overall, it was just scrap time. They just kind of left it for GG to get while they rotated elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, they kind of lost them at the perfect times, right? It was right when the hill was going to end, so they could just kind of pre-fire the next hill, put themselves in a position where all they had to do was kind of look back and take shots at Gaming and Gladiators as they made the rotate on through. And just by that, they were able to secure a hard point, which led them to that VR. But CTF is what's holding them back, and I'm wondering why.
Yeah, it's one of those game types that I feel like, you know, if you even watch DreamHack, it just wasn't necessarily one of their better game types. It's just the teamwork, the strategy. Sometimes they just kind of get caught off guard in those little moments. So it's just one of those things that I think it differs from team to team that you're playing against.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the chat thought of everything, the STC prediction results. We can take a look here at how confident we were in Exceed taking home that match versus Gaming Gladiators. It was actually a 43% for Exceed and a 57% for Gaming Gladiators. So it was another close call in terms of the predictions. But once again, the team that had lower odds from the STC predictions did end up taking home the win.
Yeah, a little bit surprising to see kind of it weigh so heavily in favor of Gaming Gladiators, but I mean, you were talking about them undefeated throughout their qualifiers, a different roster than we saw on DreamHack, so they definitely have earned their flowers here. Even though they didn't win, they have one more chance to come out second place in Group B.
Yeah, and they were looking incredibly strong too, so I'm sure they'll do a great job of running through kind of the elimination rounds of the rest of their matches. And for Exceed, it's just about continuing that momentum forward. They had a bit of a close call here, but as long as they're able to keep their cool, they should be able to climb up to the top.
Just kind of looking at what's next. We got an MVP ready from that last match. Let's just bring him on because we got questions to ask, how it went, how he's going to perform in the future. It's the one, it's the only, it's probably the greatest player in Fortnite right now. It's Peterbot. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Sorry right there. I'm doing good. What about you, bro?
Awesome.
Yeah, I was screaming, voice crack.
Especially the way you've been playing. You know, you have right now back-to-back FNCS champion wins, top placement in every other FNCS, duo Cash Cup wins. So for the perfect season, you have the Global Championship and the Esports World Cup. What would this win mean to you?
I mean, it's just another title, you know. I mean, it'd mean a lot, you know. It's just more money in the account, to be honest. You know what I'm saying?
Just another one. One in the
literally.
bag for Peterbot.
Just another title.
Look, you're literally him right now, as Jacob was saying, back-to-back FNCS champ, but you guys dominated Hardpoint. You took home Keeper, but it looks like you had a bit of trouble on Capture the Flag. Do you kind of know what might have went wrong there and what you can change for the next matches?
I'll take the blame on that one. The first Capture the Flag, I lost a 1v1 to a guy hit for white already, so that's already on me, but I'm not gonna lie, like, they're only good at Capture the Flag. That's probably like their best game mode, and we just like weren't locked in the first one, but the second one, I mean, like, it was really close. It was 0-0 until like the end, overtime. So I'm not saying like, I don't think it's like our weak point. I'm not gonna lie. I just think like they just won. That's how it is. They just got lucky, I guess.
I like that. So going into the rest of this tournament, you're already #1 in your group. Are there any teams that you're looking out for the duration of the tournament, or any grudge matches if you're not worried about anybody?
Nah, I'm not gonna lie. There's nobody like that we can lose to. I'm not gonna lie. I think we're gonna win against everyone. I don't know who we play next. I think it's Exet or Falcons, but either way, I think we're gonna win that. And I think we're gonna win the whole thing.
Okay, that's what I like to hear. Confidence. Look, Cold was kind of popping off in his first game. He got 35 elims. Is that going to be a problem for you, Peter?
I mean, he was playing a worse team. No offense, of course, but you know, we were playing like top 4 team. I would say it's like us, Falcons, Exet, and then GG, and then I think everyone else is kind of mediocre. So I'm pretty sure that's why, to be honest.
So let us know what makes you guys so good. We know how skilled you are as an individual, but let us know about the 3 other members on your team and even the coach that you picked up.
I mean, Kwani picked up Milks at the beginning. I mean, he's an underrated, really great burst player. I mean, he has some god aim. I don't know how. I don't know what is in his fucking arms or something, but he has god aim. Okus, Okus never sells, I'm not gonna lie. Okus is always doing good. And Kwani's just IGLing perfect, and you know, that's how we got the win. And our coach, Jade, he's been helping us a lot recently. And it's definitely a reason why we got the win.
What I love to hear. You got that confidence with your team. Look, out of the 3 game modes, Keeper, CTF, Hardpoint, which one is your favorite? Which one do you think you performed the best in?
I mean, I performed the best on Hardpoint, but I like playing Burst on Keeper. I'm not gonna lie. It's like my most fun, you know what I'm saying? I'm just bursting everybody to 1 HP and just helping my team, you know what I'm saying? But Sniper, I mean, like, everyone knows I'm a GOAT sniper already, so like Burst is probably more fun for me right now because I already know I'm good at sniper.
That's awesome to see your flexibility, able to switch roles. But just in case anybody's been hiding under a rock, somewhere under an ocean, let us know who you are and where to find you to watch this greatness.
Yep, my name is Peterbot. Peterbot FN on Twitter, Peterbot on YouTube, and Peterbot on Twitch. That's it.
Thank you so much, Peterbot. Make sure you guys look him up because he's probably one of the best players in Fortnite history, and he's looking to solidify that legacy with an Esports World Cup Championship this weekend.
Yep. Thank you.
I love it. Thank you so much, Peterbot. A lot of exciting matches to be seen throughout the rest of the day. You saw the confidence from Peterbot. I remember I was seeing an interview even before these matches. He's like, okay, back-to-back FNCS wins. Now I just win a World Cup. Now I just win Global Championship. And then just like that, he's solidified his GOAT status. We've got a lot of more intense matches to be played out throughout the day, but we're going to take a short break. And when we're back, we'll be getting right back into the action. So don't go anywhere. See you soon.
I'm very happy to be in the Esports World Cup. It's my third time and I'm enjoying it every time. Playing the first 2 years with Pink and now splitting. It was fun playing, but we went our separate ways. Swissy, he's a great player. He's won some FNCS like most of my team, except me. They're all good players. They argue sometimes, but it's because they want to be better, improve the team, and yeah, it's all good. We've been switching a bit around in our specialist role, trying to get what's right, and I think we are on the right path. I think going from Battle Royale to the modes we're playing is in ESL is quite fun because it's something new and we've been playing Battle Royale for a long time. Me and my team has been preparing a lot. We've been playing scrims most of the days going up to this, and I think we're gonna do it. I look forward to compete against Exet because we haven't really played them well. We're both on 0 ping since they're NA, and Heroic and Falcons are also looking great. I think Falcons or Exet are gonna claim the championship because they're both really good teams. I want to say thank you to the fans that has been supporting us. It's been great, and thank you for the support. Let's go Carmine Co.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
And we are back for the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite, where $1 million is up for grabs this weekend. We've already seen some great matches so far, some 3-0s, and most recently a close 3-2 where Exet was able to take down Gaming Gladiators. I am Jacob PR, joined with Takada, and I gotta ask you, how are you feeling so far from some of these matchups today?
They've been extremely close. Like, even the 3-0s don't feel like 3-0s, right? We had the Exet match, and even though Exet did get a 3-0 against Dragons, it was literally like a 3. It was a 4-point difference on hard point. CTF almost came down to OT, so we've had some incredible matches, and with 3 more matches to be played out, I'm sure the trend is going to continue.
Oh, we definitely got some more exciting matchups up for grabs. We got qualifier matches to come still today, but let's get ready for our matchup that's about to be underway. We got Carmine versus another inter-region battle, which is KS7 from Middle East.
Carmine Corp, if you're not familiar with this team, Malabuka Mustache, one of the duos that are on the same roster for this tournament. We've got Swizzy. We saw Vanya play not too long ago. Basically, yeah, the last match with Gaming Gladiators. This is Vanya's duo. And then we have Anas, a Titan squad, going up against a Middle Eastern Titan squad as well. It's going to be a fun match, Jacob. EU on Middle East action. So far, EU did take home that first EU versus Middle East game, but will we see a repeat, or will we see the Middle East team come out on top this time around?
That's going to be an interesting one to kind of call. And if you kind of look at road to get here, DreamHack Dallas, KC got their spot here in the Esports World Cup, but they lost to teams like Agent. They lost to a team like Falcons in both the winners and the lower finals. And then they made a little bit of a roster change. They had Anas kind of stepping in for Swizzy at DreamHack. This time around, Anas is now a mainstay on that roster. Enter in Swizzy, Malabuka, and Mustache to kind of round it out. No Veno this time around, and it's going to be interesting because Anas is kind of playing his spot, and Swizzy is now moving in to take over that role that Veno was once using.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We'll see how it does play out. Obviously, Mustache, Malabuka, not only are Major 1 FNCS champs, Titans in the EU competitive space. We'll take a look at the whole roster here alongside Swizzy and also Anas. So I'm excited to see how they do end up playing it out. You were talking a bit about roles, Jacob. Any ones that stand out to you on this roster?
I mean, Swizzy's gonna be playing the engineer. We know how crazy that can get over time. Malabuka's playing the juggernaut, but Anas, he's kind of playing that fill role. And we've already seen on both capture the flag and hard points, teams switching up depending on what's more needed. But we are also seeing on keeper, a lot of teams choosing to use no marksman. So even though Anas is the fill player, I'll also be looking at Mustache to see if he does switch up on that keeper map where he switches to.
It's all about how they want to strategize this, and this is a Middle East team that they're going up against, and we've talked about, you know, EU teams, NA teams, they generally tend to scrim against their own region. So EU has a lot of practice against other EU teams, Middle East has a lot of practice against other Middle Eastern teams. But from what I've heard, Jacob, KS7 has been scrimming a lot of the EU teams, so we'll have to see if Carmine Corp is going to be able to keep up and showcase what they are made of.
Yeah, so even though we only had one close matchup of the day so far, the 3-0s that we were talking about, those are much closer matchups than you would expect a 3-0 scoreline. So I expect this to be a very, very, very similar fashion. Even if it does end 3-0 in favor of KC, I expect it to be close. Even if we live in an upside down world, I expect just to overall each and every one of these maps to kind of go down to the wire, because you have FNCS champions from that Middle East region all on one roster as well. So they're not just a team that's just going to roll over and go down without a fight.
Yeah, champions on both roster. If we're talking earnings, I mean, KC has to be one of the highest earning squads here that we have competing today with Anas, Swizzy, Mustache, Malabuka. But let's take a look at the KS7 roster as well. I know these are Titans of the Middle Eastern region, so we'll take a look at KS7. We have Cal Gamer leading it off as the fill. We have Kyrie as the juggernaut, Salvatore as the marksman, and Koti as the engineer. So it's a good mix up here, and I'm excited to see how the chemistry is going to look for this team.
Yeah, I like the kind of switch up Cal Gamer is going to have to kind of make those decisions before the capture flags, hard point, the respective maps to see which role he's actually going to use. Are you throwing in the infiltrator in the mix that we've seen already or not? And Keeper, Salvatore, is he going to switch up? Because when we saw Exet and Peterbot switch up, he took somebody else's role and they went and filled. Is that going to be the same thing here? Is Salvatore going to take over somebody else's role, or are we going to have like a double fill situation? I think a lot of questions have yet to be answered, but one thing I know for sure, I don't think this team is going to go out as easy as a lot of people think going up against KC.
No, I always love to see these regions clash up together. We had a kind of surprise starting off the day when one of our Latin American teams representing Argentina, Dragons, almost took out Exet. So if we're able to see something similar here with a Middle Eastern team potentially taking out one of the EU Titans, that would be very interesting to watch. As always, we will start on capture the flag, move shortly after the hard point, and then third match being keeper. Depending on how the score is looking there, we might get more games, might not. We saw a bit of 3-0s today, but the last match, which was also an EU team originally dominating, went to game 5, then the NA team took it home.
Yep, so we know our predictions. We know who we think is going to win this, but make sure you guys go. The STT predictions are up, and we know how close they've actually been. Honestly, I feel like the predictions have been much closer than my predictions. Even though we've kind of been right on a lot of the teams, it's the closeness of the matches, so I need to hear your guys' opinions of how close you guys think this one is going to be. I know we talked about the picks, the maps. It's going to be double Panther to start off maps 1 and maps 2 for CTF and Hardpoint. Then we're going to go on over to Keeper and then double Shallot to close it out for maps 4 and maps 5 if needed. So it's going to be one of those mirror maps in both the modes to start and close out the series. Does that change your prediction any little bit, or are you kind of sticking to what you know?
Yeah, I don't know. Double Panther, double Shallot. That's going to be an interesting one to play out. I am a Merstash-Malabuka fan. I'm a Swizzy fan. I'm an NS fan. So I am going to be rooting for Carmine Corp here, but you never know. KS7 might get a little surprise play out the gate, so we'll have to see kind of how it starts off. CTF is always an interesting one because they kind of do play a little bit slower. It's a bit more back and forth, a lot more potential for that overtime compared to some of the other modes. So we'll have to see how kind of quickly the gears start turning.
Yeah, and what we saw in the last matchup, it was exactly on the map number 1 that we're about to see, is how actually slow that CTF came down at the second half, the wire of the entire thing. It was kind of tied up 0-0 for most of that time until that last second flag capture in overtime. So it's, to me, it's just gonna be really, really interesting to see if it starts off fast, if it does end up slowing down, maybe if it starts off slow to force their opponents to make mistakes and kind of get flustered very, very early on. But I'm gonna be looking at, you kind of already know, players like Merstash, Malabuka for the side of KC, but more particularly Salvatore and Kyrie on the side of KS7. They're playing the marksman, they're playing the juggernaut roles, and those are the two most important roles in my opinion.
Big fragger rolls, right? Especially marksman, if you can hit your shots. We saw what Peterbot and Vanya were capable of in the recent match, just connecting headshot after headshot. And even then, if you hit a body shot, you can clean it up quickly with the pistol. I'd say marksman kind of has the highest potential to turn around 1v1s, especially if you have a little bit amount of HP. You can take a fully healed up player out instantly if you're able to hit your shots. So putting a good marksman on your team can almost carry you throughout the match. I know Peterbot even said it. I was like, why, you know, what went wrong on the CTF map is they only were able to win the hard point and the keeper matches. And he was like, you know, I just kind of lost my 1v1s. I wasn't hitting my shots as much on capture the flag. So you can see how kind of crucial it is to have a solid marksman on your team. So we'll see if both marksmen are able to kind of live up to their hype.
Yeah, I'm interested to see the strategies that play out to kind of start this game off, because what we've seen is in these capture the flag on Panther at minimum, getting that statue control is so important for both of these teams. It gives you elevation. You can kind of see most of the map through that one part, and even the spots that you can't see, you'll notice, hey, these guys aren't located over here. They have to be somewhere else. So even that in itself is a lot of information, and we saw it kind of be the driving force to start off the early game struggles between Exet and Gaming Gladiators. And so I would just want to see who of each one of these teams is going to be daring enough to kind of go for that early game fight on statue.
Yeah, the start is always to kind of see how they're feeling, you know, how locked in do they look getting into the match here. I don't know if I see too many nerves from either team, just kind of getting settled in, getting ready for the first match of the day. The good news is they've had a bit of time to kind of prepare and study both what opposing players have been doing, what other teams have been doing strategy wise. Like you said yourself, on keeper we see a lot less of the snipers, more of that Thunderburst SMG. So will that kind of trend continue on here to these later matches of the day?
So let's get into gear on Panther. Capture the flag, to where it's kind of basically, if you guys are looking at as hardpoint, you're very, very familiar to hardpoint. It's on the pole position 2, the second hill, and then on the 4th hill. That's where those respective flags are at. So it's kind of a diagonal across the map. And there's a lot of open space on Panther through the whole center of the map. Even when you kind of drop down to try to take narrow hallways, there's just a lot of open aspects to where you can kind of beam and laser a player down that we've seen so far throughout the 2 matchups. And that's where I'm kind of looking and thinking, I think KC is the team that will take that big risk and try to take that early statue control, to try to take that elevation. And if they do lose it, I don't think it's going to take them long before they kind of try to trade, make it a chaotic fight that I think they have more experience in.
Yeah, I mean, seeing that Carmine Corp being an EU team, and we got Gaming Gladiators, the other EU team, GG were constantly making use of that elevated statue area on Panther. So especially if they've been scrimming against other EU teams, I know that they've been kind of battling for that high ground position. So I think KC is going to do the same thing this time around. Will they be able to kind of dominate the high ground though and just take it more than KS7? I'm not sure, but they definitely have been practicing it.
That's where I'm just kind of looking around to see a lot more of the focal points. We talked about the statue and how important that is, along with the stairs. You know, the same thing could be said with the overall, kind of like the Hill 1, where the Hill 1 location would spawn at, you know, that whole center. It's easy to kind of go through there, try to get the center, try to get that extra angle on your opponent's side, even if they're not positioned up top on that statue. I feel like whoever takes the early risk will have the early upper hand in this matchup between these 2 teams, because even though I'm talking about KC, they'll be aggressive enough and they have the confidence to take statue, I do think players like CalGamer, players like them on this roster, have that aspect of being the best in their region. So I think they're going to play like it at first until they start to find their struggles, and then that's when they're going to adapt.
And it's all through that first match, right? We'll kind of see how the momentum for each team is looking. If it's a close game, goes into overtime, then it'll be pretty standard for both teams. But at the same time, if we get a big win from either roster, they should just be able to continue with that momentum forwards. But it looks like the headsets are going on. The players are getting locked in here, making sure they're comfortable, making sure they're all ready to go. It's always more difficult to play in these kind of environments, especially if you're not as used to playing in LAN events and you're more just coming from strictly online tournaments. It's a completely different realm. There's lights shining everywhere. You're not on your original setup. And it's honestly, it's a skill on its own to kind of be able to perform at your maximum in these in-person events.
Yeah, that to me, that's very, very important. You have to get the most out of it. You know, whether you're sleeping, eating well, that's just as important as making sure you're as accurate. But on the side of KS7, let's talk about it for a moment. They were almost not here at the Esports World Cup. They got a spot last couple seconds, and then now they're trying to just really make it worth it. You know, and that's one thing I've always said. All you need is that chance. I've seen teams barely scrape into a Duo Cash Cup final, FNCS final by placing 49th, by placing 50th, barely on that edge of the bubble. And then when grand finals, when it's showtime, just like a moment like this for KF7, they take the most out of those opportunities. And the times that I've seen, and I'm referring to, you know, Pamstu and Fatch, for example, they got 3rd place. They barely scraped in, and they got 3rd place. So KS7 barely scraping in. That doesn't matter how you got here. You just need to focus on the fact that you are here and take a most out of this situation and realize you can only win out of this situation.
That's what it's all about playing the best you can as well. And like you said, especially when you kind of just barely scrape your way in, you just want to prove yourself that much more. And that emotion can be a leading factor to taking home matches like this. We've seen it happen before from the underdogs, so it's definitely possible once again. But they are going against extremely experienced players, both online and in person. Carmine Corp is full of literal EU titans that have been practicing and scrimming together long enough to make something happen here. But at the same time, KS7 full of Middle Eastern titans, FNCS champions on the other side of the world. So I'm excited to see how this is going to kick off.
Looking at the bracket too, if you guys missed any of it, Group A, you got Exet coming out in first in a 3-0 fashion over Falcons, and kind of saw it start to stream off. Exet kind of took down Dragon Esports to make it there, and then we had Gaming Gladiators versus ULA 3-0, which went on to play against Exceed, where they lost in a very narrow matchup. So Exceed will take first in their group as well. Gaming Gladiators still has to wait for Power ULA to finish their matchup before they go on to a next qualifier matchup. But I think a lot of these teams, you know, Falcons, Exceed, that lost early on in the tournament, I feel like it's better to get that out of the way now, especially while it's in group stages. You're not going to be eliminated just yet. And this is going to be a very same scenario with Carmine and KS7. This is just match one of the group stages. You will not be eliminated if you lose this matchup. So you have to realize you don't have to necessarily play like it's all or nothing here. You can play a little flexible, try to make some adaptations, be confident in yourself, which is going to be the most important thing.
Right, it is a double elimination bracket, so you have that second opportunity always, even if it doesn't quite go your way when you start off the tournament. But also that first match can also be the most stressful, right? It's your first time sitting on the stage there, getting locked in, put into the zone. So it's good in my books that you have that second shot to try once again if it doesn't quite go your way. But also depending on what team you end up going against, it can be a bit more difficult. You might be more used to playing against some of the teams maybe on your own region that you tend to scrim against a lot. But now when you're going up against a completely different region, you're not really sure how they strategize too much. You might have been able to VOD review some of their matches and see how they tend to play, but it's always way different when you get to these finals, when you're in the actual Esports World Cup itself.
Kind of seeing right now what's going on, just a couple of last strategies, making sure everything is upright. So I'm just trying to think, if you're a former professional player, you've played on some big stages yourself, if you had a coach and you're preparing for a matchup, what would you want out of your coach? What should be some of those things? It's game time, you're loading in, you're getting your mouse and keyboard hooked up. What do you want to hear from your coach?
Look, all these players will have their strategy beforehand, right? They've studied countless times with their coaches how they want to play out these matches, how they want to kind of play out the rest of the tournament. But what ends up happening are a lot of those last minute adaptations that you have to do. For example, like we said, on the keeper game mode, the brand new game mode, a lot less people using that sniper rifle. It's those kind of little changes that you see throughout the day that maybe some other teams are doing that you're quite yet haven't practiced or studied. And while you're competing, you're kind of locked in, you're in the zone. I want my coach to kind of be able to bring those potential strategies to me, right? But the thing is, you don't want to change it up right before the tournament, which makes it kind of a difficult situation to be in. And even if you're in like more of the in-game scenarios where you reach overtime and capture the flag, and you have to either play for eliminations or you have to play for actually going for that flag capture, depending on how many elims you already have. It's kind of those big decisions that might be hard to make, but it's all about the IGL. It's about the coach. It's about thinking quickly in the most effective manner possible. But it's definitely difficult, especially in these modes that involve so much strategy.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring it up real quick because some of those people that you're seeing in the background are the coaches of the respective rosters. On the side of KX7, that is going to be Proxen, being that extra voice in the ear, maybe somebody that can ease a lot of the pressures that they're going through. On the side of KC, that's Oslo, the coach of that roster. And honestly, that's a lot of trust as a player that you do put into a coach. It's basically the fifth member of the team, the unsung hero at times. I know in regular Fortnite Battle Royale, you got a bunch of coaches that are kind of getting the limelight, the credit they deserve. So I just kind of see them in the back right now, just having that calm, cool, collected. And that's one thing about the coach as well, is they need to be calm, because when everything's kind of being flustered in the communications when the players are talking, you almost kind of look at the coach to kind of calm things down, soothe out any problems, fix it without it turning into a much bigger mess than what it could be, especially in these high stakes situations where these guys are playing for a prize pool of $1 million.
Life-changing money for a lot of these players, and the closer you get to it, the more stressful it gets. A lot of players have already, I mean, basically everyone has made money just by being here today and having qualified to the Esports World Cup. But the difference between 16th, for example, and first place is extremely significant. So you want to perform to the best of your abilities, not only for the prize pool, but also just the pride of representing your organization and your teammates around you and everyone watching you, all your fans. I know KC is a fan favorite. Saw a lot of people on socials rooting for this roster, for this team. So I'm excited to see how they're actually going to be able to play out once we get this game's kicking off.
You mentioned the prize pool. I really looked down each and every placing right now. The difference between first place and top 13 is $390,000, and it just gets more and more. Top 12, $20,000. Top 8, $40,000, and then it just keeps increasing every single placement higher. So first and second, you can look at it, hey, I just won $160,000 second place. I wish I got more. I'm the type of person, I look at it like I just lost $240,000. I lost money. Even though I won 160, I feel like I just lost 240. And that's what I feel like a lot of these players are kind of feeling right now. May not be all about the money, but I just lost a matchup I shouldn't have lost. I just lost a gunfight that I shouldn't have lost. And I think as the gets closer and closer to that finals that you were talking about, yes, 100%. These players are going to start to feel that pressure more and more. It's almost going to be like they're in a pressure cooker getting heated up.
Yeah, I mean, even if you don't lose and you win, you still think like that. You see these players' mentalities. Peterbot, we talked to him in the interview, and they did win the end overall matchup, but he was still thinking about those 1v1s he lost on Capture the Flag, and it kind of caused them to lose that match. Like, you always kind of think of your mistakes, but that's a great way to also grow as a player. You got to see how to fix those mistakes and solve them, especially in the moment for the upcoming matches. You can see it looks like the players are loading in here. I already see them kind of going on the keyboard, mouse, getting the stretches in, the pre-game stretches, making sure the hands are warm, making sure they're locked in. I'm sure we'll be getting into game here shortly.
I'm just kind of wondering right now, since it is going to be on Panther, Anas playing the Phil on one side, and then you got his counterpart on KF7 in Cal Gamer. And typically it's the capture the flags, the hardpoint differentials. You go from maybe using your assault for an infiltrator just to get that extra speed boost to run the flags and so on and so forth. So just interested to see as we kind of get this one underway, which one of those players will try to throw a wrench in the mix, different strategy of sorts, or will it kind of be business as usual and take those tricks out underneath your sleeve as the tournament goes on?
That's the big question as the players now gear up. No battle bus this time around. Straight in to capture the flag. That little panther, well, he's not little, it's a big panther. Center of the map is the elevated location we're talking about in the mid map, the statue, which kind of gives you a good vision of your opponent's spawn points and also their flag. So that's going to be the prime location that these players are going to fight for. And starting off, they're going directly for it.
Yep, KC putting a lot of focus on over towards that statue, the different elevation. Even Anas trying to sneak back behind it, as it does look like KF7 putting a focal point in towards the middle, the other side of the map, where Malibuca is just kind of anchoring by himself. And as I was thinking, yes, it is going to start off very, very slow. Neither one of these teams wanted to make a mistake early, which would open up a huge opportunity here on Capture the Flag.
It's all about that initial elimination, that opportunity to continue pushing on forwards, as Malibuca continues to anchor and just kind of holds off until his marksman connects a shot here.
This is something I thought we'd see more in the playoff stages. I knew I was going to see $1 million on the line. You know, you don't want to make any mistakes. And sometimes running around, you give away those audio cues, the visuals that easily be seen. You just kind of want to minimize that movement and the information that you're giving up as Merstash strikes first for KC. A minute off the clock, Takata. And we only have one elimination so far.
Only one elim. Pure passive play style from both teams here. It's going to be Kiri who got that initial elim. As now the push comes through. Shield bubbles as well. Swizzy is going to get aggressed on. Gets eliminated. Merstash has already been cracked, so he needs to connect that snipe shot, but unable to do so. He goes down as well. And Ass dropped to just 1 HP as Malibuca is going to have to hold off here.
Yeah, great plays by KF7. Quickly reacting to that first player that got eliminated off of their team, actually. And now they've pushed up, but they're still kind of stuck in this position where they need another round of eliminations. KC got up just the nick of time. You see the spread in the minimap, and that comes with fresh utility as well for everybody but maybe Anas.
They've regrouped back by their flag, but the good news for KS7 is they're closer now than they were before. All it's going to take is one more good push, and they could potentially pick up the flag here. And Nas has already been cracked, but quickly enough on the opposing end. Malabuka connects some good shots, takes Cody down. As now the push comes through, Malabuka gets another elimination as they continue to hold on.
It's just so hard to push through that. They got 3 eliminations. They knew one more was still around. They finally take them down, clear their side of the map of every member of KS7 before they move up. And back to where they started initially on that 50-yard line, which is the elevated statue of that Panther. Anas is going to go down, but it's almost a blessing in disguise because now he's going to spawn up full health and get more utility to use.
Yeah, once again, back in the elevation, the mid-map. Neither team with an advantage in terms of how much they've pushed up. Merstash is going to take out Kyle Gamer, as now Cody is kind of playing right-hand peek angles, but Salva is going to get cracked by Merstash. As now this could be an opportunity to push, but as Swizzy's gone down, they're going to have to wait it out once again. Kyrie, though. Kiri, apologies, gets taken out.
And Cody knows where he's at, but they also know exactly where Cody is at. They have to be very, very careful. You see him trying to minimize his movement. Merstash gets taken down. A little opportunity there, but Malabuka fresh on the flag. He's going to anchor back. You see the full split from KC. Even with them being down a man with Merstash getting eliminated there for that few seconds, KS7 hasn't really been able to step up and take any of the position on the map other than a few inches towards statue.
Yeah, that initial engagement from KS7, they were successful in picking up those first elims, but after that, it was just kind of a reset right back to the statue, center of the map. Kiri here is looking for an angle. Swizzy's trying to see what he can do, but the footsteps were heard. Not enough crouching. Kiri gets cracked. The pressure is on him now as Swizzy has the option to drop below, but he's going to actually support Merstash. He knows Kiri's down there. He hits the initial shot, now just one away from securing that elimination, but instead, they're going to decide it's time to go for the flag.
Yeah, they knew he was weak, so whether they got the elimination or not, they said, hey, we can extend, worry about him later. Merstash bringing that flag all the way out and even relaying it up. He knows how important this marksman is going to be, and they have them trapped. They know they're going to go behind enemy lines towards the backside. That's the only way to stop Anas at this stage, and even Malabuka's turtling back. This should be a successful flag capture for Carmine, but no! It was stopped short!
Oh. Can they finish it off, though? Merstash hits another shot. It's Kiri who's close by the flag. They have not captured it yet as they are just holding off. Another shot connects by Merstash, but he's going to go down. Cody now, it's all up to him.
A late second cluster over the top. Stop short. KC wondering what just happened. How did they fall so short? 5 seconds left. Neither team is going to be able to answer back to Kyrie's flag capture late in the half. That is a huge moment right there for KS7.
In the last moment of the match, did my eyes just see that correctly, Jacob? A last moment cap.
That cluster over the top right here. It actually tags onto him. He stutters. Look at Kiri right there. He just slides right in, gets the return and the counter cap. That is upset in the making for KS7.
What a strong way to start it off. 5 more minutes now left up on the second round of CTF. KC now gonna have to lock in.
Because now they need to answer back not 1, but 2 flag captures. One of them has to be at minimum here in the second half to bring us to overtime. But since KS7 did score first, if this does go to overtime and it ends up 0-0, they will be the winners of this map number 1. As Kiri staying back, the tables have turned. His chance to play defense, and he finds Swizzy Lack and takes him down. Merstash is next, back to back. On both ends of it, the defense and the offense making plays.
Not too much aggressive from KS7, but when they play aggressive, they are executing it almost flawlessly. As now Kyle Gamer gonna pop some util, throw some EMPs, do what he can to continue on with this push. Nice little elimination as now they can continue moving on forwards. But like you said, Jacob, the important part to consider here is they're going to need 2 flag captures. 1 is not going to be enough. to take over that tiebreaker if they do get to overtime. Kiri goes down. Anas now with the flag. This is exactly what they need.
Yeah, and you got Malibuka there to kind of help relay and get some of that tension off you, cutting off the middle. That's CalGamer who gets spotted out, and he's at least there intimidating him. Even though he has to push up and stop Anas from getting this flag capture, he can't without risking going down overall. But it was, I think, another capture of a flag from KS7. They did pull it out, so it's going to be a momentary stalemate between these two teams.
Yeah, it's a difficult position to be in here. Anas does not have a lot of options yet. It's all up to his team to kind of open up that path for him to continue pushing. But at the same time, we've got Cody here, who also has the flag. So it's once again kind of that stalemate. Both teams with the flag in hand. And it's just going to come down to the battle. But the good news for KS7 is they don't have any pressure. They've already captured one, so they don't have to play extra aggressive.
Yeah, stalemate here, wasting time off the clock. Hey, that's a win scenario for them. But it is going to be 3 players pushing up versus 3. KC having majority of the position on the map for now, but it might cost them as Mustache gets taken down. A little bit of a mismatch now on the play, but nobody's really in position for KS7 to push up. They still have multiple members of KC to worry about on the backside.
Cody continuing to play the rock here. Swizzy's getting closer and closer. He does have Kyle to cover him. But Anas is in a similar situation, just trying to stay up as long as possible while his teammates play aggressive and look for the hunt. But Cody's doing a great job of just not putting himself into danger.
Going down, I think KC just trying to kind of peek up, get some early damage onto anybody that can, and there's the open opportunity with CalGamer going down, but it's instantly traded out with Malibuka falling, but KC still figuring out a way to keep the wheels turning. Salva is keeping it in their favor, but eventually tough times are ahead. Mustache trying to go in, get the elimination, would have been huge because of instant flag capture as well, but he's cut mere inches short.
1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock now. KC in kind of desperate need to at least tie it up here. They have a little bit of time to breathe, but only a few more solid pushes.
From almost missing out on your spot at the Esports World Cup to leading in map number 1 against Carmine Corp, who is a favorite in this series over their competition. With 1 minute and 15 seconds left, all they need to do is keep this one stalemated, keep the flag out. And it's going to be up to KC. Remember, it's 2 different flag captures they do need to get. 1 here in regulation and maybe 1 more in overtime.
Aggression comes through. Kiri with an elim. Swizzy Mally with one as well. Cody finishes Swizzy off, though, as Anas just kind of hunts from the back end, and it looks like they were able to return the flag, allowing Anas to get a quick capture. Now tied it up 1-1, but Mustache goes down, and it looks like the push from KS7 might come through.
Hey, there's 40 seconds left. There is enough time from run to coast on this map. Dynamite going over the top. Nas barely dodges that one due to his placement on the wall. He knows CalGamer is there. He knows another player in Salva is there. But can you be able to hold on? It's going to be the first trade. Cody is trying to push through. He's trying to draw attention from the members of KC to try to deal with him, which would open up the opportunity elsewhere.
Nas finishing off. Nice little elim. His call as well is going to go down. Flag is returned to their base. Elimination secured with only 10 seconds left, though. I don't think there's enough time for either team to get a full flag capture here. It looks like we might be heading to overtime, Jacob.
Yep, so Carmine will answer the call. Late in the second half, they score the flag tying capture, which is forcing us into overtime. But if this one does end 0-0 in overtime, KS7 will get the win for this map. So the pressure is on for 5 minutes of overtime. It's up to KC to try to get that flag capture, or if KS7 wants to win it by force, they can get the capture themselves.
And that's kind of the decision now that's forced onto KS7, knowing that they got that initial flag capture and they will win a 0-0. They kind of want to force the non-risky play style here. But on the other end, KC, they're forced to find at least 1 flag capture to close it out. So we could see a bit more aggression come through from them.
Early game beams from both of these teams. Cody and Swizzy, respective players, just getting shielded, but most of those damage is going to go onto KC until Mustache gets that elimination onto Cal. But Malibuka and Anas both will go down. Swizzy trying to even things up, so it is going to be a trade 2 for 2. Make it 3 for 3 as Mustache keeps things rolling for KC. nobody really having the opening that they wanted just yet to give them the confidence or the green light to continue moving forward.
Malabuka, making sure they don't hear his footsteps. But as I speak, quick enough, he does cause some. Cody's going to know Malabuka's close by now. Good news is Malabuka with full HP has that confidence. Swizzy close by as well. This could be a free elimination on the Cody. Is going to get it, but Call with the quick flank is going to pick up the flag. Issue is his whole team basically has been taken out. But just like that, they're going to respawn back in. Swizzy's going to pick up the flag as well. And we have another stalemate.
Yep, flag for flag right now, but Cal did go down. So did Kyrie. Malabuka, Mustache, the dynamic duo, get credit for both of those eliminations. Cody's doing to do what he can, but Swizzy is continuously running this flag in. This could be the go-ahead flag capture here in overtime, barring any miracles, which are not to come. Carmine Corp are going to go ahead and win map number 1 after trailing very, very early on.
Look, I'm getting a little bit of flashbacks, Jacob, to the Exet versus Dragons match. We thought KC might have had a clear lead going into this match, but it was a close call. Overtime and capture the flag map 1, finishing it off in the last moments of the match. They're looking relaxed. They're looking stress-free, but I don't think this is going to be a clean sweep.
No, I don't think so as well. This one is more down to the wire than some of the other matches that we've seen so far. They even went for a flag grab at the end of the second half. They tried it again in overtime. Just unfortunately enough, the numbers weren't there for KS7. You can kind of give CalGamer credit. He was the one who tried to get that flag capture out. Just unfortunately enough, the reinforcements weren't there. KC crashed at the perfect time and counter-capped right on him.
Great job to close it out. Next map will be Hardpoint. Once again on Panther. So same map going to be played out. More aggression that we'll see from these teams. And one thing is playing kind of passive strategically for capture the flag. And the other thing is just kind of all out fragging on Hardpoint and keeping that momentum, getting next Hardpoint. That kind of change reaction that you do so if you kind of have that domination like we saw from Exceed. So I'm curious to see if both of these duos are kind of on an even playing field in that sense, or if we'll see one of them just kind of take it home.
It's definitely going to be one of those things to where KC, I think we're kind of surprised early on because of that map number 1, but it's that kind of wake-up call. It's a little bit of a wake-up call, and I think that, you know, Exet faced that wake-up call against Dragons. XC did it same again against Gaming Gladiators, and I think this is another prime example of kind of you sleep on your competition just a little bit. They might not get the same practice as you, so you kind of think about that and kind of say, hey, our region is probably just the best, and there's nobody that can mess with us, and then you come into an international tournament like this and kind of get that wake-up, like, hey, maybe these guys are better than we gave them credit for, so we need to kind of tighten up.
Yeah, it's wondering kind of what's going through their minds right now. Swizzy is locked in, listening to Mustache. What's the game plan? What's happening next? He is completely locked in here.
Kind of see there's going to map number 2. You know, it wasn't as elimination heavy on that capture the flag as maybe we would have expected. You know, I did think it was going to slow down a ton, but it was slowed down more than I thought. And I think this map might be a little bit of the opposite. It is going to be hard point. You do respawn. You can kind of throw yourself at the hill more times than not and kind of set up for next. I just want to see KS7 come out with that same fire that they did early on, because remember at one point, I think it was Malabuka or Mustache with the only elimination of the game, like a minute and a half in. So I just want to see CalGamer and the rest of KS7 kind of take that upset potential and run with it. Start off slaying heavy, get to center of the map like you just did in the capture the flag, and try to hold on to it for an early Hill 1 lead and force KC to play comeback for the remainder of the game.
That'd be interesting. The closer it is, the more intense. I look forward to those type of matches. If we have any hard points similar to what we saw with Exet and Dragons, which was a similar situation here with the upset, it was incredibly close. 4 points was the difference of that match. So we'll see if something similar does end up happening as the players focus up to get on in once again. I guess the thing you kind of think here is there's not too much you can learn from the last one being a completely different mode. If you're on the second round to capture the flag, the second round of hardpoint, then you can kind of start thinking what went wrong if you didn't end up taking home that original map. But being the first time they're competing against KC in an official match here on Hardpoint. We'll have to see how it plays out.
And, you know, first thing to note of, you know, that roster change, you know, and Nas, even though he was the sub for their qualification to get the Esports World Cup spot, but in comes Anas, out goes Veno, some role and roster switches up. And, you know, so maybe they're just kind of getting into the feel of this new roster. It did come very, very late into those roster logs, so maybe not have as much time and confidence to practice, in which they would probably hope and had beforehand. So I think this could be a moment for them to kind of recollect themselves, realize, hey, maybe we're playing too fast for our own good, slow things down, maybe not by a large margin, but slow things down enough so we can continue to stay on the same page.
And we kick things off now. Quick shots coming in from Cal Gamer. Nice little utility used on to KC. Murstache is going to be the first one alongside Anas to take control of this hard point. But with both players being extremely low, they are going to get wiped out, and KS7 is going to take control.
Yeah, they got that early statue control. They're able to kind of move that in to take down the players in P1, but Malibuca quickly answering back with a headshot. Back-to-back eliminations with the help of Murstache. 2 down and out, but Salva just answers back. That's 3 straight eliminations. Looking for a 4-piece, but Cody just took it away from him. You just stopped his momentum, but that's okay because the team effort's what matters most.
With the highlight reel continuing forwards as Anas with the push is gonna get a shot onto Cody, but is it gonna be enough? 3v1 back to KC. This is a close one already.
Now definitely is. KC just trying to climb back. This could make it relatively even, maybe just 1 point down, but KS7, Salva, and everybody already positioned on the hill, but I'm not sure if they spotted out Malibuca hiding, and no, they didn't. They know he's there now. Big elimination, and he opens up. The rest of the members of KC come flooding in through the center. Swizzy is there, but Malibuca goes down. The trades are not going in favor of KC, even though they had multiple members able to help. It was the members of KS7 that hit the shots that mattered, that just flushed KC off the hill.
Kiri did a great job closing it out after his teammate got eliminated by that headshot snipe, but Malibuca is back in the game once again. Respawned on in, goes for the snipe. Shield bubble is going to block it as the push comes through. Just kind of sliding to push Cody out of the shield bubble. Not able to hit that snipe, but it looks like they might just be able to take control.
KS7 does have that spawn point back there, so they're going to get back into the fight much quicker, even with the trades, no matter what happens here. Salva just spawns up. KC knows they have it, and it's just scrap time that's left. So Malibuca is going to leave his teammate there, let him be a distraction, and they're going to rotate across the map so they can get the actual point, which is P3, and deep into the spawn as well to make sure that they have quick spawns if they do go down.
There's actually a great job by Malibuca. Are you kidding me? With another headshot snipe. This is massive, as now they do have that player advantage. Not only did they get the harder point first, right as it appeared, but now they just have that much more time to breathe and potentially continue staggering their opponents.
Haven't been able to push in just yet. Salva is able to take 1 down. Malibuca is going to fall as well. Back-to-back eliminations. Make it 3 with Anas and Swizzy down. Every member of KC is out. And there's good amount of time on this hill that KS7 can bring it relatively close. But KC, remember, they have that quick spawn on the other side. It's only going to mean so much as Malibuca shut down in an instant, followed by Swizzy as well. Murstache trying to take that additional angle, but his result ends the same. Multiple members of KC go down and force themselves to rotate to the next hill sooner rather than later.
Already deciding, like you said, go to the next hill. They've captured the initial hill, but now the push is going to come through. This is where it matters the most. They need to hit their shots here. Get those eliminations. Exactly what Salva's going to do. Snipe connected, but not enough for the elimination.
KC doing just enough to stay ahead, about 21 points. Trying to count that up even more, but a late push coming in from KS7 is not going to yield too many results. Cody just a sliver of HP, same with Anas, but he's going to end up with the victory and the siphon to keep him alive. Multiple members of KS7 getting denied entry onto the hill yet again as KC holds tough.
Huge movement from Anas to stay up there and pick up 2 quick eliminations. Kiri, though, now Cody both going in with full HP. Will it be enough to take out the European roster here as Anas picks up another one? Cody goes down shortly after, and they are just holding on to this point.
Another big stop coming out from KC. It kind of started, what, roughly 21 points going into that hill. Now they've extended that lead even further, about 40, which is instantly shut down as KS7 have control over the next hill. A mad scramble through the middle of the map from KC. Cowcamer's getting pushed down and taken down. The numbers have switched. KC have a huge man advantage. Can they use it to try to get this hill? Because it doesn't look like it's working. KS7 is going to be able to hold tough until Swizzy has something to say about it.
KC doing a great job of recuperating that hard point. It is the 5th point, so now Kyle's going to try and figure out if he can kind of make a sneaky play, but Malabuka shutting that down quickly as he takes out Kiri. Now Cody right behind is kind of double guessing that option to push in, and shortly enough, it will go to P6.
Yeah, Kyrie knew he was weak. Unable to get that grenade far enough to get him out of position, but he still cleans up 2 eliminations back-to-back before getting shut down by Mustache and Anas. You talked about the next hill rotation on. It's going to go right back to the start. P1 where we began, so KC waste no time making sure that their presence is known.
Nice elimination found onto Anas. Swizzy, though, is going to be the one that stepped onto the hard point first. Kiri, though, gets that quick elimination. Malabuka falls shortly after, and it looks like KS7 are going to start this one off.
Much needed here because that lead just gotten bigger and bigger these last 3 hills for Carmine Corp. Not necessarily how you start, it's how you finish. And KS7 have to start to finish a lot of these fights strong as the ring around the rosy going down. Malabuka gets one, Mustache with another. 2 members of KS7 down, which gives a good amount of hill possibility on over to Carmine Corp.
Getting closer and closer to that 200-point threshold. It is the first to 250, so they're not too far away, but this point is going to expire soon. P2 will be opening up shortly as Kiri goes down, and now all the players are kind of starting their rotation.
Yeah, they're confidently and they're consistently winning a lot of these fights, both individual and as a team for KC. KS7 slowly but surely getting the life taken away with each and every player that does go down. They get an elimination, but 2 more from KC enter in and replace the one that was lost. Salva, the same thing. Even though they do have the quick spawn on their side, it's just not enough. KC, especially Malabuka, is just lights out right now, hitting shot after shot after shot on KS7.
Terminator, he has 12 eliminations, but each one has been incredibly impactful at the perfect time, getting those elims to stagger out his opponents. Already above 200 points on the hard point threshold, 220 to be exact, just 30 away from taking it home.
Yeah, even though they can't win off this hill, they can sure get close, and they're going to take every single second out of it. KS7 forced to play desperate, flood in one by one, and it's causing so much disruption to their overall game plan. They're just getting taken out and pinned apart as individuals, as each member of KC has each other's back.
KS7 cannot let KC take this 3rd point first, but it looks like Swizzy's already on it. Cody now goes in, gets that elim, and they will be able to start it off, but they cannot afford to get eliminated here.
I almost got to play picture perfect from here on out. 5 seconds, that's all that's needed on the side of KC. They have him surrounded as well from the spawn point all the way to the side. Malabuka gets one. The hill is going on over to KC. They need a stop for KS7. Only a few seconds left, and that's going to be it. Carmine Corp with a huge show out here in map number 2 are going to take a commanding lead in this series 2-0.
Great way to close out the hard point. It was a lot closer on capture the flag, but when it came to aggression, to all-out eliminations on the hard point, Carmine Corp were the victors, dominating throughout this match. It started off quite close, to be fair. They were neck to neck with KS7 as it started, but as time went on, the gap increased more and more until they closed it out without too much pressure on their shoulders.
Yeah, it was like relatively close up until like the 3rd or the 4th hill. Then it started off as a 20-point deficit, then a 40-point deficit. And Carmine was doing a good job of being one of the first teams to the hill. And it's about 60 seconds on the hill. If you could drain about 30 seconds off that clock and keep KS7 off the hill, even if you're not getting time, you're still winning. You're still getting 50% and holding them off even more. And each and every hill that they did this, you saw the lead extend further and further and further, which forced KS7 into that desperation mode, and you saw what happened. They were just kind of trickling in one by one, and that's not going to win you a game at all.
Yeah, I mean, hardpoint's very momentum based as well. Once you kind of start dominating one point, you get ahead on the next one, you kind of just get in the zone. And as long as you don't lose a tragic fight against your opponents that completely turns the tables around, you should just be able to carry that momentum forwards, which is exactly what KC did. But that's it for hardpoint for now. Unless KS7 is able to take home these next matches, we're going to go to the keeper game mode. Once again, it's that game mode where you got to pick up that key, hold it for at least 150 points, which is about 150 seconds. And that is the way to take home the win on that match. So this one is also a game mode that's full of aggression. And if anything follows the trend of this most recent match on hardpoint, then KC should be able to come out on top in theory.
Yeah, and it's been keeper, map number 3 of most of these series so far today, that we've noticed that it's been no snipe, no marksman. So I'm looking at Salvatore from KS7. He's going to have to switch it up, maybe work with Cal Gamer, who also plays that fill role for his team, figure out what they can round out that engineer and that juggernaut with. On the other side of KC, the way Mustache has been playing so far, you might not necessarily need to switch the sniper out of his hands, but to stay with the trend and prepare for those upper echelon matches where you know they're not going to have it, I do expect Mustache to switch out of the marksman and Anas to kind of fill in, as his role is that fill, switching between 2 different roles overall.
Yeah, it's always important to have a good IGL on your team alongside that coach. So we'll see kind of what prep is going in right now to this potentially last match if they're able to take it home. In the keeper game mode, it is going to be played out on Taverna Zoni, the kind of new map, new game mode. So not as much time to practice this as the previous 2 modes and previous 2 maps. So we'll see kind of how much these teams have prepared and put in the work behind the scenes leading up to today.
I gotta say though, for KS7, I'm a little impressed. I'm a little impressed from what I've seen so far. They've shown that they do have a high ceiling. It's about playing into their full potential in these moments that I think is really kind of separating them apart. They do have that firepower, especially if Salva is able to heat up. We saw triples, we saw doubles, we saw big moments of brilliance coming out from them. It's just about doing it all at the same time as a one cohesive unit, in which I do think they're falling short. Keeper is one of those modes that I feel like if anything's going to get you back into that teamwork mindset, run around as trios, protect your one person with the key, it is going to be keeper, and it's going to be a must because you're down 2-0 to keep yourselves alive in these group stages and have a chance to qualify for first place. It starts here, it starts now, and it has to come with a backdoor sweep.
I'm excited, Jacob. I'm excited. KS7 has also been surprising me. They've been playing incredibly well. Despite hardpoint ending with a bit of a gap, it was so close to kick it off that I do think they have potential to take home the keeper map here. They were very close to taking capture the flag away, so we'll have to see if they can make it happen on this 3rd match. If they do end up going down here, though, it will be a Carmine Corp win, so they've got to give it their all.
And see right now the overview of the map. It's been around that basement side of the map where we see teams like to hunker and bunker down. They can hold off their opponents because of the narrow passageways, the very few entrances. We got a full 3 players from KC into the same location, kind of split on the other side, but it does look like they're going to be able to run in, grab that key a little bit first and try to bring it out, but it comes at a cost. The eliminations are going to go through. Lizzie trying to protect himself in that basement, but it's instantly stopped and shut down. KS7 have a chance to take a lead here early.
Cody holding onto that key now, so he does have that movement debuff, which is going to cause him to go down. Wow. And Mustache somehow, with the help of Malabuka, his duo, putting in the work as he gets a little time to recuperate that HP. Kalyama now looking for a shot, but he gets caught off guard as Malabuka does what he can to stay up with this key.
Yeah, it does look like Malabuka is going to keep the marksman class intact. Does have the dynamite as well, and he's the one racking up the scoreline for KC. This teammate Swizzy going down on the other side, quickly looks on over, but you kind of hear that communication from your team. They're winning the fight, so there's no need to make any sudden movements just yet.
Swizzy goes down. Cal again looking for more of a sneaky route. Malabuka is just around that corner. Does he know that Cal's about to show up behind him? He does not. Gets that quick elimination. Is he going to be able to pick up the key, though? He is not, as Swizzy quickly shuts him down.
That's back-to-back elims for Swizzy. Starting to heat up here for the team. KC just racking up seconds for each time it passes by. Less than 100 points to go before they win this round. And in Keeper, it's 2 rounds, first to 150 points. So even if Carmine Corp wins this one, they still have another one to go.
69, 70 points already for KC. A quite large gap, to be fair, between KC and KS7 so far, as Anas continues to hold on to that key. KS7 is going to have to figure out something here to change up if they want to get a potential comeback. I do believe if the gap gets far enough, though, KS7 will get 2 points per second instead of just 1, depending on how much of a gap there is.
Might not come down to it. KS7 starting to show some life, and he's trying to get that key on out. Flank onto Swizzy. Not able to save his teammate, but gets the elimination. Goes back to back. A third one trickling in. That's Mustache. An unfortunate reload, though, is going to cost him play of the game so far, but the result's still the same. 2 more players from KS7 trickle in, get the elimination, and keep control of that key.
This could be their chance to make something happen. Already getting closer and closer to their opponents here, but they just cannot lose this initial engagement. Great job on taking out Malabuka. Cal goes down, but Mustache is going to be able to pick up that key. And now if he's able to get out and regroup with his squad, this should be more than enough time to continue that gap.
Great distraction by Swizzy. Not only was he allowing his teammate to get the key on out, reposition into his fresh respawn teammates in Malabuka, but it's only going to last for so long before the challenge from KS7 comes in yet again. But Malabuka is like on a world tour from coast to coast, running around the map, making sure to keep points going for Carmine Corp, and his teammates are getting eliminations along the way. And this is what I like right here, because he's also the marksman. He can go ahead and keep his distance and land some shots.
From EU to Middle East, touring the world, like you said, doing a great job of it as well. Unfortunately, does not connect that initial snipe, and it looks like Malabuka is going to go down. Anas, though, going to help him out with that quick elim, and they continue to push themselves up. 135. It is the first to 150. Now just 10 seconds away to closing out this first round of Keeper.
They bring that key right into basement. It's going to be hard to not only stop them, but get it out as Anas trades with Kyrie. Twizzy still having the key intact, but he gets traded out. Salva's going to take him down, but instantly picked up and grabbed yet again by KC as they end the first round of map number 3.
Great way to finish it off. You can see the smiles come through. Didn't really have too much pressure at all in this Keeper match, but if you're KS7, you got to think what went wrong. Almost got dominated there. They have to change something up for this second round if they want a chance.
Yeah, it just kind of seemed like it was smooth sailing through the majority of that matchup, even though there was moments where KS7 was able to chain together eliminations. They got the key underneath their control, but each and every time it was short-lived. They were only holding it for so long before they went down. A Salvage just gets flanked. He gets taken out, maybe choosing his settings right now, but that's not Malabuka's problem as he and Mustache goes back to back to start this game. A 17-plus point lead for KC.
Looks like something might be going on here as the comms are coming through. Maybe a player had to change up some settings or something, so we'll see how it goes on. But so far, KC are the dominating team for this Keeper game mode. All they got to do is kind of keep that momentum going once we continue out the second round of Keeper. But yeah, I want to see what KS7 changes up, Jacob, because they got to kind of make a big change to their game plan. I don't know what exactly was going wrong. They just weren't able to get a hold of the key, whether it was Malabuka, Nas, whoever. They were just keeping hold of it, and they just couldn't get eliminated. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, it seems like both rounds actually, KC was able to kind of move in, get the key, grab it out, and they send 3 people, at least on the one side, straight into that same house just to try to laser anybody across. They have the bubbles, they have the cluster grenades, so they can kind of cause a lot of disruption very, very early on, which is what they're using to get that key out. I'm just hoping with this chance right here, KS7 can kind of breathe for a moment, realize it's not over until it's officially over. And even though you might be down 2-0, we've seen comeback before, because if they can win Keeper, we're going back-to-back Chalet maps with CTF being map 4, and then the hard point again being map number 5. Both game modes that they've shown that they can put up a fight. It's just Keeper right now is the only thing that's going to keep them alive.
And let's hope it does that. They have a little bit of time to kind of focus up here and kind of figure out what they do want to change up in the end. So hopefully they're using this time efficiently. Meanwhile, KC on the other end just kind of has to stay warm, stay locked in, not make any major mistakes. And in theory, they should be able to close it out fairly easily. But if KS7 has those tricks up their sleeve, we might see something happen.
Trying to see that, Malbuka is keeping the marksman intact, and the way they're using it, I can't bet against it, because Malbuka was the one that laced up his shoes and was running a marathon in the middle of the game from map to map, coast to coast, just keeping the lead alive and just extended even further for KC. And he was doing it in a way to where even when he was locked down in a position, he just kind of sat as far back as possible. And he's so dangerous with that sniper rifle that he's at least hitting body shots, if not headshots, just making sure that he stays alive. And then when he does end up in that tight spot, you have Mustache, you have Swizz, you have a Nas that crash out of nowhere. So I just need to see almost a brand new KS7, one that's winning every fight, consistently winning fight, and just showing the confidence that they know they can have here in the Esports World Cup.
I know they can have it too, and I hope that we're going to be able to see that here in their last chance, last opportunity to overthrow KC. But this isn't their last chance in the whole tournament. If they do end up going down, this is a double elimination bracket, so they will have another shot at it. It looks like the players are loading in now, though. The pre-game stretches, always a good sign. Getting themselves ready for this final round.
Hopefully that reset doesn't harm too much. It's like a little bit of a blessing for KS7. You know what I mean? They weren't necessarily winning right out of the gates. It was almost instantly the key was grabbed by Carmine Corp. But now you can kind of reset, use a lot of that time to kind of focus up, figure out what went wrong and how to capitalize on it. Mirrored strategies yet again going out. Dynamite to try to cut him short, and a quick switch up in rotation coming out from KC that was read like a book.
Looks like it's working perfectly as they take out Mustache. Malabuka falls shortly after. Salva now going to be the first ones to pick up that key as they disengage and try and stay up.
They read that one perfectly. That's why I say you got to be able to answer back very, very quickly. Already a 10-second and growing lead as Malabuka gets spotted out. Mustache trying to crash, but he gets found out as well. 2 quick eliminations. Looking like a third is a possibility with Swizzy dropped down to low HP. Malabuka, fresh off the respawn, is able to get the man advantage in their favor.
Ed hunting as he looks for another one. Does not connect, though. Gonna reload that sniper rifle as Kuti is doing a great job here. Already almost 40 points on the board. This is huge for the start of Keeper. And I don't think they even... I mean, they know where he is, but they're significantly far away. And Nas Mustache now finally getting time for the push. Gonna take him out. Malabuka gets cracked, though. Salva now with that elimination as Mustache is just trying to stay up.
Buying some more time. The clinger he threw towards the outside. They have to kind of stagger themselves, make sure they don't take too much damage. Swizzy takes down Salva and CalGamer as they try to push forward by themselves. Ill-advised, some will say, but Cody's just watching around. He's trying to sneak, get a flank, but while that's happening, KC is just rotating this further and further away of that sneaky play.
Yeah, they're getting staggered as well. Kiri finds the sneaky play, but he gets taken out by Mustache shortly after. Mustache does go down by CalGamer, though, and it looks like they're going to pick up the key once again. Malabuka looking at the wrong side of the map here as he gets taken out from the back.
CalGamer finds another one. Still has that EMP to break any shields if they do try to push in, but he finds Malabuka instead. Gets that elimination. Looks like Kyrie was able to get one as well, but Cody goes down. Might be a blessing, though, because he's going to spawn up full HP, full shield, and with some extra utility to use on this next defense.
That shield comes in for the push from Swizzy. Gets some nice connections, but nothing for an elimination yet. As Swizzy picks up 2, and Nos now continuing to help out. Swizzy going to pick up the key once again. And now they're going to continue closing that gap that KS7 currently has.
He's not forcing any situation. Quickly trickles down. Saw his teammates spawn up, get in across the map. They have that little bit of control. So even though that side of the map might be a little bit more advantageous, they know everybody's going to be moving in, trying to get eliminations. As KS7 does find 3 straight eliminations, Mustache being the only one from KC that did find any success there on this next push. But they need to find even more. They're doing a good job on the side of KC of catching up, and they're catching up quick.
Swizzy now continuing with his route around the universe as Salva picks up a Nos. Swizzy's still kind of alone up there, making use of that key. About to tie up on KS7, both at 76 now, as the lead goes to Carmine Corp. elimination onto Salva as well, as they're going to continue holding on to that lead.
Swizzy already chained together 2, almost gets the 3rd, but he gets shut down. Malibuca trying to even the tides, doing what he can, quickly making that rotation on over, trying to get a sandwich going along with Mustache, but not able to find that success. But they still keep the key in their inventory, and Malibuca's once again trying to run it from coast to coast, buy some time for its teammates to spawn up, and there's only so much time you can buy as a solo.
Kiri now trying to get that lead back, as they're once again, and I'd say the most popular part of this map, which is kind of that basement area. You have the most right angles and potential for holding on to that key. But it looks like with the aggression coming through from KC now, Kiri only has a millisecond left to stay up.
Sometimes it's about that 1 to 2 seconds. Sometimes when you're wondering things are going wrong from map to map, sometimes all it is just buy 2 more seconds. Even if you're going to get eliminated, that 2 seconds could be the difference maker of spawning up, getting back on the map just in the nick of time, as Malibuca goes headhunting, finds another one onto Salvo, and then he's just continuously rotating this key around. And the information he's getting is Swizzy just spawned up in the center of the map. Malibuca and KC, as long as they know where these spawns at, they know exactly where the players are going to crash in from.
Malibuca goes down though. Now Swizzy, it's all up to him. Can he make use of those shots? Salva though, gonna close it out. Now once again, KS7 pushing on up. This could be their chance.
Waiting for that health to regenerate back. Sees them all pushing up. Swizzy on the other side of the bubble shield. Salvo choosing to give it up. EMP over the top. Swizzy's going to connect with some damage, which is going to allow him to clean that one up easy. Even with a couple of his teammates going down, they quickly move in, clean that one up, and once again get the key under their control. Less than 20 seconds left for KC in this map for them to win.
Good news is the timer ran out. They were in the lead, so they didn't even have to make it to 150 points. They were able to close out the second round of Keeper and take home this match. Capture the flag was quite close, but once we got the hard point, the domination from KC came through, and they carried that momentum forwards to Keeper to ultimately close out.
Yeah, even with big moments like this early on in that round for KS7, it's just unfortunately there's only so long you can kind of keep that pressure up against a team like Carmine Corp. So eventually they'll be able to flip that switch, turn it right back in their favor, just like they did in round number 1 of map 3. They kind of solidify it yet again. And then on the side of KS7, once the scoreline is that far out, they not only came back, but they gained the lead. You start to get desperate and you start to flood in one by one by one, and it's not what you're going to do. You cannot go and play individual against a team like KC.
Yeah, pressure got on to KS7, but they were able to close it out. The good news, the European Titans are going to continue moving forwards to see if they can get a full upper bracket run. For KS7, they're going to move down to lowers. It is double elimination bracket, so if you get eliminated 2 times, if you lose 2 against 2 different teams, you are out of the game. So hopefully KS7 can get a comeback.
Yeah, and the map cycle, we kind of saw it back-to-back Panther maps for the first 2, which might be what a team would like, depending on if they like the newer versions of Hardpoint, Capture the Flag, or kind of the older versions on those 2 maps and modes. But Keeper, I think, is going to be the deciding. There's only one of those modes. You don't get a lot of practice, so if you could just be good at CTF, then that's just enough if you win that map number 3 to kind of edge out a victory in any series.
Yeah, what I'm curious about, though, are those STC prediction results. So we let you predict at the start of this match. Were you voting more for KC or for KS7? We've had pretty close predictions throughout the day. It's been close to 50-50 on almost every match we've seen. And once again, it looks like it was 41% for KC versus 59% for KS7. So I think this is the 3rd time that the team that had the lower percentage did end up taking home the win.
Yeah, to me, that's big, because I thought the KC fans were going to come out in full force. I thought it was about to be like a 99 to 1% style chance with the amount of fans that they have. But hey, whether you were predicted or not, they went ahead and controlled their own destiny. They came out with a big win, which I'm happy for KC, especially with that roster change.
That going forward, so we'll see if they're going to be able to do that.
Yep. So just kind of looking right now, map number 1, that was that Capture the Flag on Chalet.
And then I'm looking at the wrong series. That was Panther. And then map number 2, once again, the hard point on Panther as well. And I was saying, this is where maps 4 and 5 can play a role in the series, because then it's the first one out of the hard point and capture the flag that's picked, and whatever one's left over ends up as map number 5. That could have been a way in the series, but KS7, they do fall short. But what I do like about teams like Dragons, KS7, that they put up a fight. They showed that they're not a team that's just going to roll over, go down, and kind of get squashed out of a tournament. There's still another chance for them in the lower end of these group stages to still make it to our playoff.
Yeah, I'm excited to see kind of how these teams are going to perform on that lower bracket run. I mean, I know at least 1, 2 of them are going to make it all the way, so I don't know which one is it going to be. It's been a pretty close call throughout the whole day, so I don't think I have a name in mind.
Yeah, we're kind of looking at how these guys played. If you had to give an MVP for anyone, who do you think that MVP is? I know I have a name kind of in the back of my mind based off of mostly map number 3, to be honest, and then kind of game-saving plays. I would think, maybe Malibuca with their headshots that they have. Who would you think?
Look, Malibuca in terms of hitting those snipes with the marksman was key, but also you got to think about the team players, right? Anas the Phil doing a great job of kind of leading the team throughout filling and continuing with that. And speaking about Anas, I think he's joining us here, ready for a quick interview. Anas, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing great after our first win. Feels good to play on LAN again.
That's great. That's what I love to see.
It probably feels good and everything. Just looking at you guys, what is the energy like going into the matchup, especially after winning 3-0?
I think we're pretty excited going into this because it's nice to play on LAN, see everyone, and yeah, I think we're a pretty good team. So 3-0, we're happy about that. Not our greatest performance, but it's 3-0.
You can't be mad about the 3-0, but I did notice in the first map on Capture the Flag, it was kind of the closest one between Hardpoint and Keeper. CTF kind of gave you guys a bit of trouble. Do you know kind of what might have went wrong there, or why it was a little difficult to close it out?
I think Capture the Flag is our weakest point right now, but so that's probably why we look pretty bad. But yeah, we managed out to take the win.
So don't worry, we won't tell anybody about your Capture the Flag being the weakest map. So going into these next couple matches, you now have a chance to qualify for first place in your group. Looking at the rest of the players and teams in your group and the teams overall, is there any team that you look at as the toughest competition, or maybe some rival that you're looking to play against?
I think Exet is probably the best team here, but I don't think we're gonna meet them anytime soon.
Okay.
But look forward to meeting them in finals.
That's what I like to hear. The confidence making it all the way to finals. Now, you said Capture the Flag is probably your worst mode. Which one do you think your team is the most confident in?
Keeper is, I think Keeper is our best, and then Hardpoint. We seem to win every Keeper.
Yeah. I like that. Keeper being map number 3. It kind of like turns the tides and things like that. But what would you say is the #1 thing that prepared you for this stage and possibly becoming the world champions?
Just all the scrims going up to this. We've been preparing a lot and scrimming every day.
That's what I love to hear. And Nas, the preparation is what's crucial to that win. But now, before we let you go, Anas, is there anything you want to shout out, anyone you want to shout out, or even just give everybody your socials so they can find you?
My socials is NSFNB on pretty much everything, and I want to shout out like all the K-Cup fans. They're very supportive, and also my family's here to support me. So I'm happy about that.
That's what I've always loved. I always love your family has always shown up and show out. So thank you one more time, Anas. Congratulations for winning that first match of your group stage. And I hope to see you guys continue to dominate the rest of the day today. But Takata, this has been an amazing couple of matches so far. And I got to ask you, do you think at all that if there's any upsets in store for us today?
Any upsets? Look, I don't know, Jacob. We've had some close matches throughout the whole day. 2 more are left to go. Only time will tell. But I love the interview with Anas. The KC fan base is incredibly strong, so I'm excited to see how they continue pushing forwards. But before we get to the last 2 matches of the day, we are going to head to a quick break. So I'll see you on the other side.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
We are back once again with the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite. $1 million up for grabs this weekend, and we've already seen 4 incredible matches, with one of them being a qualifier match today, and we got 2 more to go. Takada, are you ready for this?
I'm excited. I'm extremely excited, especially because the upcoming match that we have has some big names. I know we've got Heroic going up against the only other team that we haven't seen today that qualified from Brazil, and they are gonna be representing. So I'm curious to see how they're gonna be able to play out. Will they play as well as Dragons did up against Exet? You can see it's W7M versus Heroic. Heroic has players like Thomas HD, 11 top 5 finishes in FNCS, the best player yet to win one. And on the other hand, on W7M, we've got Frosty, PH Zin, Seyun, Kurtz. These are some of the best players on Brazil. So this is definitely going to be an intense one.
No, it definitely is. And one thing that we've seen so far today is no matter if it's a 3-0, every single one of these matchups, especially against these regions that may not be looked at in the same light as NA and EU, they are surprising people. They're having a quick wake-up call in these game number ones. They're just unable to really carry that out into the rest of the series. And this is a chance right now to be W7M and do something that nobody has done so far and close out one of these matches and complete the upset.
Let's take a look at the Heroic roster now fully and kind of break it down for you all very quickly. So we talked about Thomas HD, one of the best aimers, if not the best in Fortnite competitive. He is going to be alongside Fredoxy, Hellfire, and Kiro. I'm excited to see kind of how they're able to play this one out. We do know that Thomas HD obviously will be the marksman, so he's going to be rocking the sniper rifle. Fredoxy as the juggernaut, Hellfire as the fill, and Kiro as the engineer.
Yeah, when these guys, the last time we kind of see them take the stage at DreamHack Dallas when they got the qualification spot, it was a big victory, I do believe, against Exet, and then eventually they did lose to, at that time, Exceed. So it's going to be interesting to see now with another big matchup right here against W7M. I do believe it's going to kind of be one of those chances for Thomas to be just Thomas. He's the marksman for the team. We know how crazy he can be with these precision weapons. Fredoxy's going to be the juggernaut. There's a lot of flexibility with Fredoxy. And then, you know, even though they have Kiro and Hellfire, let's go ahead and take a look at that Coach Trippern. We've been seeing him a lot throughout some of these videos in the background. He's very, very vocal. And having someone like Trippern as your coach has to be a whole nother level of confidence that I think some of these teams might not be able to get.
Yeah, they have that LAN experience from the DreamHack qualifiers compared to W7M that qualified through the online tournament. They did get second place on their region. It's going to be Frosty, PH Zin, Seyun, and Kurtz. The marksman is going to be Frosty. PH Zin will be filling. And it looks like they do kind of change it up sometimes. So I believe Seyun also plays marksman sometimes, but Kurtz is going to be the engineer.
Now they got here through the online qualifier. They lost to only Dragons on their way here. Once in the upper bracket semifinals, then the eventual grand finals. So it just goes to show that these guys can put up a fight
others their series, a bunch of 3-0s, 1-3-2 against Loud. These guys know what it takes to win, especially since they do have at least 2 FNCS championships on their roster, a runner-up on their roster as well. They're probably one of the only full Brazilian teams we have here at the Esports World Cup, and they're ready. They're ready to put on the show, because one thing I learned is international competitions and Brazil go together like spaghetti and meatballs.
Oh yeah, it's literally the only full Brazilian team. The other one is representing Argentina, which was Dragons. So if they're anything like how Dragons performed, almost taking out the fan favorite Exet, then I'm sure we're in for a good surprise here.
No, I definitely are, especially if you can kind of see some of the maps that are going to be laid out for us to play today. I think it's one of those that kind of not necessarily favors the newer team in this mix, because it's kind of business as usual. CTF is going to be Shallot map number 1, Panther Hardpoint, and then Keeper. And then we have the mix up with Capture the Flag being map number 4. So it's going to be a real interesting one. That's why I asked you guys at home, let me know your guys' predictions. Our STC predictions are here. Make sure you guys go to that link down below and let us know. You guys have been more right than I think I've ever seen in a Fortnite competition with predictions so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's been incredibly close throughout the day, right? It's been pretty 50-50 throughout the predictions, so maybe this will be the first one that's a little bit more skewed. Maybe not. To be honest, in my head, I'm kind of close on this one, even though we do have EU Titans. We have the Brazilian Titans alongside them, so I don't know. I think we could be in for a surprise here, Jacob.
Yeah, and I just got to go ahead and say, too, like, Heroic was one of those teams going into DreamHack Dallas. Everybody looked at them as one of the best teams in the game at that point. They fell short, you know, teams like Falcons, teams like Exceed, they all kind of surpassed them. Even KC had surpassed them at that Dallas event. And this is a chance for redemption to really reclaim that top spot as the team to beat in EU, especially since you look at one of the earlier groups, Team Falcons versus Exet. NA already took down EU in a big competition so far. So Heroic, they still got to earn that chance to go against a big team in NA, but it starts right here against one of our Latin American rosters with a chance to prove that they can shut down those 3-0 teams just like everybody else to start the day.
Exceed took out Falcons, or I mean, Exet took out Falcons, Exceed took out GG. So now that we have another European team trying to dominate the past 2 European versus Middle East matches, EU has taken it home, but now we have an EU versus Latin American match. So we'll see who is going to be able to crown themselves champion of this match. As a reminder, it is double elimination, so even if they end up losing here, they'll have another opportunity to battle it out once again. But I don't know. I don't think I have a prediction for you here, Jacob.
It's definitely tough. It's definitely tough, especially knowing that this group is, in my opinion, was one of the harder groups and figure out who's going to get first. You have Heroic, you have Big, Dignitas, and W7M Esports. Big and Dignitas are playing on the mainstream elsewhere. We'll try to get that score as it does come in. But for Heroic and W7M Esports, this is probably going to be the harder match for W7M Esports. So no matter what happens here, I feel like they can go in this with the full confidence knowing they have the potential to win. And if they lose, as long as they keep it close, then they have the potential to win against teams like Big and teams like Dignitas that they might have to face later on today as well.
I'm excited. We can take a look at them already, kind of getting set up here, getting in the zone once again. They are one of the later duos to play it out throughout the day, so still might be getting warmed up a little bit, but with the smile on Thomas's face, I'm sure that they're feeling confident getting into this match here.
Look at Trippin. Trippin look good. He looked like an official coach in the background as well. He's buttoned up, making sure to put the sleeves up as well because he knows this one isn't going to be easy. He's ready to put in that hard work. I don't know if I saw a notepad there on the side, and that's something that's big. When you have a coach that came just as prepared as the players in terms of strategy, preparation, energy, which is a big thing, especially in these online events, that's just a whole nother level of confidence. And that is going to be the vibes that this team needs in every single matchup throughout the Esports World Cup. They need to have that confidence at an all-time high. They need to have those smiles and just kind of have that camaraderie with each other, because once it starts to go downhill, this is a team that will fall like an avalanche.
That's right. You got to keep that mentality in check. Tripper, suit tucked in, shirt ready to go. I'm excited to see kind of how they continue their momentum if they start off strong, or how they come back from a potential surprising loss in the first round. A lot of these top teams, we've seen them have trouble in capture the flag. I don't know why, but it's always capture the flag where the Titans end up going down, or I guess say close to going down. So we'll see if that trend continues here, or maybe we'll just see pure domination. Who knows? But I'm definitely sure both teams have been putting in the work. It's all about making sure they can perform when it matters the most, when you're in person, when you're sat down here at the Esports World Cup in this LAN environment. So both sides of the spectrum here have LAN experience. So I'm excited to kind of see which one outperforms the other. We do know that Heroic did perform at the DreamHack Dallas qualifier and W7 did not. So they do have that little advantage, but will it matter enough? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking about map number 1, CTF on Shallot, to where we've seen at least two different strategies to kind of open up depending on which side you spawn on. You go ahead and either take the long tunnel or that long rock hallway to kind of push forward. You anchor your player back on the other side of the map, and then kind of the marksman watches the middle. And right now I would say, like, if red team, whoever starts off on red, does have the advantage in terms of being able to take over that pool control, that back rocks control, especially if their snipers kind of watching out for them handedly, there would be very few opportunities to very safely get the shots that you need. So I'm going to be looking at red team, whoever that is that spawns in, to make the first move for that map control. Otherwise, you're kind of giving up that blue team options and flexibility for them to kind of pick somebody off, get you to make a mistake, and then kind of take over from there.
Good news is you won't have to wait too long. Players are already loading in, picking their classes, getting their marksmans ready, making sure their scope is clean and ready to go. I'm excited, Jacob. We'll see if the aggression comes through. This is one of the less aggressive modes, although compared to Panther, Shallot is a bit more aggressive in terms of capture the flag, but both of them are a little bit more passive than Hardpoint and Keeper, so we'll see how it plays out. But seeing how the Exet versus Dragons match went out on capture the flag, Shallot, it was incredibly aggressive, so Sayun starting off strong here on the red team, pushing through rocks.
Yeah, like I said, red team rocks pull. You do have a little bit of that advantage. Dynamite over the top, but he gets returned fire onto one. Dirt goes in by himself. Sayun just trying to alleviate some of that pressure, but Kiro gets credit for both of those eliminations. And now that early pool control is going to go on over to Heroic.
The HC goes down as well. Kiro with a third as he gets closer and closer to that point. Regroup now is going to come through. One last fight is all it's going to take for Heroic to be able to get this flag.
And they're pushing up. Just another round of those eliminations. You got Kurtz waiting towards anybody to push on the flag. He has both the bubble and the grenade still in his inventory, but Thomas is going to be the first one. But he's also the same one that goes down. Hellfire trying to use it as distractions. Go in, grab the flag. Eliminations going way of Heroic up until then. Every player gets chopped down. The flag gets returned, and W7M has a chance to take some map control.
Good effort from Heroic. They grabbed the flag, just weren't able to bring it far enough, but it is a good start. The pressure is currently on W7M. Heroic are continuing to apply that as Sayun has been cracked here. Thomas looking to finish it off, but he's got to be careful. His teammate there to back him up. Sayun now continuing to push on forwards.
Trading back and forth. Hellfire just making sure to clean up his side of the map before he looks elsewhere. W7M basically has to start from scratch as Ferdoxy sneaks all the way to the other end of that tunnel, gets the elimination, and you see the focus that he's putting on him. Kiro is there to alleviate some of the pressure, but everybody from W7M turned around to try to deal with him, and now the pressure is on. Great eliminations here from Heroic will open up a flag opportunity.
Shot blocked by the shield bubble, incredibly placed. Timing, the chemistry from Heroic is showing as they pick up that flag alongside, I believe, a whole squad wipe, and Hellfire now should have enough time to bring this one home.
Yeah, just kind of as easy as it goes there for Hellfire. They were able to push up, force the members of W7M into a defensive position that didn't favor them, and the bubble shield just blocking off the whole path, allowing for a free grab. But Ferdoxy again being a nuisance towards the backside, once more turning those members of W7M around. And even if you go down, those are the seconds that I'm talking about that you need to buy your team.
Hellfire now going for a quick fight, unable to be on the winning end though, as this could be an option for W7M to push up a little bit more as they get closer and closer to Heroic side of the map. Snipe is not going to get connected by Ferdoxy, who's playing marksman this time around.
A little bit of a switch up. We thought it was going to be Thomas, but Kind of sticking to what the tried and true for that roster. Thomas towards the outside. He gets taken down by multiple members of W7M, but you see they don't have the numbers just yet. They have to wait for their team, and as soon as they try to make the move, they get split up. Sayun versus Kiro. He ends up taking him down yet again. Back to start. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200 as Heroic once again on the defensive end, stopping anything thrown at him.
Hero now going to continue on forwards here, waiting for a little bit of a regroup as he listens for footsteps, tries to see if there's any opening for Doxy, though, missing that initial snipe, but they do get the elimination, and now they can continue going towards the flag.
No fires there on the other side. Try to alleviate the pressure, take the focus. He gets that first elim, but Frosty is there along with Kurt. So they're going to wait for every member of Heroic to spawn up, get in position, and have a full team effort here instead of just trying to trickle in by two. The teammates there, they got the green light. They're going to grab that flag in. Hellfire is going to be able to get it out. Doxy's even still alive, as long with Hero and Heroic, and every single member, even in a prolonged fight like this, they still end up winning. There is a full-on squad wipe and another capture by Heroic.
Such a great job of applying that pressure while Hellfire just sneaks his way out to capture that flag, putting them at 2-0 with just 50 seconds left. It is incredibly in Heroic's favor. All they kind of do is just have to close it out here.
40 seconds left, barring any miracles. Should be a 2-0 half. It does look like W7M are not giving up just yet. Frosty's going to get taken down, though. Thomas alleviating some of that pressure along with Hellfire. And Kiro as well. 3 members down and out. PH Sin's going to be by himself. 30 seconds left. And with him falling, that's going to be it for W7M Esports and their chances to capture a flag here in this half. But it might not be the case for Heroic. They still might have one more left in the tank.
Frosty now looking to see what he can find here, as the flag has been recuperated, but just 10 seconds left now. It's going to be difficult for either team to pick up a flag and bring it home here. Looks like the half is going to end 2-0 for Heroic.
And now 2-0, and in the fashion that happened, it didn't even look like Heroic was really contested too much. They might have got denied a few opportunities when they were deep into the base, but majority of that looked good and full control over Heroic. Anytime it looked like W7M were on their side of the map, it was kind of players like Doxy, players like Hero that played back into the defensive side. They got the eliminations, and then they pushed forward. And then both times when the flag was grabbed, it was a bubble shield. It was Hellfire that went in to get the touch and bring it all the way back.
Quickly enough, we will start round 2 now. It's all about W7M not only trying to get 2 caps here, but even if they want to win OT, they're going to have to get the first flag capture. As now, quick elim onto Kiro is going to allow them to push up a bit. This could be an opportunity.
They need 3 flag captures overall in this game. Kurtz is going to get the first one out, but it's not going to go far. Gets stuck at the house windows. Might even get relayed on out. Sayun just trying to make a play. Lands the snipe, but unfortunately 2v1. Numbers not on your side. Explosions happening. Great bubble shield coming out from Thomas, but he's not going to be able to save himself from that one. But luckily, you have 2 more teammates. One of them in for Doxy, able to clean up that elimination and keep it rolling for Heroic.
Yeah, they were kind of just going in one by one. It wasn't like a calculated team effort there at the end. It was just try and grab the flag that keeps getting dropped. So now they're going to have to regroup and do more of a calculated approach to this attack. But Doxy does not want to let that happen. He's already picked up 1, gets the snipe for the second, and now the push is on Heroic's side.
And basically going coast to coast, knowing where the push is going to come from. Gets another elimination with a little bit of help. Tries to land a big shot, but goes down. But you can kind of see Heroic instantly spawns up most of those members that just fall. They're in position, knowing and reading where this play is going to come from.
Looking for the snipe, trying to get an angle. Nice shot, gonna be connected by Sayun. Kiro quickly enough gonna turn around towards Frosty, but Frosty gets that elim, and now it's all up to Kurtz.
Yeah, Kurtz is going ahead and forcing a couple players of Heroic to have to deal with him, which opens up opportunity and time elsewhere on the map. But for Doxy is not missing right now. Another body shot leading to elimination, alleviating the pressure straight forward through that pool side of the map. And with Sayun going down, all of the pressure on the map is going to be alleviated for a quick moment.
Cool, nice shots coming through. Heroic are looking like heroes right now, basically untouchable. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. As Sayun now gets closer and closer to the flag once again. But with Kiro close by, they are going to take that 1v1. Snipe comes through, but it's not going to be enough.
minutes, about 30 plus seconds left here in round number 2. W7M needs back-to-back-to-back flag captures, 2 of them at the bare minimum in regulation time, and again, they are just going to get stopped short of any sort of success, and that's going to allow for Heroic once again. Every single time they get a couple of those eliminations, they immediately beeline to the middle of the map, but Hellfire, Kiro, they get shut down. Siyu trying to make a play, but he gets taken down by Thomas in the house again.
Just 70 HP now, recuperated back to 100. Thomas just playing that right-hand peek perfectly, not allowing any player from W7M to get close, but now the push comes through. 2 players tunnel, 2 players rocks. Can they make something happen?
Yeah, Frosty floating around. He has to be careful, though, because they do know exactly where he's at. Those audio visuals giving up a lot of information. See him staggering around. Satan was trying to go from the outside flank. Frosty a little late to help on that side of the map, and he's just scrambling around. Gets taken down by Hellfire as well. It just looks like W7M is just kind of overextending, and the players that are able to help don't know which player to help, and then they kind of all fall because of it.
Yeah, and now Heroic know that they already have a 2-flag lead, so they don't have to play overly aggressive. It's kind of just staying defensive, making sure that W7M does not get a flag capture here, and they just continue getting elim after elim and doing a great job with exactly that.
About 70 seconds here. W7M needs consecutive flag captures, and they're running out of time to do it. Heroic once again pushing up. You see they're not turtling back. They know the situation. They don't want to give up free map control over to W7M unless they have to reposition. Ferdoxy knows that he has the help of Kiro, waiting for a push just like this. First elimination is going to be the easiest. A couple more trying to float their way in, but Ferdoxy finds him yet again. Another squad wipe for Heroic.
Now the push actually might just come through. They were deciding to play it a bit slower, but this time around now they've had so much opportunity to get closer and closer. They're not going to give up on that chance as Frosty now tries to stop it. Unfortunately, the grenade is not going to go his way as now he's almost exploded himself. Gets taken out. Thomas HD continues. Sayun on the right-hand peak. Going to get the shot as they continue pushing forwards.
Yeah, 20 seconds left. That's just simply not enough time here for W7M Esports. You got to give it up to Heroic. They got their early flag captures, and then from there, they were just kind of able to go toe-to-toe, both on the offense and defensive side of that flag. Heroic had an answer for every single thing underneath their sleeve, and with the map over, they're going to get a 1-0 lead, but they know the job isn't done just yet. Not until you win those 3 maps, so they're prepared to go the long haul.
They are definitely ready. I think that was the most domination we've seen from a team on Capture the Flag. So we'll see if they can keep that one going for a hard point. But so far, it's looking incredibly strong for Heroic.
Yeah, it just seems again, you can kind of see almost every one of those turns. Kurtz goes in. He's able to kind of grid them off, but it was just multiple times in that same position. Heroic was able to kind of push onto the flag. A well-timed bubble shield and well-timed elimination. Hellfire was able to get that flag out and gone. And I would say even more times than 2 because a couple of those W7M was lucky enough to return, so it could have been worse.
It definitely could have been worse. See some of the snipes that Satan was connecting, though, back to back. I think, to be fair, W7M might perform a little bit better on hardpoint as they can play a bit more aggressive in that sense, but at the same time, with the amount of prep and strategy that's went into Heroic's playstyle, it's going to be really difficult to overthrow them.
Yeah, it really is. Especially you can kind of see that everybody here is playing on fire. And then now we're going on over to the next map. Like I said, it's going to be Hardpoint on Panther. And it's a lot of familiarity for a team like Heroic, you know, practicing on these first 2 maps for a long time. You know, when it was in the best of 3 series, the Capture the Flag was played twice. And then you enter in Keeper again. They got a lot of practice on Keeper. So the first 3 maps of the cycle is kind of that danger zone that I'm talking about. For a team like W7M Esports, maybe you have to throw in the different King of the Hills, the different Capture the Flags to kind of throw your opponent off balance, and then you kind of go back to that later if you do or manage somehow to get a lead in the series overall. But right now, I just think Heroic is kind of just autopilot, business as usual.
Yeah, honestly, they did not have a single trouble in the last match. They kind of just like played all out to get those 2 flag captures, but once they had it, it was just more on don't do anything too risky. Play consistent, make sure they don't get anywhere near our flag, and just close it out with a 2-point lead. executed perfectly. Next up is going to be Hardpoint on Panther. So we know how control ends up working there. It's all about keeping that momentum, staying ahead once those next points appear, making sure you're able to hit your shots, play aggressive when you need to. So if we're talking about hitting shots, I think Heroic's going to be the team to land them.
I'm going to go ahead and play devil's advocate, give the silver lining real here for W7M, is they did have moments where they were able to slay out the players of Heroic, get them off their side of the map, and even at times get close to the Heroic base to try to go ahead and get a flag capture out. Now this going on over to Hardpoint Panther, it is a more elimination heavy game. I'm just kind of thinking if W7M could start to get into a flow of things very, very early on, start to build that momentum in an elimination heavy game, it might suit them a little bit more than capture the flag that has a little bit more strategy, slow downs, and points like that.
Yeah, I mean, to give them the benefit of the doubt, the good part of W7M is they were all very similar in terms of elimination. I mean, P18 had 13, Frosty 12, Sayun 13, Kurtz 13. Almost everybody had 13 eliminations except for Frosty that had 12. But on the other end, Heroic did have significantly more. Fredoxy with 21, Thomas HD with 18, Kiro with 17, Hellfire with 15. So they were dominant in terms of eliminations, but at the same time, they were winning as well. So we'll have to see kind of how it plays out on Hardpoint. I do still think that anything can happen.
Yeah, I do as well. Just kind of looking at the damage, though, it's kind of like relatively even. A lot of the guys on W7M were helping each other out to the best of their ability, but all it takes is one person to lose the fight, and then the mismatch that we saw from Heroic being able to crash down, finish a lot of the fights as a team rather than just taking individual battles, and even them on their side of things, relatively close to the damage. For Doxy, though, 4,700 for his team, 21 eliminations that you spoke about a 4.0 elimination, assists, damage dealt ratio, all of that. So these guys are actually doing pretty well on both sides. I just need to see W7M strike early, build that confidence early, and shut down Heroic's potential.
Well, you don't have to wait too long because Hardpoint is already starting off strong, and with a quick shot from Fredoxy, showing why he's currently on Marksman. The push is going to continue through full-on aggression. It is going to get stopped, though, by PA Zin and Kurtz, who are going to pick up 2 eliminations, and the first team that gets on the point looks like is going to be W7M.
You just got to do, got to come out with a whole new fire. Let Heroic know we're not going to just roll over that easy, but Fredoxy answers back, taking out Sayun. Fredoxy just getting a couple extra help, but flank towards the outside is going to slow that one down, keeping W7M in full control. They have the statue as well. Thomas is doing what he can to get some information for his team, but you can see without his backup, there's only so much he can do. He has to wait for the timing to come in, and as soon as he sees Fredoxy, he tries to go and gets taken out because of it.
Good news for W7M. They've already gotten 40 points, almost holding on to this whole first point of the map. Thomas HD now waiting for his team to get back in the play as Sayun's looking for a snipe. Frosty now has to be careful, though. His shots come through various angles. Sayun goes down. P8 Zin goes down. Frosty goes down. It's all up to Kurtz now. Kurtz versus the world as he goes down to Hellfire, but they secured the whole hard point. 55 points as we go on to P2.
Yeah, 55 uncontested points is going to be impressive, especially now that they got the spawn on their side for the next hill. Hellfire is going to go down. Thomas is going to follow. Kiro's doing what he can to try to even the tides along with Fredoxy, but there's just too many members of W7M, especially Sayun with that marksman, try to take him out, but just the members of Heroic just not giving up on that play. They continue to trickle in one by one, fresh off the respawn, and they find success.
Good news for W7M is they should be respawning at a similar time. It's all up to PH Sin, but he goes down right after he gets that elimination. Thomas follows shortly after as Frosty gets knocked out. Kurtz being left alone. Fredoxy is going to be the one to clean him up, and now Hellfire is back in play, but Sayun knocked out one. Now Hellfire, it's all up to him in the 2v1. Sayun misses his snipe, but he still gets that elimination.
That's big right now for W7M. Because even though Heroic is able to get some time, they kept the majority of it away, and even getting this scrap time that is going to be left. But on rotation, 2P3 across the map, where Hellfire looks like he's already positioned, has backup with Thomas HD, and the rest of the team does have control of the spawn.
This is where they have a potential for that comeback. It is first with 250 points, 84 for W7M, about 30 for Heroic right now. They were the first ones on this third point, but the first push is going to come in from the Brazilian team, W7M. They get that initial elimination. Hellfire fights back, though, as now It's looking like a pretty even fight. PH goes down for Doxy with that elimination, and it looks like they'll keep on holding.
Now hold down P3 on the Lambo, using it for cover. They know a couple players are going to push back towards this bar side, and Fredoxy's trying to aim that marksman, catch him off guard before they see him. Thomas gets one. He goes down. The trades continue to favor Heroic. Frosty tries to make that last-ditch effort as Hellfire holds on tough. The last player standing throughout all that fighting.
Looks like both teams are going to get back into play at the same time. It's a 3v3 fight for this 4th point, but now it looks like it's a grouped up 4v4. This means a lot here. Both teams now similar in terms of points. It's all about who is going to be able to capture this point first.
Yeah, Heroic did a good job of climbing back into this one with a good lead for W7M early. And this is exactly what I was talking about. W7M has to win the early game fights because we know the potential for Heroic to climb back into this series, into this game is huge, especially with plays like that. Fredoxy's able to get one, lands another shot back to back from Fredoxy again. And this is what I was scared of for W7M.
Fredoxy should not be winning these fights. He advantage at all, but he still picks up 2, holds it on strong for Heroic, and gets the comeback to now tie up with W7M. Fredoxy putting everybody on his back.
17 eliminations so far. Going on over to the 4th hill, which is going to be across the map. There's a lot of cover there, and it does look like W7M Frosty is going to be the first player to try to hold down position, especially if he gets an elimination onto Kiro. Gets another one onto Fredoxy with the help of his teammates, but Fredoxy tries to answer back. He goes down. W7M able to hold on to the early portions of this hill.
This is big. They got the initial capture. All players are up and healthy now. They even got some free pickings off the start, so this is going to give them a little bit of time to breathe, to base up, to get their defense going. And with the cracks coming through onto Thomas, onto Fredoxy, they have that HP advantage, but Sayun goes down. Kurtz goes down as well. Frosty follows shortly after, and PH is the last player standing.
Now, this is a good chunk of time, though, for W7M. About 30 seconds, half the possible hill time here, which means Heroic might try to make one last-ditch effort, one more stop into this hill, and PH Zin's going to be the only real hero trying to hold down the fort. Sayun is late, but he's able to at least get some time back onto the hill. 10 seconds left. It will switch as multiple members of Heroic are falling on this rotation.
Going to go back to point 1 where it all started off in this hard point on Panther. Frosty is going to go down, and it looks like Heroic will be the initial ones to capture this point, but they could change quickly as Kurtz is going for the flank. Hero trying to stay covered.
Wow. Thomas showing almost no respect, no mercy on his opponents right there. He did have the help of Kiro, and he's trying to help Kiro back, but he just took too much damage early on. They're both going to fall. That opens up a little opportunity for W7M, but a little ill-advised for Sayun to go by himself. Luckily for him, Frosty and the rest of the squad are there just in the nick of time to continue to contest this hill and keep their score moving.
Nice EMP from Frosty, canceling out that shield bubble, but Fredoxy going right on in, looking to close it out with PH in. Does not connect the shot, but his teammate is going to be able to close it out. This is an incredibly close match. Both teams at around 150 points. It's first to 250, 100 more points is all they need.
They're so close. Both of these teams are so close to that margin of victory. This is kind of where the lead is changing hands back and forth, back and forth. Whoever starts to getting that consistency late in the game will end up on top. And that's why I always say it's not how you start, it is how you finish. And right now, it does look like W7M are still not going down without a fight, even with a couple players of Rogue getting eliminations and pushing forward into the hill. Thomas, Fredoxy is able to get a couple eliminations, and the tides have turned here in this second hill.
Yeah, it looks like Heroic picked it up, even though W7M had the initial push. Now the good news is they've had time to regroup. The full push from W7M is going to come through. But as quickly as that push came through, Frosty's now going to look for nice side angles onto his opponents rotating in. W7 once again taking control. This is night and day from the capture the flag round we saw.
Yeah, this is the kind of life we needed to see out of W7M, but still finding ways on the side of Heroic to bleed into the hill, steal some of that time back. About 3 seconds of differential before these two, and it's going to be even less than that after this. The next hill moving on over, and it's Hellfire. Both times we've went over to P3, Heroic has had Hellfire on that hill, getting the position for their team early.
This is huge for Heroic because Sayun has already been cracked. He has no shield onto him. So not only do they not have the positional advantage, they didn't have the HP advantage, but they do not care. W7M takes the push, takes the point, and huge snipe onto Hellfire to continue with their lead.
Almost close to that 200-point mark as Kiro's moving up. He's able to get that elimination. Frosty gets 2, though. He's trying to even the tide. Kurt's the backside of the zone. Immediately gets jumped on by 2 members of Heroic. And because of the spread fights around the map, Heroic will be able to drain the rest of this time down. They are already over 200 points parked. And now W7M is going to start to feel desperate for these hills.
Yeah, the pressure now on W7M's shoulders is getting heavier and heavier. Just 5 more seconds left, though, till the next point. It can all come down to this. It looks like it's going to be a tie going into this point, so it really just depends on who's going to be able to start it off.
Yeah, Heroic does have the back spawn, full area towards the outside, but they're not able to get in the hill just yet, and that's going to make it infinitely harder. With Frosty getting that first elimination on the Kiro, for Doxy's going to fall, but it is going to be a 2-for-2 trade, but it is looking like Hellfire, and the rest of Heroic are going to stand tall, and they have a win condition here on this hill.
If they can hold on, this could be the end for Heroic. This is a crucial match, but Kurtz does not want to make it easy for them. PH in with the flank as well. Kiro goes down, and now W7M have taken this point.
Yeah, but I don't think they could win. There's just not enough time. Maybe it's exactly enough time. This might be exactly enough time for W7M Esports to win this game. Heroic just needs a little contest, a little stoppage on that hill, and that one is going to come to fruition. They cannot win on the other side. They can get about 247 points for Heroic. They can get close, but they won't be able to finish.
Now it's the deciding factor. Does W7M continue this push, or do they just 100% claim the next point? I already see Frosty disengaging. PHG going for the shots. It was actually Sayun that took capture of this point with now just 2 seconds left. It's a battle for the 5th point, and Frosty is the first one there.
Only a few seconds like you're talking about. Hero is just trying to open up that opportunity. Bubble shield going down. EMP to break it. Nobody's in the hill just yet, so they want to force Heroic in to try to get those eliminations, but Hellfire goes more than just in. He takes him out, but W7M with the close respawn, they answer back quickly.
Is it enough? The push comes through. There's the final push for Heroic. They need to make something happen. Just a few seconds left until W7M takes it home, and they've done it. You can see the celebration from getting absolutely annihilated on Capture the Flag to taking home Hardpoint. We are now 1-1.
They kept it just close enough. That early lead was a true difference maker for W7M Esports because Heroic, they clawed their way back into the game. 55-0 on the first hill. They not only took that point deficit and threw it to the side, they made it a close game. They're even one of the first teams in this matchup to over 200 points. But W7M, the team made of full Brazilian players. They have the heart, they have the passion, and now they have a tied up series.
I'm excited. What a way to close out the Hardpoint. Next up is Keeper, and seeing how close Hardpoint was, both teams know how to play incredibly aggressive, so I wouldn't be surprised if we have an extremely close Keeper match as well.
I just want to see that Keeper, if anybody switches anything up at all. Do we see the no sniper, which we saw both strategies? You know, I believe it was Exet choosing no sniper. We saw Carmine choosing wood sniper. Ferdoxy is playing lights out right now. Ferdoxy in moments isn't necessarily missing too many shots. He's just not getting the opportunities to hit the shots that he's good at. And even here, late in the game, I thought it was going to be a nice opportunity for Rogue to pick up a couple eliminations, but a mad scramble from W7M in the ending portions of that game stopped them from taking Hill 4 and allowed them to take Hill 5 right after.
Put a smile on my face. The fist bumps, the coach dabbing up his teammate. You know that they are locked in for this Keeper match. The momentum is going to be for W7M now. They have that confidence from taking home the hard point, but there was also so much domination from Heroic on CTF that I think mental-wise, it should be pretty close to an even playing field. We are 1-1 in the series, but that was a pretty tough loss for Heroic there, being so close.
I'm just trying to think, a team like Heroic on one side of things, I feel like have many opportunities to where they've been down before in series, been down by points on leaderboards, and they've been able to kind of answer back, have a phenomenal game, and kind of burst back into it. But W7M, I feel like they need to be able to kind of continue this momentum, continue to build that confidence, you know what I mean? And start to kind of push it further. They had a big slaying game. Unlike Capture the Flag, where those eliminations can only lead you so far, Keeper's another one of those modes to where if you're able to keep things going with eliminations, and start to rotate that key away, we can see the same scenario. We could possibly see W7M Esports up 2-1 over Heroic.
I don't know, Jacob. I'm getting locked in here myself. I'm excited to see how this next one plays out. As a reminder, we are going into the Keeper game mode. It's kind of similar in a sense to Hardpoint, where you just want to take hold of this key card that you can walk around with. It does give you a movement debuff, so you will walk slower. You get a point per second, first to 150 points. There's 2 rounds, so I'm excited to see who's going to be able to take it home. Players already loading in. You can see getting ready for this match. It is going to be on a different map. It's on Taverna Zoni. So new map, new mode. Let's see who takes it.
Yeah, we've seen coming a few power positions. One, that bell tower. Another one towards the basement on this map. Just trying to see if you can kind of actually move the key over into those spots, because it's not always easy once you have the key and then you kind of get stopped, you kind of struggle, and you kind of just got to play with the position that you can get. But if these guys can get it on over towards that basement, if they can get it on over towards that tower, they're going to be able to kind of set up and get a long stretch of points because of it.
I'd like to see it happen. Only time will tell, though, as now in any second the players will start their rush, their push towards that initial key. And there are kind of these, I don't know what to call them, these points of interest on this map where players tend to kind of move themselves towards when they do have this key. There's a basement, there's the edge of the kind of rocky mountain. So we'll see if players kind of go to these popular areas to play defensive from, or if they just kind of do a ring around the rosy throughout the whole map once they do secure that initial key card. But nice EMPs coming through right into Thomas HD. Catch as Kiro picks up another, but Frosty looks like might be able to just clean this one up and get that first key.
Yeah, he got the key, got the elim, and is quickly moving on over towards his teammates. Trying to see where they're going to bunker down at. They're instantly pulling it towards the back. A couple players fresh off the respawn, though, for Heroic, and are chained together a few eliminations, so Frosty has to be careful. You know the reinforcements are coming. Him versus Hellfire. He's able to get one, tries to go back-to-back onto Kiro, but gets shut down, so the key will change hands.
Has to be careful, though. Sayun's close by, full HP. Kiro is low as he makes the run, trying to group up with Fredoxy. Fredoxy doing a great job of taking out PH Zin, but the hunt is on. They're currently chasing behind him. Sayun and Frosty both got an elimination. Kurt's got an elimination now. Last player is Kiro, and he gets taken out.
And everybody's just kind of jumping around towards that boat, trying to get any position. There's multiple pathways that you can move in and around from here. The Sayun's just trying to be very, very careful. He knows they have the key. They knows Heroic has to make the move, and for Dox, he makes the perfect one. 2 eliminations, moves in. Hellfire and Kiro pick up 2 more. That's a full squad wipe, and you see them relaying that key around. Hellfire is going to be the one because he has that Infiltrator class. He has an extra speed boost.
He gets the speed nerf, but plus that speed boost is going to bring him back to a decent movement speed, but Hellfire is going to go down after that initial elimination. Kurt's a little far away, is going to have to get closer here, as Heroic still has that key card, getting point by point, continuing to kind of spread that gap as Frosty hits a huge shot to take out Kiro, and it looks like now they are going to be the ones holding onto that key. 3 players grouped up together. If they can stop Thomas here as well, it would be huge.
Yeah, moving on over towards that factory, in and around. Sayun goes down. That's the 3-piece from Thomas HD, the key in hand. And like I said, they're taking that tower. They're going to be able to see over a lot of position down that hallway, everything towards the left. And that's why nobody can sneak around. Not even you, Sayun. Even the frag going out, trying to displace him. Thomas HD not able to clean it up, but at least he's doing his job as he finally takes down Sayun.
Those were huge eliminations by Thomas. Not only did they get the key back, but they were not even close to a player advantage. If Thomas had gotten eliminated there, it would have been so much points for W7M. But now Hellfire doing what he can to stay up. Kiro's going to go down. Hellfire going to fall shortly after. And if they take out Thomas here, now they have a chance to kind of come back. The gap is on to Heroic, 81 points. Will they have enough to catch up?
Definitely a good amount of time left on this clock. Just over 2 minutes left. So it's definitely going to be possible. But Sayun, Frosty, It's in all three members going down in relatively quick succession. Was going to open up Hellfire, and the rest of Heroic continue to not only maintain the lead, but expand it even further. And you see the rotation coming out, the mini-map. W7M gets the far spawn, and Hellfire is just running so far that it's going to be a long time before they even catch him, let alone to get the Ewan.
But just like that, Hellfire goes down. Seiyun now looking back, takes out Kiro. PHZin has to recuperate that HP. He goes down as well, though. It's going to cause Seiyun to start running away. Make your route. Start your marathon, Seiyun, as you're getting hunted down.
That's where you're seeing the importance of the infiltrator role being mixed in here. Is Fredoxy going for another flank. Able to find some success, drawing attention his way with his teammates picking up the actual eliminations. Distractions may not show up on the scoreboard, but they mean just as much as the actual elimination, as PHZin still scrambling around. Big flank onto Fredoxy, saving Kurtz and allowing for W7M to take the lead back away from Heroic.
This is exactly what they needed. They were over 40 points behind Heroic, but now have already made the comeback to put them in the lead with that elimination onto Hellfire as well. PHZin and Kurtz picking up some more alongside them. Full squad wipe now for the Brazilian squad. This is massive.
Yeah, even though there's less than 45 seconds left on the clock, W7M still racking up that score line. As sooner or later, it's going to be mathematically impossible for Heroic to win no matter what happens. They just need to be able to hold on to the key that much longer. PHZin goes down. Heroic with a mad scramble in the last few seconds. There's 30 seconds left on the clock. Every second here on out for Heroic has to be perfect if they want to win round one.
You can see the W7M roster does not want to allow themselves to get picked off, but Frosty, Kurtz, and Seiyun are going to go down. Kiro now trying to do what he can to stay up, inching closer and closer to 134. They don't even have to get to 150. All they have to do is pass W7M to win. Once this timer goes out, 2 seconds, 1 second, 0, 134. Was it a tie?
It looks like it was a 134 apiece, but maybe there was a few fractions of a second difference. That was the closest perfect play from Heroic. They needed every single second. They needed a perfect finish, and Kiro, with the key on his back, grabbed every single second they needed.
I don't even know who takes it there, Jacob. They literally tied from the timer running out. 134 points for both teams. I have never seen that happen before in Keeper. And just like that, we're into the second round.
Just one more second. W7M either needed to hold on to the key or just keep it out of their hands. It was about to be mathematically impossible. And it's little losses like that that is really going to worry me for W7M. Even if they didn't actually lose the round, you had it so far won. And that's where that mental toughness, being able to bounce back from something that you thought was yours.
So close, but so far. As now Heroic going to start off with the lead. Pushed up to 30 points as Seiyun goes on in. Fredoxy gets taken out. Kurtz now is going to pick up that key, but for how long as Thomas HD starts the pursuit, but he gets knocked out. Great job from Kurtz.
It's up to W7M. The tables have been turned. Heroic had to climb back into that last round. This time around, it's up to W7M, which is going to be short-lived attempt. Now it's over 20-point deficit, continuing to climb in favor of Heroic as Seiyun gets spotted out, instantly deleted by Fredoxy. Hellfire rotating that around yet again, making sure that his infiltrator role is utmost importance of their game plan.
Kurtz doing a great job to take out Hellfire. Now going to regroup with Frosty. PHZ finds an elim onto Kiro. Kurtz finds an elim onto Fredoxy. This is exactly what they needed. They're now in one of those prime positions we've talked about before. This is that basement that you have a right-hand peak advantage in most of the angles here. It's a good place to kind of base up, and when you need to make that great escape, you can do exactly that, which is what Kurtz is looking to do here onto Thomas HD. The shots come through, but not enough as Thomas gets that elim.
He's weak. Even though it was kind of a short second where Heroic was able to get the key back under their control, W7M instantly steals it on back, but they have to be careful. Fresh respawn Thomas. He's behind enemy lines, and they see that as a sign. They go, they get the green light. They take that advantage of 2v1 while they do have the time, because that's the last thing you want to do is give Heroic any bit of seconds to try to climb back.
It's incredibly close once again, neck to neck, as Seiyun is going to be taking the lead with this key here, but not by much. How long can he hold on as Kiro's already taken out Kurtz? One of his teammates have gone down, but PHZin doing a great job to take out Kiro. Frosty's been knocked out, and Hellfire with the flank now could be enough to take out Seiyun.
Yeah, takes him out, grabs the key back into their control. About 20 seconds down, which isn't too bad for Heroic, especially from what we've seen so far in the series, let alone this map number 3. Finally gets around that corner. It's just trying to float around. He knows the team is going to be chasing him, and once again, he's just trying to go on this long journey around, reunite with his teammates later, but the key is finally going to be dropped.
There's going to be P8 in, I believe, that was able to pick that up. It was actually Frosty. P8 in continuing with the aggression. Kurtz has it now. The regroup comes through. Frosty takes out Fredoxy, but you got to be careful now. Hellfire coming through, picks up 1, picks up 2, and it looks like Heroic might just be able to clean this one up.
Yeah, they're answering back perfectly in quick succession. They don't want to let W7M pull too far away to where it becomes a very, very close. And if you notice the scoreboard, Heroic was actually able to pull away with that round 1 victory over W7M. So they need to figure out a way to stop this right now, because Hellfire is doing exactly what he did in that last match, along with the help of Kiro, just running around and wasting time.
And he's doing it perfectly. He wasted a good 3 seconds there. That's 3 points, and we saw it came down to literally the point in the first round, so every second matters. Frosty now goes down. Kiro with the quick 2-piece, and it looks like the Heroic roster is fully grouped up now. The squad is together. This is dangerous for W7M.
EMP barely hitting the bubble shield, making sure Hellfires keeps his shield intact, but a couple of trades going in way of W7M. Kurt with 26 eliminations goes down without using the utility, and that's a great opportunity for Heroic because they were just shut down. You see the mad scramble from Seiyun trying to bring the flag out, but it's Thomas HD, the one that stops him short and gets the key back for Heroic.
That's how quickly the tables can turn, as Hellfire now making his way to one of those prime positions, grouping up once again with Fredoxy. This is exactly what they need. There's only 30 seconds left in this second round, so even if they're unable to make it to 150, they just need to get as many points as possible, and Hellfire is doing the perfect job at it.
And just like that, it's going to be over. 20 seconds left. They need more than 20 seconds to climb back on the side of W7M. And with that, Heroic is going to be able to take out W7M in map number 3. Quick 2-0 with a big comeback in round number 1.
That was an incredibly close match. You can see it's not even full celebrations from Heroic from how close that was. I'm almost speechless, Jacob, and I could not be more excited for the rest of the matches.
Literally just enough time for Heroic to win that first round. And I got to give credit again, W7 Esports. In a round that I thought they were going to be able to fall flat, you kind of let that mentality get the best of you for how close you were to actually winning. They showed up yet again in that round number 2. They got so close to actually getting the elimination, but it's just the consistently just falling short.
Look, the issue here for W7M is now they are going to be back on to capture the flag on Panther, which is Heroic's pick. And we saw the domination from Heroic through the most recent capture the flag map. So if they want to have a chance to get back to hardpoint, they're going to have to win a capture the flag.
And it's not going to be easy. You saw how kind of like dominated. It was like kind of 2-0. But in terms of how well Heroic actually played that the capture the flag, it really wasn't that close. It was just domination. W7M didn't really have a flag that went out, let alone far enough to even think they were going to get a capture. And you can kind of see a lot of these trades, a lot of these plays. As it went on, Heroic's teamwork was just too much. And now that we're going back to CTF on Panther, especially Panther being the CTF, where it requires a ton of teamwork to even get onto the map for any control, let alone getting that flag out.
Yeah, it's a devastating loss on Keeper, to be fair. It was literally down to the millisecond on that first round, so you can see how it is affecting W7M, but this is where mentality matters the most. Although they had a tragic loss on the first capture the flag match, they saw and showed that they were more than capable enough to beat the winning team here on hardpoint, even on Keeper. So although it did go Heroic's way, if W7M is able to lock in, put their head in the game, and somehow make a comeback in this capture the flag match, we're going to have a series.
Yeah, especially since it's a different mode altogether. But Hardpoint, they've shown that they can go toe-to-toe with Heroic. When it comes to the capture the flag, though, they fall short of knowing when to go somewhere after the elimination, to who to fall back to, where to rotate to. Those are the little intricacies that W7M is lacking. But on a map like Panther, to where there's kind of, 3 big lanes, only 3 rotations you can make. One of them is going to be straight across. One of them is going to be through the middle. And one of them teams normally just don't take overall. You're cutting down the amount of strategy needed. So once you get those eliminations, it's going to be more straightforward for them. And I wouldn't say easier, don't want to use that phrasing, but yeah, in theory, it would be a little bit easier for them to get the flag out if they can get the eliminations that they're looking for.
Yeah, and to be fair, W7M looked very comfortable on Panther for Hardpoint. So although they didn't look comfortable in terms of the capture the flag mode, they were on Panther. So maybe this will be a whole different realm from them now. I don't know, Jay. I have no clue. I am completely just 50-50 right now on who's going to be able to take this home. I hope the mentality is staying strong on both teams because I want to have a good match here.
So do I. It's just kind of one of those things to where for W7M, you have all the potential in the world. You have a huge ceiling. You even showed it here that you can go toe-to-toe with a team like Heroic, who, remember, I mentioned at one point in time, they were arguably one of the best teams before DreamHack Dallas. So if you could manage to kind of continue to mimic that, create some consistency, especially on a map that you won, may not be the same mode, there could be moments that we see W7M potentially force a game number 5. And then we go back to Hardpoint to where they did actually get their first map victory.
Look, not only this, but even looking back to our first match, Exet versus Dragons. Dragons, if you're not familiar, is the other team that qualified through Brazil representing Argentina. They almost took out Exet in Hardpoint. They were 4 points away. It was 244 against 250. Basically 6-point difference on Hardpoint. CTF went down to almost overtime. It was incredibly close. And now W7M against another top European team, showing that Latin America is able to compete against the best of the best. So it all comes down to this, Jacob. Thomas HD already cracked, just 1 shot away from getting eliminated. Kurtz is going to get the first elim onto Thomas. That's first blood. Hellfire gets cracked as well. Frosty now continues with the push. You can see that the confidence is here for W7M.
Yeah, that's a big elim because you talk about some of those other eliminations around the map. Sayun going in by himself, but again, stop short. Kurt knows. I love this play by Kurt. Instead of pushing forward, wasting your life, you do have some utility in your grenade, you just backtrack. Play with your teammates. You maybe even bait it out because I'm not sure if they know PHZin is even there.
I don't think they do. They did a good job of regrouping here. Thomas now put into danger, panicking as he gets taken out. But at the same time, PHZin is going to be looking for another elimination, and he picks up for Doxy. Now player advantage onto W7M, but you have to be careful as Hellfire is not going to make it easy.
Every second he does stay alive here makes it kind of harder for W7M to push in, especially since they do trade out, get the elimination. Shield gets cracked. Confident gets built up. Sayun gets 1, but he goes down, so his position on the map almost a moot point as Kurtz and PHZin still holding that top center control. And Hellfire's going down. They just continuously forcing this side of the fight, which gives them a little bit of advantage because of the top center.
All they have to do is keep the pressure on here and just win out these battles. But Thomas HD is going to take out PHZin. This is huge for Heroic, unless Kurtz has something to say.
He either didn't say it or he didn't say it loud enough. One of those two things. But Heroic, again, this is just one of those teams that Heroic to where once they push out towards the middle map, maybe even your base, they're just a little bit more approachable in certain situations. But once you're forced to go that little bit extra deeper into their spawn, that's when things tighten up. It almost becomes near impossible for them to get broken through. But for Doxy fall, Kira, luckily enough, was able to get 1 elimination to keep it at a 3v3.
I'm kind of sensing a bit of fear from Heroic compared to the first capture the flag match we did see, though. It was pure domination, and now W7M have been the leaders in terms of aggression here as Kira takes the jump, gets the shot connected by Sayun. Second one connected as well, but it's not enough to take out for Doxy, as now once again they are going to be forced to regroup. PHZin gets sniped. Frosty is cracked. Kurtz has already been eliminated, and this could be Heroic's shot to turn the tables around.
Yeah, almost a snipe saving opportunity for Doxy. Even the body shots that he doesn't get credit for in terms of those eliminations mean so much. Players just respawning up, gets those audio visuals. Another snipe is going to connect. Hellfire cleans up yet another one. Heroic in the form of Thomas, feeling brave enough to overextend, try to get on towards that flag and have a potential opportunity.
Fredoxy somehow is able to take out Kurtz, the ring around the shield bubble, closing it out, but PH Zin is going to revenge his duo partner. Kiro, though, getting close to PH Zin, gets cracked by Frosty, gets fully eliminated, but Hellfire is going to be able to get the cap. 1-0 for Heroic, and not only that, the first capture, which means they do have that advantage if it comes to overtime, but is PH Zin going to be able to tie it up?
Yeah, counter cap opportunity almost instantly happening. They were seconds, they were inches short of stopping that flag capture opportunity. They got the elimination regardless and now have a flag capture opportunity themselves. But multiple members of Heroic, starting with Kiro, are behind enemy lines and they get the elimination. They get the return. And if you've got that elimination, that would have been a counter cap opportunity. But Seiyun finally shuts down Kiro.
That is tragic for W7M. They were so close to taking it home. Now all they have is 55 seconds to make the comeback for overtime. Thomas HD with an elimination as well, allowing them to push closer and closer.
Yeah, this is only the first half, so there's going to be a whole second half here for W7M, but doesn't mean it's going to get any bit easier, especially with PH Zin going down. Hellfire leaving the stress with 30 seconds left. Every elimination that Heroic gets makes it one step closer for them being unable to capture here in the first half.
Kiro playing good angles here. Seiyun has already been cracked as he's looking for a shot here. You can hear the footsteps come through and you can see them on the screen if you're these players. Fredoxy does go down. Frosty now allowing himself to go up a bit closer. EMP to take out that shield bubble and finish off Thomas HD.
10 seconds left, nothing to do but to pad a couple stats here and gets a couple more eliminations. The little victories, the little confidence boosters at the end of some of these rounds, and W7M has to start formulating a strategy. They are going to switch sides. So there is going to be, I think, a little bit of an advantage for Heroic if they do get that top map control. But if W7M can run the center of the map, try to force the fights over on that side of things, that'll nullify any top center control.
Yeah, I mean, that was incredibly close overall. They were almost able to tie that up in the last second, but all they need is one more cap in this second half, and we're already starting off.
No time wasted. Just looking at the mini-map right now, it does look like a heavy focus from W7M towards that statue. A little bit more mid-presence for Heroic on the other side. Kind of testing things out. Figuring out what is right, what is wrong. Hellfire instantly gets the help he needs along with Thomas to get that elimination. Two more going their way. Heroic is only going to lose 2 members as well, so it's going to be a 2-2 trade.
Seiyun now recuperating that HP, looking to connect the snipe, but unable to do so. Fredoxy now with the quick elim. PH Zin disengaging. Kurtz hitting some nice shots though, as Fredoxy's been cracked now.
The early Lambo control over on the other side. Not going to be able to do too much with that one as Seiyun just quickly trying to backtrack in his base, clear his side of the map first, especially with PH Zin and Kurtz going down. He knows he has to be very, very careful and approach the situation with caution.
Thomas HD gets knocked out as well. Frosty now with the quick elimination. Fredoxy's low, but Frosty from the backside gets taken out. Hellfire with another. As Kiro's going to continue to push towards PH Zin here. The 2v1 is not going to be easy, as PH Zin's just one shot away from getting eliminated, but the shots are going to connect from W7M. And now, once again, they will have that option to push on forwards.
Yeah, this is where I was saying W7M needs to figure out a way to force the fight on the other side of the map. Nullify that top center control, because Heroic, when they have control of that top center, they see directly into the base, onto the frag. W7M, if they have top center control, they see a spawn point on the other side. Not much to work with.
This is not good for W7M, though. Kiro is going to get that elimination. Thomas HD picked up 2. They have the player advantage. They have the positioning advantage. But it looks like Seiyun and PH Zin are not going to let it slide too easily.
And quickly relays that one on over to Hellfire. Infiltrator, he gets the little bit of the movement boost. He gets the capture. 2-0 Heroic. Less than 3 minutes left. W7M are on a clock, and that clock is ticking down fast.
Yeah, there's no third half. There's the last chance to make something happen for W7M. They'll need at least 2 flag captures. They have 2 minutes and 40 seconds to do so. if they make it happen, it's going to be quite the comeback.
And we've seen some miracles happen so far, particularly in that last keeper with Heroic coming back with the perfect hold with that key. Now W7M, it's got to figure out where they're going to find that opening from. 2 minutes might not seem like a lot of time, but a couple failed pushes, that 2 minutes will be gone very, very quickly as Seiyun looks on over, gets one. 1v1 against Thomas, though. He's going to fail to win that one, which keeps the confidence and the ball rolling for Heroic.
3 respawns going to be coming in from W7M as Thomas is forced now to disengage. Will they see him? They will now as he takes some shots. Thomas goes down, and so does PH Zin, which is going to kind of even up the playing field.
1 minute and 50. Time moving very, very quickly. W7M fresh off the respawn. Seiyun is just waiting for his teammates to come back. Doesn't want to make any individual plays by himself, but over the top, he takes down Thomas. Tries to go back-to-back with Hellfire, but he wins a win and crucial fight because now everybody on W7M has to worry about him. You see PH Zin backtracking. He dodges that one, but Kurtz is going to get the flag out. This is W7M's only hope.
Seiyun got an elimination as well onto Hellfire. Thomas takes out Frosty, though. Kiro takes out PH Zin. It's a player advantage for Heroic. Will Kurtz be able to make it in time? Do they even have the flag?
Are they crashing in through the middle? Bubble Shield trying to save the day. Multiple members of Heroic are taking the space all around them, but they're not going to be able to stop Kurtz. He gets the flag in, but it's still 2-1. Heroic still have a lead, and there's only about 60 seconds left.
Are we about to witness the comeback of the century? 55 seconds left. W7M one capture away from tying things up for overtime, but Kurtz has to be careful. He gets cracked here. Fully healthy Heroic roster making their way back in.
And Kurtz needs to wait for his team to show up. He goes down. Seiyun follows as well. All they were really able to get with Thomas is Frosty's trying to overextend, doing what he can to draw the attention to him, so that way his teammates can at least get some map control, but he did not buy them enough time. Kiro already beat them to the punch.
Yeah, he's going to take out PH Zin as well. Kurtz will be able to get the trade, but if Fredoxy lands this shot, it's going to be devastating for W7M. Kurtz cannot afford to go down. Thomas HD gets the elimination. 15 seconds are left. They would need a miracle to take this one home.
Mere seconds left. All they can really do is just kind of pad a little bit of those stats. You finally see the smiles. You see the happiness on the side of Heroic. It may have taken 4 maps, but they still closed out the series 3-1, are in prime position in their pool.
Look, although Heroic took this home, I need to give a round of applause to not only W7M, but both the Brazilian teams competing today. Dragons putting up a fight against Exet. W7M putting up a fight against Heroic. This is a double elimination bracket, so although they've lost against an NA team and an EU team, from what we've seen, Jacob, I would not be surprised if we see a lower bracket run.
No, I would not be surprised either, but like I said, this Group D, this is probably one of the harder groups that you will have to go up against, because now they're just sitting there waiting on the lower bracket side of things. They play against the loser of Big and Dignitas, which is already going to a map number 5.
Incredibly intense for all of these players here. Now, that was an incredibly fun match to watch, to be fair, and we can see how these players are evolving. We did just get an update on the stats as well. It looks like, looking at W7M, Kurtz and Frosty had a tie in terms of eliminations. Both had 21 elims. PH Zin at 17 and Seiyun at 6. For Heroic, the leader was Kiro with 20 eliminations. Thomas HD following behind him with 19. Hellfire with 15 and Fredoxy with 13. So overall, an incredibly close match.
Yeah, and what I like about that stats is you see the damage, right? 3,600 is the lowest on the team. 4,025 is the highest. They were helping each other in every single one of the fights that they had. So even though some have more eliminations than others, you got to realize these guys are all shooting for each other. They're making sure that there's no individual battles going around, so they have the best chance at success.
I'm excited to see how these teams continue progressing throughout the day. Heroic now in kind of the upper winners bracket side of things, and even W7M in the lower side, both with a lot of potential to make it far into playoffs. So let's see how the prediction results showed up. You all made predictions, the STC predictions of the match. So let's see. It was 62 for Heroic and 38 for W7M. So that was probably the biggest, kind of most skewed prediction we've had. They've all been pretty close to 50-50, but to be fair, it didn't feel that skewed at all, to be honest. I mean, the match was incredibly close.
Like I said, when you have a game like Keeper that literally goes down to a team playing it perfect to get every single second, then you got to know that this 3-1 is not as close as a 3-1. This might be one of those 3-2 type scenarios that you would look at the actual maps and the game plan. It's just unfortunate. W7M were just not able to pull out that win against Heroic.
It was a tragic end for W7M, but also a great win for Heroic. I'm sure they're feeling happy and confident now going into the next matches, even though it might have been a little scary to start things off. But let's actually hear it from them directly. I believe we have Thomas HD here on the other end. Thomas, how are you feeling after that win?
I'm feeling pretty good. Of course, like when you win, you feel good. But yeah, we didn't play that good, but yeah, I'm happy we won.
That's got to be a good feeling, you know, especially since those close matchups. Do you think those close matches help you later on in the tournament because it makes you kind of gives you a wake-up call of sorts?
I mean, I think we underrated this team. Like we didn't even think they were gonna be this good. So yeah, I mean, it definitely helped us.
Yeah, I actually want to hear you kind of expand a bit on that, because you guys, to be fair, destroyed them in the first capture the flag map, but then after that, hardpoint, Keeper, it was all neck to neck. What kind of changed up after that first match?
I mean, you could easily see they have been like seeing our replays, so they fully anti-stratted us like every game. So yeah.
Nice.
Okay, looking forward into the tournament. You know, you still have to go up against another team in your group stage. I do believe it might have been Big that won that series. How do you feel going up against Big for a qualifier spot going into the playoffs?
I'm feeling confident, and I'm 100% sure we're going to beat them.
Confidence is what I love to hear. Look, Thomas HD, you are probably the best player yet to take home an FNCS. You have 11 top 5 FNCS finishes, but now here at the Esports World Cup, what would it mean to you if you're able to take it home?
I mean, I don't really care that much about FNCS anymore, to be honest. Like, I'm just going to win this Saudi here, so yeah, that's why I'm here.
Win Saudi and then continue that momentum forward. I love to hear it.
Yeah.
Before we let you go, Thomas, let me know if there's anyone you want to shout out, tell us your socials, all that good stuff.
I mean, shout out to our coach Trip from Man City. He has helped us a lot. Yeah. And you can find my socials on Thomas HD everywhere.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Thomas. Good luck in your next match. You guys did a great job. And as always, I appreciate it. Jacob, what a way to close that one out. He said, you know what, FNCS, get that out of here. Esports World Cup is what Thomas is locked in for. And I think they've got good odds to take it home.
No, definitely, man. When you got $1 million prize pool, international competition taking the stage, a new mode, because it's not just about winning. It's not just about winning in Fortnite at all. It's becoming the first ever Esports World Cup champion. You could do it with more teammates. You got a whole organization that's supporting you as well. See, these are some big moments. This is history in the making for the Esports World Cup. But we have 5 matches down and 1 more match to go. We got a quick commercial break, but we'll see you on the other side to see who qualifies out of this group.
go.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Welcome back once more for the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite, where it's $1 million prize pool and a chance to call yourself the first ever Esports World Cup champion. And so far, we've had 5 exciting matches, but the last one of the day, Takata, we got a banger coming up.
We've got an absolute banger. I'm excited. We've got both teams fresh out of a match. Let's take a look at that upcoming showdown, Jacob. It's going to be none other than Heroic going up against Big. So we've got the Thomas HD. We've got the full German roster going head to head. And I couldn't even tell you who's going to take it home, Jacob. It's going to be a close one.
Honestly, it definitely is, especially you consider the fact Big just came off of a 5-map series against Dignitas with Acorn, Pilkey, TK, and Kanata on the other side. I was just kind of thinking about you too much. But that's a team that you can't take lightly. And for Big to go to that map 5, and they had a huge lead before Dignitas started to climb back into this one. So they are 100%. There's no excuses for Big in this matchup about being warmed up, about being ready to go, because they were just tested. They played every single map in the cycle. On the other side, Heroic, even though it was kind of close, it felt like they were in the driver's seat the entire time in their 3-1 victory.
They had it under control, but at the same time, it was a little iffy, right? It could have changed at any moment. Literally came down to the milliseconds in the keeper game mode, but both teams fresh out of a match. Big 6th place at DreamHack. Dallas, the qualifiers leading up to this. And then now we have the Heroic roster full of European Titans as well. I'm excited to see how it plays off. We talked about it previously, talking to Thomas HD. He was like, FNCS is out of my mind right now. I am locked in on the Esports World Cup, being, I would say, the most successful player yet to win an FNCS. Will he be able to take home this Esports World Cup? Well, this is going to be the start of it if he's able to take home this match.
Yeah, can you just imagine, though? No FNCS. He's not even worried about his first major championship comes at the Esports World Cup.
could start something. That could start something that leads into the global championship for Thomas HD. But this heroic roster has been playing fairly well all day long so far in that first matchup, even though it was relatively close. Like I said, it feels like they were just in the driver's seat. Every single thing that W7M threw at them, they seemed to have an answer for. And Thomas, admittingly so, said, hey, we may have kind of overlooked them. We may have kind of just not played our full potential to start the game off. But when push came to shove, we showed up, and you've seen the potential that we're capable of as heroic.
Yeah, I mean, Thomas even admitted it, that W7M put in the homework behind the scenes. He's like, we just started getting countered every game after the first capture the flag point. They were just completely countering them, and it was working quite well, even though Heroic was able to clean it up. I just thought Hellfire was performing incredibly well as also. He was mainly picking up those flags, kind of pushing the team through the objectives to those victories. So good chemistry overall. I saw them all synced up very well. So hopefully, even though it was kind of a close map leading into this, they can kind of refresh, take a bit of water, get that little break to now lock in once again for an even bigger match.
Yeah, just kind of looking at some of the stats from that Big versus Dignitas game. You got to look at Trexer, 25 eliminations for the team, 16, 18, and 14 for the rest of the squad, including a flag capture on their team. But you can kind of see that he might be that player that they lean on to get a lot of eliminations, kind of like the Cold of this roster, kind of like the Thomas HD of this roster. I think that might be Trexer with some big shoes to fill.
Yeah, we also had like some kind of roles get reversed. I believe Fredoxy was on the marksman here. Thomas HD was not going for the marksman role this time around. But let's take a look at the group standings really quickly, just so we can get refreshed on how it's all looking currently. So it looks like Exet, like we saw previously, are currently leading after just taking home their match against Falcons. And now, depending on how Zeta versus Dragons comes through, they are going to be going against Falcons.
Yeah, just a hard match for Zeta Division or Dragon Esports to kind of have to go after Falcons. But I think that's got to be one of the biggest, I wouldn't call it an upset, because I did predict Exet to beat Falcons overall in the tournament. But I did not expect a 3-0 Exit over Falcons. Cold really being the difference maker to this roster, knocking Falcons down. And Falcons has some time before they have to play tomorrow and kind of figure things out. What went wrong? I don't think there's too many worries going up against Dragon Esports or Zeta Division. But that can be the first test if you do want to switch up, make minute changes, and try to figure it out from there. But from Group A to Group B, some of the matches that we saw earlier on, Exceed and Gaming Gladiators. That's a match that we saw qualify Exceed to the playoff stage. It was the closest match, I think, of the day so far, with a 3-2.
Yeah, literally ending just 1 point difference in the series. Exceed is going to be the one that took that qualifying spot though, and Gaming Gladiators went down, and they're going to be going up against either Power or Ula, depending on who ends up taking that one home.
And Power, the team from the Oceanic region, and you know, it's fortunate they had to go up against Exceed in round 1, but I feel like that's just kind of either way you flip that coin, heads or tails. Gaming Gladiators Exceed, you definitely got your work cut out for them, but they're gonna be playing for that qualified spot tomorrow. But let's take a look at Group C, another one of our big groups here today, that kind of just looking at them, trying to figure out who would be the top, who's gonna be at the bottom. We got Carmine Corp versus RA Esports. Winner of that will qualify to the playoff stage. And waiting in those elimination brackets, KS7, a team that surprised us both, is gonna go up against North America's Fnatic.
Look, there's been a lot of underdogs that have been surprising, I mean, throughout the whole day, both the Latin American teams, but also the Middle Eastern teams. KS7 is a difficult team to go against when you're fighting Carmine Corp, but although it was 3-0, it was closer than you might have expected. So hopefully against Fnatic, they can make something happen. But if we take a look at Group D, let's see how it's been looking.
So far, I think this might have been the toughest group. Look at all those no's. There's no 3-0s. There's no donuts on that board at all. Just one French fry with Heroic taking out 3-1 W7M. But again, the 3-1, like, if you were to really watch those games and look at it, you probably would have thought it could have been a 3-2. It could have went the full distance. Dignitas versus Big. That just happened on the mainstream. Big with a map 5 victory over Dignitas. And that's the thing. Dignitas has to be feeling it, and they got to be feeling it hard, because it was Kanata. 32 eliminations. TK 29 eliminations in that map 5 heartbreaker. But luckily for them, they're not out just yet. They do have another chance tomorrow.
We are going to be watching that match now, Heroic versus Big, but in their last chance tomorrow, Dig versus W7M. Seeing how close it was with Heroic versus W7M, I'm excited to see how that match does play out. But before that, we have to see the Heroic versus Big match. This last match of the day. Jacob, I'm going to put the pressure on you. Any predictions? Who do you think is taking it home?
Oh, man. Let's just go ahead and check it out. Give me some sec. Let's break down these rosters a little bit because I need some more time. That's how close this match actually is between Heroic and Big. And if you got to go ahead, flip a coin if you want to. Thomas, Ferdoxy, Hellfire, and Kiro. You guys just saw them come off a big victory, 3-1 over W7M. We thought there might have been a switch up in the roles. Thomas HD not necessarily going to be using the marksman this time around. He's still letting Ferdoxy handle that one, but it kind of makes you wonder in the back of your minds, what kind of tricks do they have underneath their sleeve if we're thinking Thomas might go ahead and use the marksman? I think it's still possible. I wouldn't shut down the possibility this weekend.
You think so? Especially coming off of a match, though. I don't know if they want to change it up last minute. Maybe tomorrow, depending on how the matches go today. But we'll have to see how it does play out. They did get 4th place in DreamHack Dallas. All these players with LAN experience, titans of the European region. So they kind of thought they would go into an easy match against W7M. And although they did take home the whole series, it was a lot closer than they would have expected. So it definitely put a bit of pressure on their shoulders. But now going up against Big, we'll have to see if they can still hold on strong.
Yeah, when you kind of look at Heroic versus Big, there's no way Heroic can be looking at it and be like, hey, maybe we underrated this roster. Because let's take a look at the roster of Big, because this is a team that's been there before. And former teammates from previous FNCS, you got Kiduo going against his counterpart of Kiro. You have Cheatin, Trexer, and Freay. They qualified through DreamHack Atlanta. The only 2 teams they lost to, though, Carmine Corp, and guess what? Heroic was the only teams they lost to, and Heroic was the one that eliminated them from DreamHack Dallas.
But look, Jacob, you learn most from the losses. It's all about the work you put in after that, the studying that these players had to have done to make sure that they don't have a repeat of that here. Freay is going to be the fill, Trexer as engineer, Cheatin as juggernaut, and Kiduo as the marksman. Can they overcome their previous loss to Heroic now in this last chance to stay up here in the upper bracket? I don't know, Jacob. It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, and I'm over here thinking that this is the team that went 5 straight maps with Dignitas. So I'm thinking, okay, on one side of the coin, they played 5 maps. They came out on top, but it was close. It was very, very close. So then on the other side of that coin, that confidence, is it so high knowing that there was a lot of mistakes that you made and you almost got taken down in the group stages where you had to play one of those elimination matches? So to me, I'm just looking at this matchup right now, and I think Big has a chance here. If they do this glass half full type mentality, they played 5 maps. They're warmed up. They played against Dignitas versus W7M. So I think they might have had just a little bit more of that first game that can kind of give them the oomph to take down Heroic.
Well, let's hope that they're able to do that. Let's hope they can keep that momentum going. But before that, I want to hear it from everybody watching, your STC prediction of the match. Let us know who you think is going to take home this match. Is it going to be Heroic? Is it going to be Big? Both coming from intense series. It's been pretty close matchups in terms of predictions throughout the whole day. And you can see now the Big coach, shirt tucked in, focused, locked in, seeing how they can quickly adapt to their new opponents here. It's a completely different team they're playing against. So it's all about what strategies they think are going to be used against them and how they can potentially counter that.
Yeah, let's take a peek real quick. Map cycle for our 5-game series. Map number 1, kind of business as usual. Shallot CTF into Panther Hardpoint. Map number 3 is going to be Keeper. And then map 4, Panther CTF if needed. And then map 5 will be Hardpoint on Shallot. So those new variations of the maps and modes not coming to the end of the cycle. So there's just a lot of comfortability or chances to be comfortable on this map cycle.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Shallot on Capture the Flag was the map that Heroic dominated against W7M, and every single other match was incredibly close. The only one that they gapped them was the Shallot capture the flag match. So I haven't seen Big play too much on Shallot capture the flag, as they were more on the A stream throughout the day. But based on previous matches, I don't know, Jacob. I don't know who's going to take this one.
Honestly, I feel like map number 1, I'm going to go ahead and try to make a quick prediction. Map number 1 is going to be close up until, you know, a minute left. A minute left. One team is going to score a flag and win 1-0 map number 1. I don't know who that's going to be. I haven't, you know, thought about it that far yet, but just kind of thinking about how these games have went. Close call against Dignitas. Great domination for Heroic in map number 1. But again, a whole different opponent, because they even said it themselves. Heroic, looking at W7M, we overlooked them. We didn't take them seriously. We didn't play to our full potential. We kind of lost one of those maps, and that's what forced us to wake up. Heroic is now already awake. Big is already awake. So you got to think it's going to come down to kind of who's just firing on all cylinders. This is one of those matchups where I talk about any team can win. It just matters who's playing that weekend. It's about who's playing this match in this very moment.
I'm liking the vibes from Heroic, though. You got the players laughing, locked in. I'm hoping that Trippern was putting in that work. You saw him with his notepad out, showing the team what the game plan is. Will they be able to execute it effectively is what's on my mind, as it looks like, there we go, full roster back on deck, back locked in. I don't know. I think Heroic takes map 1, Jacob, to be fair. Capture the flag, Shallot. On Panther, though, hard point, I think Big is probably going to take that one. I think we're going to have a series.
Yeah, just as you're thinking about it, you know, that 5-game series, Big and Dignitas, they were able to win that hard point as map number 5. Didn't really see which map it actually was, but hey, if you're able to have a 90-10 lead against a team like Dignitas, they allow a little bit of a comeback, but then they kind of shut it down. Same thing could be possible here, depending on how Heroic starts. But Heroic's another one of those teams that we've seen that do like to take certain points of the map. They do like to take their time with control and get that second, that third round of eliminations before they finally make their move. You didn't see too much of that against W7M because of how quick and easy was it for them in a lot of those fights in the red zone. But to me, I just have that belief, I guess, right now in Heroic and Thomas. He said, forget about FNCS. It's Esports World Cup time. This is all that I care about, what goes down this weekend. And he has history on his side, but this could be his first major championship.
I'd love to see it happen. Hopefully, we continue that momentum forwards. You can see now, it looks like they will be loading in here shortly, but if we see a repeat of anything from the Heroic versus W7M match, we will see a lot of aggression off the bat from Heroic here on CTF. Does kind of depend what side they do end up getting, but we'll have to see if they continue with that confidence.
Just kind of looking right now, it does look like Big is going to have red side for map 1 on CTF. So Heroic will be playing from the blue side this time around. So in my opinion, you know, if Heroic is playing from blue side, we need to see Big come out of the gates on their red side, take early pool control, try to get early map control, but don't force it. Don't force it to where you give up that first elimination, because if you give up the first elimination to a team like Heroic, if you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile.
And that's the danger, right? You cannot give these players room to make anything happen, because it's going to lead to your demise. But just now, the players picking their classes, getting locked in. Will we see a repeat of Fredoxy on Marksman? Will we see a switch up with Thomas HD back at it? We do know that Kiduo is going to be playing it. Seeing just from the positioning, it looks like, I would say, yeah, Thomas HD is not on Marksman, so Fred is still going to be playing it through. But the big push comes through. Kiro gets taken out. Freay falls shortly after, and Thomas HD is going to use that opportunity to beeline it down mid and get closer to that flag.
Yeah, that's the quickest I've seen any 3 members of any team fall. And then Thomas picked up another one in towards the middle. That's back-to-back eliminations in the middle of the map, opening up wide open field for him to get that flag as far as possible. Not too many teams can stop him, especially now that he's relayed it away to Hellfire. That infiltrator class coming out yet again in these CTF type modes.
And just like the match against W7M, the quick cap from Heroic. It seems like Shallot capture the flag is their home base as they're starting off strong.
I have to see Big just try to figure out a way to answer back. It might be slow here, especially with Hellfire just trying to get the jump on to Cheat, and who takes him down. That's multiple eliminations going in way of Big. They're trying to take this open rock area because that forces them to spawn in that rock tunnel back there. If they get at least 1, 2 more eliminations, that is going to be a cap opportunity.
Now Cheatin looking for an angle. Waiting for that shield bubble to close out here as Hellfire takes the peek, hits the shots, but is going to end up going down. Thomas HD with a nice shot onto Kiduo, and now it's that option, that opening for Kiro to push on in.
Slowly but steady. They know they not going to be able to beeline it across the map in time before big spawn, so they just got to take what they can get. A little bit of map control, try to extend it further, but Thomas HD gets a little bit too comfortable on that side of the map. He goes down. Fordoxy trying to even it, especially with 2 members of Big going down and out. Make that 3 as Kiro pairs together 2 quick eliminations. The last one on the map is Cheatin, who's scrambling around to try to get something going for Big.
Nice nade, though. He's going to be able to pick up 2. This is massive, as now he has a bit more time to get that push. Kiro is going to respawn right back in. Thomas HD shortly after him. As now the 2v1 comes through. They have to know that Cheatin is close by. He's trying to not make any footstep, but Kiro got the prediction correct. Cheatin has been found. And now it's just a sliver of HP. Kiro does have the option to keep on pushing.
Yeah, they get that cluster towards the top side, just trying to get him out of position, but just being a nuisance for this long is so good for Big, because you can see it allows everybody else to continue pushing up. Heroics just kind of trapped towards the outside as Big continues to get aggressive. More elimination continue to get paired together, and a capture opportunity as Freay now has the flag in hand and trying to run it as far as possible.
Kiro trying to connect some shots. Kiduo doing a great job of acting as a shield, basically, for Freay as he keeps bobbing and weaving, but the nade drops him down to 11 HP. Shield bubble coming in to save the day. They turn around to try and pick up these crucial eliminations, but Freay still has a long way to go.
He knows his players on his base. He's just not trying to run it there all together. The bait and switch around one side to the other, but Thomas gets 2 eliminations back to back, gets a 3rd, trying to shut down Cheatin. That could be the 4-piece, but Cheatin barely gets out with the flag, but it's only going to be short-lived. Hellfire cuts him down. He's going to get the return. That is a big moment for Heroic yet again, just deflating everything that Big had going on.
Huge clusters coming through to get Freay out of the position. Knocks him down as Thomas HD picks up not 1, not 2, but 3 eliminations, and he's not even done.
He's just smiling, laughing, knowing how fun this actually is. He said he came to play, and to play he did, as Kiro smooth sailing, cluster over the top. He dodges that one with ease. Thomas HD still getting a big elimination onto Trexer before finally going down with 60 seconds left in this first half. That's going to be a 2-0 lead for Heroic.
Once again, showing their domination on this map in game mode. But now my question is, can they keep that momentum forwards on the maps that did not quite go their way? There's still 40 seconds left.
Yeah, about 30 seconds left. Decent eliminations for Big, but Kiduo going down. Cheatin kind of getting peppered up there, making it harder and harder for him to feel confident to continue to push up. They really have no choice. They almost have nothing to lose for Big on this side to make that last desperation attempt to at least try to get their first flag capture of the game. But quick shutdowns all around for Heroic. They're going to be able to take down Big off the map. And with such little time left, they know they're going to end this half 2-0.
Nice initial snipe from Fred, but Cheatin is not going to let one slide too easily. Thomas HD with the quick aggression, though. It's going to be enough as Freay now doing what he can, but the timer ran out. 2-0 lead for Heroic for the first half of Capture the Flag and Shallot.
They're more happy here from winning the half than they looked winning that whole last match so far. But this is probably that grudge match. You know, I've been asking the question in some of these interviews, who do you think your best competition is? If you don't think you have competition because of your confidence, who do you think could possibly be a rival? You know, we really didn't get that from Thomas HD. He didn't really call anybody out, but he said anybody can get it because I'm here to win at the end of the day.
And just like that, we're right into round 2. No time to waste as Fredoxy has that footstep alert. He knows the 2 players are pushing through tunnel. Freay going to be a distraction here. Is it going to be enough as Cheatin picks up 1? Looking for the second one here. Thomas HD goes down. And now they can make that push towards the flag.
A great collapse by Big. 2 through the hallway, run through the middle, just distracting him momentarily onto the corner peak, knowing Fredoxy can't do too much about it with a cluster kind of exploding and causing him to backtrack. Fredoxy's doing what he can, but the flag is out by Trexer. He's still trying to run in through the middle, making it susceptible to taking damage just like this, but he does have the relay and Cheatin there. Nobody else on the other side that can stop him, so finally Big is on the board.
2-1 as it gets closer and closer. 4 minutes left as the pressure now getting a bit heavier for Heroic.
But at least they alleviated some of that stress they were having. 2 flags, kind of daunting at first glance, but now it's just 1. And then from there, they need 1 more because of the overtime rules as Fredoxy gets taken down, trying to cross enemy lines. Cheatin's going to get credit for that one. It instantly moves up towards that pool control, but he has to wait for his teammates fresh off of the respawn. You can kind of see in the minimap the spread is not in his favor.
And Thomas has to be careful here, taking a look at the tunnel. It is a left-hand peek here. So he does not have that initial advantage, but everybody deciding to kind of slow things down as now both teams have full players up. But with Thomas going down, with Hellfire going down, that's 2 players of the squad getting eliminated. Fredoxy needs to make something happen, and that's exactly what he does, picking up another 2.
A huge stop by Fredoxy, 12 eliminations so far. And every time it looks like Big is starting to mount some sort of an offense, it's quickly shut down by Heroic. Particularly Fredoxy as he finds another quick elimination along with the help of Hellfire. Dancing around, bouncing. Trexter's going to take him down, but 3 minutes remain on the clock. Big just needs 1 capture to force that overtime and 1 more after that to win the match.
Thomas goes down. Hellfire's incredibly low as well. Hero has been cracked. This could be what Big is looking for, as that's 1. Goes for the second, picks it up. Now the push is going to come through. It's all up to Thomas HD.
It's a little bit of help there, taking down Trexter on the first one. Bubble Shield's causing a little bit of distraction and confusion, but he's able to get that one as well. Hero gets another one. Every member of Dig just went down and out, and allowing for Heroic to push up. They took more than just map control. They're into the big defensive side of the map.
The second 3-piece for Thomas HD just on this map, as now Big has been put into the defensive end. They cannot get eliminated here. They know how important it is to land these shots, to get these eliminations, but as they're all grouped up there, all it's going to take is a few cluster grenades, maybe even a dynamite to get them out.
I think the utility used for Doxy connects with yet another snipe, back to back, pushing the members of Big down, and a chance here for another flag capture. It's already 2-1, but they have their 3rd flag capture in the hands of Hellfire, and we already know he has that infiltrator crafts. He does have that movement speed boost. Big making a last-ditch effort towards the outside of the map. They have to go all the way. They need some miracle grenades as well.
They need to be careful to not allow them to pick up that flag if they get that elimination, as now Kidwa was taking him out. Did they get the flag back? They did not, as Fredoxy has the flag, and he's going to get closer and closer.
Yeah, they scored that 3rd flag, and now they're going for their 4th. They broke this map wide open as Big continues to get desperate. Fredoxy gets dropped, and Hellfire is able to bring that one in. The relay race is on. 4-1. Heroic, just complete and utter domination here in the second half.
Yeah, true blessing is what Big's gonna need here to get 3 captures in just 55 seconds, but anything is possible as Kiro continues to get elimination after elimination. The respawns, regroups are gonna come through. Now just 45 seconds are left.
I can say 45 seconds, like even if you were to relay flag after flag after flag, it's just not gonna be enough time left on the clock for Big. At this point in time, you don't have to necessarily put your hands up at all, but you got to start formulating the strategy for map number 2, because Heroic is going to be able to close this one out. They are going to be able to go up 1-0 in the overall series, so hopefully Big doesn't kind of gas themselves out finishing this one off.
Yeah, get some little flex points, a bit of more eliminations, bump up that KDA as they continue to close out the last 10 seconds. And to add on to what you were saying, Jacob, this is a similar thing to what we saw in the last match from Heroic against W7M. They completely annihilated them on Shallot, capture the flag. But when it came to Hardpoint, when it came to Keeper, and when it even came to capture the flag on Panther, they did not perform to the same level that they did on this map. So let's see if they can change things up here and make it happen and keep that momentum for this next match.
I'm going to go ahead and speak on the side of Big real quick, because even though they lost map number 1, it was the hard point that Heroic did struggle with going up against W7M. So this could be a moment here for Big to try to come back into the series overall, but they need to have like a short pitcher's mentality. You might have given up the home run, but as long as you don't give up the grand slam, it's A-okay. So they got to keep that going for their side of the map, on the side of Big, because right now they look like in that second half they were a shell of themselves that we've seen in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, I think a little bit of demotivation after they got that 3rd cap just caused them to kind of let things slide, but it was quite close at the start, although Heroic did begin incredibly strong with basically 2 almost back-to-back captures, but anything can still happen. Heroic's going to be feeling a bit confident. Big is going to have to lock in, focus up once again, and really not let this take a toll on their mental going into the next match.
And see, continue the highlights. Noxie's just a machine with that sniper, hitting almost every single shot. A little bit more excitement coming out. But on the other side of things, you can kind of see they're just not happy about that result. They probably, after that game number 5, realized, hey, we played like half of what we could play like, especially that we showed it against a team like Dignitas. May not be as good as Heroic, but it's a team that can put up a fight. And it's going to a map number 5. I feel like that would have been enough to make the adjustments needed to kind of have a much better performance here against Heroic, but maybe Heroic is just that good.
I mean, remember, it's all about the team you're going against. Each team has their own strategies, and we've heard it through interviews that not only the coaches, but the players have put in the work to kind of find counters to all these different teams competing here today. But just coming out of a best of 5 with one team, then instantly onto another team, having to kind of focus up once again and think what strategy this team generally does. How do we counter it? What have we practiced going into this? It can be incredibly difficult, especially if you end up not taking home that first match. So Big definitely has to lock in here. I hope the coach is ready to lead this team to victory as they continue onto the hard point.
Yeah, it's just kind of very, very tough being a coach, especially after a loss like that. It's kind of hard to tell them what to say, what to kind of do, what to change up, because there's very, very little time in between matchups. So it's all about just trying to build that positivity and trying to let them know there might be situations that you win that you shouldn't win. There's going to be situations that you lose that you shouldn't lose, but it's all about how you handle yourself in those situations, handle those hidden variables, and kind of continue to excel from there. But I will say I noticed one thing is Trippin is at least former duos and current duo of Thomas HD, former duo, current duo of Fredoxy. So having someone like him as a coach that knows the ins and outs of these players, what gets them going, what kind of shuts them down is very, very crucial. Even if he doesn't really say anything in terms of strategy, having somebody there for the vibes in this style of event is big.
And Tripp's locked in. You can see him. Full suit on, shirt tucked in, notepad in hand. He has been given the correct comms to lead this team. In terms of score in the previous match, leader of eliminations was Thomas HD at 25. We had Kiro top 2 with 20 eliminations. And then for Big, it was 17 eliminations on Trexer and Kidwell with 16. So it was pretty close, but overall, to be fair, Heroic did have a significantly higher amount of elims. So we'll see if that trend continues. Hard point on Panther, round 1. Let's see what happens.
Both teams looking like they're running very, very mirror strategies. A good focal point for that top statue. Anchors for both Hellfire and Trexer, making sure to hold down their respective sides. Finally leaking into the hill, though. EMP onto the shield bubble, but Trexer is going to be able to come out on top. Sprays on over to Fredoxy. Does enough damage that even though he doesn't get the elimination, his teammates quickly get the full wipe on every member of Heroic to start this game off.
It's all about taking space on that statue, that Panther statue that gives you the elevation. It's exactly what Thomas HD is trying to reclaim here for Heroic, but Big is going to be the team that continues that position, and now Kiro is in a 2v1, ends up going down, and the hard point, I was going to say, is going to be captured by Big, but right as I speak, Fredoxy's right back on it, and Heroic has it once again.
Yeah, quick snipe there, takes down Freay. Thomas gets 2 more. Squad wipe from Big, answered by a squad wipe from Heroic in the late couple of seconds too. It's going to be enough for them to steal that lead on back before we go into position 2 on the next hill.
Thomas HD now looking to see if he can find an angle. Pushed up, aggression coming through. He has to be careful. If Thomas goes down here, it's going to be that option, that opening for Big to keep on pushing through. Kidwell has been cracked though. This is huge for Heroic. They now have not only a 1 but 2 player advantage. The push is going to come through. Trexer's cracked as well. Thomas HD goes down though. You cannot lose those 1v1s as Fredoxy continues to take on shots.
Yeah, sometimes it's the ones. We heard it from Peterbot in the earlier series when they did kind of have that little bit of a hiccup in their game plan. And that's all it really takes is Thomas leaking through, but he gets taken down. Kidwell threading the needle as he exits that bubble shield. 3 members of Big already set up. They're going to get the spawn and Freay towards the outside, but 3 and 4 members of Heroic instantly trickling into this hill. They get that first elimination, but it's paired back-to-back as Hellfire gets 2, Kiro gets a 3rd, and Heroic wastes no time destroying this hill from Big and claiming time back.
Tying it back up at 50 points. It is the first of 250, so it's looking incredibly neck to neck here as Kiduo has been cracked once again. 3rd point is appeared, and it looks like the team that is trying to make use of it right now is Big, but with Thomas on the flank, his partner close by, Heroic might just be able to claim this one.
Do have the position towards the back stairs. They got the Lambo held down, which is how they're getting time. Cheatin's going for a wide flank towards the outside, distracts out Thomas, but he goes down almost instantly. Now Freay enters the mix, but Trexer gets taken down. Every single player Big systematically deleted off of that push, giving extra time on over to Heroic. Easy time at that. And with 20 seconds left, they have to make the decision for Big. Do you contest this one last time, or do you try to rotate and try to be the first ones to the next hill?
And he's saying that Heroic is already close to triple digits at 100 points here. You cannot let them be the first ones to set foot onto this 4th point. Freay doing a great job of holding them back as Hellfire now is cracked as well. Connecting shots on Trexer, though. That's a big elimination. Sheeden now gets cracked as well. Hellfire putting in the work as he picks up one more and continues pushing forwards.
I thought he was going to get that one as well on the Kiduo, but he shuts him down. Finally returning the favor here in those moments as Freay is scrambling, needs the help, gets it just in the nick of time, but Kiro gets both of them. Kiduo and Freay just got taken down. Cheatin is gone as well with Trexer falling. That is another full-on wipe for Heroic. And even though it looked like Big was catching up, this is their chance to extend the lead further.
Heroic looking a lot more comfortable on hard point this time around, but this is going to be tough for Thomas HD. He is going to be able to pick up 1, not 1. He picks up 2. Can he make it 3? Yes, he can.
Oh,
Thomas
no.
HD. Are you kidding me?
This is looking crazy right now because as close as it was to start off, Big is just looking more and more deflated with each fight that they lose. They need to figure out a way to claw back into this, and it starts right here. The next hill is going to start to rotate on over, and they got to beat Heroic to the punch.
Continuing to land shots. Kiro does have to be careful, though. He does go down to Trexer. Thomas gets 1, but he falls shortly after. Kiduo now on the backside is going to reload here, regroup, as he's going to try and catch Heroic off guard. Nice shot onto Kiro, unable to connect onto Thomas HD. And now they know where he is, but just kind of being that little annoying fly in the flank is going to be more than enough for Kiduo.
Yeah, you see Freay just kind of sneak and hiding. He sees the audio visuals, waits for them to run in, takes them down. Kiduo with a quick reposition. He knows he's not going to win that fight, and there's no sense in staggering himself when the push is imminent. And here comes Heroic. Ferdoxy gets 1. Thomas gets another. Hellfire. That's 3 down, 3 out. And I think this is at least a 3rd or 4th squad wipe for Heroic on the Big.
Looking almost unstoppable, but they're not even gapping Big that much. They don't have too much of a lead as they are going to finish up this hard point, and it's going to reset back to hard point 1 as Hellfire is going to quickly make his way on over. A nice crack onto Kiduo, but a lot of the players here are extremely low.
They're just kind of getting this hill time early, even though they're contesting over towards that top middle, the statue control of the map, which is coming at a cost because Big is holding on to it. They get the eliminations, but look how much time they've given up to Heroic on this play. And as soon as they try to give it up, more members of Big are trying to flood their way in towards that statue, try to remain in position of the control, and they're going to find some success for now. Down goes Thomas. Great shots on the remaining members of Heroic, trying to keep them at bay.
Big now trying to close that gap and get closer and closer to what Heroic have already been leading at. But Ferdoxy is not going to make it easy as 20 seconds are still left for this point. Ferdoxy is going to look for the spawns. He knows that they're going to be walking here. If he can catch one off guard, it could delay them even more.
12 seconds left on this hill. It's just scrap time that's left. That Heroic is going to go ahead and dwindle down to the final couple of seconds. Rotation is going to be in favor of Big. They do have that spawn point. Hellfire just waiting. He probably saw the audio visuals of that player rotating around. Heroic needs to buy time right now for the flank to come in, but 2 members of Big are going to strike. Cheatin, Kiduo, and Trexer all get 3 eliminations, leaving Ferdoxy by himself, which is going to be short-lived, and Big finally answer back from that Heroic dominance.
Sheeden with another one, looking to continue his wrath. as now they're getting closer and closer to 200 points, but Sheetan is going to go down. Freay now trying to do what he can to keep his team up here for Doxy, playing nice angles by the palm tree. 2 players are going to go down from Heroic. That's the third on Thomas HD, and it looks like Big once again have control.
And this is for first place in Group D. Winner of this, that's some of the best positioning on the playoff bracket. But Heroic, they want more than just that win. They want to continue to dominate. They flood into the hill yet again. They eclipse that 200-point mark before Freay finally shuts them down. 30 points shy. So you were kind of right. Heroic, even though it seems like they're leading the eliminations, they're getting more impact from them, Big is just staying within reach every step of the way.
Good news for Heroic is they are going to be the first ones on this third point. Shield double going to come through, and it's going to be a 4 versus 4 push. This fight is incredibly important.
Oh, they're trying to take that back spawn. If they can do this, they'll have multiple chances to try to defend this hill. Bubble shield down, which is going to get taken out by the EMP. Freay trying to move in, but Hellfire shuts him down. Hero gets 2, and Hellfire gets a second elimination as well, wiping all of Big off the map. Take him out of that back spawn point as well, which means easy time here for Heroic.
Yeah, this was a perfect win for Heroic on that battle. It's given them so much time, and now they could even close out the whole game here if they continue getting eliminations. All they need is 250 on the hard point, and with those 2 eliminations, just 3 seconds left until they get 250, and it looks like the job has been done. The celebration comes through, and Heroic is going to take home hard point.
Yeah, I can't wait to talk to Thomas after this one, because I already got a question kind of gearing up right now. Which was harder right now in this series? Because W7M, they put up a great fight against Heroic. Granted, Heroic said they did kind of sleep on him a little bit, didn't play to his full potential because they didn't know how good they actually were. Heroic knows how good Big is now. They've scrimmed against each other. They're in the same region, so they know exactly what they have underneath their sleeve. And it looks like every single thing that was thrown at Heroic was kind of answered back with something bigger, with something better. Like I said, 4, 5, even 6 times Heroic was able to fully wipe Big off the map, put far away from every one of those hills, so which means they got the far spawn and they got no time off of any of those hills.
Yeah, I mean, they're almost ready for everything that was thrown at them. Like you said, they were prepared for it. And it might have been what Thomas HD said, is he didn't really expect W7M to just counter them so hard. They just were not prepared for their playstyles on these maps. But I'm curious to see the answer to that if Heroic do end up taking this home, because W7M is going to be going up against Dignitas. And I don't know if Dignitas is going to have the same mindset, thinking, hey, this could be an easy sweep. It's exactly what Heroic had in mind, but they almost ended up losing. So we'll see how that does play out. We are going to be heading over to Keeper. It is going to be on the new map, Taverna Zoni. The Keeper game mode, as a reminder, it's first to 150 points. There's 2 separate rounds. The way to get points is to pick up that key. It's going to lower your speed, so you will go slower, but you'll be getting 1 point per second while you have that key on you. So it's an aggressive mode as well. A lot of eliminations, a lot of aggression, similar to Hardpoint. So if Heroic played anyway like they did here, I wouldn't be surprised if they take it.
Yeah, especially since if you're able to get some of those eliminations on Keeper, there are positions like the tower, the basement, even I do believe the factory, where you can lock down a spawn. And if you keep pairing together those eliminations, the more time that gets clicked off, it just forces your opponent into desperation mode to where they can no longer work as a team. They just got to instantly spawn up and go because the time is just simply not on their side. So from what I've seen, it hasn't been Big's day in terms of matching that firepower that Heroic has, going elim for elim, kind of shot for shot. It just doesn't seem like Big has it in them, but they could be gassed out because of that 5-game series that they just played against Dignitas.
You never really know. You can see they're kind of, I mean, after going down 2 matches, after going down to the best of 5, it definitely takes a big toll on you mentally. But I mean, Fortnite players in general and Fortnite competitive are kind of used to that and coming back from it even stronger. You have to have an extremely strong mental if you want to be at the top in this game. And this game mode is no different, as now we can take a look at the Keeper map. Players loading on in. You think Heroic's going to take the 3-0?
I think so. They're playing too good. Before this match, no. I was kind of thinking we might have another 5-game series, 3-1, a very, very close 3-0, that type of thing. But ever since that second half of map number 1, it just seems like Big is just not playing accordingly. And what I mean by that is you can see they're picking up eliminations. They're getting points in hard point. They're got flags and capture the flag. It just doesn't seem like the big that we've seen qualify here from DreamHack. Doesn't seem like the same big that we watched in the Dignitas matchup.
Well, you won't have to wait long, Jacob, because right now, keeper match starts. Trexer instantly going in with the aggression. Heroic has a player down already with the flank coming through. Kidduo is going to be able to pick up that key. But for how long? As I believe Heroic did have more overall eliminations. But now that Fred's been picked up, Kiro falling shortly after, Kidduo is putting in the work.
Yep. Infiltrator class this time around, even though there's a little bit of a kind of speed loss that you get for having the key. He's kind of making that up with the Infiltrator, quickly dodging around, trying to get that key into open land. I think he made the right play, but it was quickly picked on up by Hellfire after picking up that elimination, which allows for Heroic to backtrack into the position to try to get the setup that they favored.
Continuing on through as Cheetah now looks to connect a big shot here. But with the key picking up points second by second, Heroic getting closer to that lead that Big got off the start. Hellfire's going to go down, though. Thomas HD falls shortly after, and Kidduo now once again doing a great job of taking the lead.
This is the Big I thought we were going to see early on in a lot of these series, playing straight to the objective, picking up eliminations, but they have to watch out because it does look like Heroic is beginning to wolf pack around as 3, try to steamroll and pick up some eliminations. Ferdoxy's going to open up the door wide open. Freay goes down. Cheatin goes down as well. Hero trying to take down Kidduo, but he falls, but not without sacrifice, making sure that Thomas is able to clean up that evening.
Thomas has to be careful as he goes down. Freay doing a great job of cleaning it up as well. This is one of the popular points of interest on this map, this basement, that you can use to have the angle advantages and also the openings to kind of disengage if you need to. As Kiro, for a third time, is going to pick up this key and get on the move.
You see him instantly leave that basement. Knows he doesn't want to get it stuck in there. He's just trying to rotate it on around. He hasn't found that footing just yet for Heroic, but they're doing a good job of just trying to keep Big on the run. Don't let any of these eliminations come easy for them.
Right now, gonna pick up one as well. As he continues on forward, Cluster comes through though. He has to be careful as the shots continue on, and Hellfire is gonna be able to pick up this key and keep moving forwards.
Hellfire and Kidduo, respected players for their teams, playing as the Infiltrator class to get that 25% movement boost. Allows them to kind of glide around the map as they're getting chased. Hellfire taking some damage, finally finished off by Cheat, and Trexer is there, but he's not able to lend that helping hand in time as Thomas gets one. Trexer trades out. Freay is there just in the nick of time to try to keep it moving in favor of Big, but it's just the trades that are continuing to ensue between both of these teams, giving nobody a real upper hand.
Kidduo goes down. Hellfire now is going to be able to pick that up as they're going to continue to close that gap between Big, as now they've got a nice elevated position. Hellfire can take shots onto mid here, potentially pick up some eliminations, but he's got to be careful from the flank. He's got 2 players coming.
Yeah, but this tower was kind of good because you're able to see just that. A lot of information, knowing when to abandon it and try to rotate elsewhere, backtracking, trying to land along with his teams, knowing that Big is going to be able to spawn up and they are going to be able to cut him off. First shot is going to take the shields down. Frey's going to be able to finish him off, but Heroic is in and out of this position because Big is going to be the last one standing as they have the key in hand.
Basically tying it up here. Is Big going to be able to? It's looking like an extremely close match as Cheetah now is going to have to do what he can to keep his team alive, be the guardian angel. But with the flank coming through by Kiro, Kidduo is now forced to run away with this key, pick up as many points as possible. Every second matters. We saw what happened in the previous match Heroic played, coming down to the millisecond in this keeper game mode. So you really have to do everything you can to hold on to that key.
Less than 60 seconds left, about 30 points of differential. Heroic need to get this key in hand if they have any hope of getting towards this end game. 112 to about 87 and counting. Big is trying to mount a little bit of an offense. They just, at the very minimum, need to stop Heroic from taking the lead and make sure the key is in nobody's hands.
Swapped up the key now. Kiro's going to be on the defensive end, taking shots onto Kidduo. Nice little elimination picked up. Hellfire. Not very fast, but he does have the key for now. Gonna take out Trexer. Gonna regroup with Fredoxy here as he continues to try and hold on. Once again, tying things up now.
Kaduo just trying to taking it right back. The lead changing yet again. And for Kaduo, he's trying to rack up as much score, but you can see there's not a lot of time left on the clock. This could be a winning moment. The key is down, but it's still kind of enough time. 1 second of differential. Heroic is not able to grab it, and Big will be able to escape round 1 with a victory.
2 points, 2 seconds is all it took for Big to take that home. Kaduo running his marathon, dodging the bullets was more than enough to give them that round 1 win. We have another round of Keeper. Heroic cannot let this one go.
Barely slipped out of their hands there. The last touch by Big, and the Big opening strategy as they get it yet again underneath their control. Early lead going in favor of Big as Kaduo is just scrambling around trying to get out of position, but that's neither here nor there because it was either Thomas or Hellfire. He would have gone down either way as Heroic now having the key in their control. They're trying to answer back those quick 9 seconds.
Looking to see what they can do as Hellfire going to one of the other points of interest here on the edge of the map. He has to be careful as he's getting hunted down, getting chased, now forced to slide his way through the map and get as many seconds as possible. Advantage currently for Heroic, but how long will that last?
Still scrambling around. Chuck's got to be careful because Thomas is there. Fredoxy gets one as well. Kaduo is trying to do what he can to try to even up the tides, and with that elimination from Freay, Big does have a man advantage for a couple of seconds, but Fredoxy evens that one up, relays the key away as well, and is just trying to trap, cut off any member of Big, and they saw that one coming. Great cluster to displace the members of Heroic to get them an opening so they can continue to try to fight this fight.
Hero with the back and forth is going to go down. 42 was the number they were able to get to, but luckily enough, his team is there to help out. For how long, though, as Kaduo is going to go down to Thomas HD. The pressure is on for Big here as the lead continues to expand.
Much more life here, much more consistency out of Heroic here in this round. And Kaduo gets taken down over the top. Fresh spawn for Doxy, which means they have a little bit of pressure being alleviated from that side of the map, and Thomas is ready to take the challenge. Down goes Trexer. Heroic is beginning to blow this second round open. We talked about the mechanic, that rare mechanic that gets you 2 points instead of 1. Big might need that now.
They might crucially need that as Heroic has changed something up, and it's working flawlessly as it went from a close match to where they lost round 1 to now absolute annihilation against Big. Hellfire doing what he can to hold on to this key.
Hey, that's the time right now. That's the time, because for every second, even if they end up in a situation where the key goes down and it's neutralized, that's more and more pressure onto Big, as each second that does count down regardless, as he rotates around the map into Fredoxy, keeping this one going. If you look at the mini-map, there's not too many players that are going to contest him just yet, especially since Big just keeps getting eliminated, picked off one by one. Just as fast as they spawn, they fall even quicker.
What's gone wrong for Big this time around? It looks like we might not even need to wait for the timer to hit 0, but Hellfire is going to eventually get taken out. For Doxy as well, falling shortly after, and now Big have the key, but they've got a long ways to go. You can see they are getting 2 points per second because they were at so much of a disadvantage. They've activated the mechanic to get 2 points per second with the potential of a comeback.
I said they needed it. Didn't think they would actually get it, but that just goes to show how well Heroic is actually playing. Finally, they get a stop onto Hellfire, but it's only going to last for so long. Freay just tries to move in, but he continues to trade. Both teams just being so chaotic right now, just throwing their lives onto the key to try to figure out how to find some success, as Cheatin finds himself with it once more. Only a few seconds going to be garnered before Heroic shuts it down.
Fredoxy now once again with the key. All they need is 15 seconds to close it out of the minute and 20 that they have. Now getting closer to 140. Ooh. Just 7 seconds left. Snipe comes through. Shots are connected, but as he goes down and Kiro picks it up, it looks like they might just need to wait a couple seconds, and there it is. Heroic taking round 2 of Keeper.
Now we got it tied up 1-1. That was much needed right there for Heroic to try to keep the confidence and just don't get deflated over one singular map. Big finally showing some life. They win that round number 1 in a close call, but again, in the round 2, directly after that, it seemed like a whole different version of Big. We need to start to see them catch fire and stay consistent with it.
Yeah, what happened versus round 1? I'm not sure, but can they keep it up? If it was an easy solution, will it work? for this next round, as now it looks like they are going to be able to start off with the key once again, but they've got a long ways to go.
Long ways and a giant mountain to climb that's just getting bigger and bigger with each elimination that Heroic is able to get. And right now, they're just kind of funneling the members of Big into that one small location. The only pathway they can take until Trexer finds a different route is able to be paired together 2 straight eliminations. Even with Kaduo going down, Big has a one-man advantage on this side of the map.
Hellfire has to be careful, though, as he goes down. Trexer now looking to pick up that key. 32 is the amount of seconds the Heroic was able to hold on to that key card from the start. Big now looking to see if they can get a similar performance to match run.
Thomas trying to cause a little bit of distraction going through. Grenade's going to weaken him. Kiduo's going to finish him. Hero gets 2. Fredoxy gets a 3rd. Thomas fresh off with a respawn 1v1 against Freay. That's going to be the big shutdown that they need to start to build up this momentum. They have a 3v4 and they got to try to attack while the iron's hot.
Hellfire now doing what he can to stay up, but is going to go down. Trexer now coming behind. Fredoxy, though, connecting the crucial shots to stay up, as Cheatin is forced to push on in. Nice cluster plus shots getting connected. That is big.
25 eliminations, 28 for Thomas HD on Heroic. Like a slaying powerhouse going down for both of these teams. Bubble Shield, the only bit of projection that Trexers and Freay have, and you see them immediately scramble. They saw all 3 members of Heroic just beeline their way from point A to point B. They take them down, and now Cheatin, with very few options left, is able to turn around that corner, take down Thomas to keep him and Big's hopes alive.
Gotta be careful, though, as Fredoxy goes down as well. It's tied up once again, similar to match 1. This is getting extremely close as Hellfire pushes through, but he goes down. Kaduo picking up the key once again, but is unable to escape.
Yeah, Freay goes down as well. Key back into the hands of Heroic. You see them immediately trying to rotate that one out through the minimap. Thomas is trying to play sneaky, though. He knows this could be a rotation for a lot of these players, especially since he does hear Cheatin being towards the outside. Neither player finding that success. Bubble Shield going out, and we got a stalemate. A stalemate that's drawing all the attention to Thomas HD.
Right, Kiduo now continuing to stay up here. Kiduo cannot let himself get eliminated here. It's literally neck to neck, 56 to 63, but Kiduo is gonna go down. Fredoxy picks up Cheatin as well, and just like that, Heroic once again pick up the key.
Yeah, about 6 points shy right now. 120 seconds, 2 minutes left on the clock for both of these teams, and so far almost all 3 rounds, or 2 of the rounds, going down to the wire. There's another quick couple eliminations being picked up for Big. They get the key back underneath their control, and the lead will change yet again in this round.
Clusters come through. Kiduo once again making use of his movement here, but Thomas HD is going to try and stop him, and yes, he can. Fredoxy with the assist needed to pick up that crucial elimination, now causing Heroic to close that gap.
Hero circling around, knows there's some help as long as he can make it there. Hellfire surviving with just 1 HP. These are crucial seconds that really make the difference, because the lead has a chance now to go back on over to Big. 3 seconds shy. Freay trying to rotate this one on around, but you can see everybody is cutting off every path here. Nobody from Big is able to find that consistency. In fact, 2 of them shut down before Freay was able to show some life.
Freay,
back to back.
Me? That's 3 eliminations from Freay. This could be the game-changing moment they were looking for. Now up to 105 points. Heroic might be able to close this one off. Hero is able to do it, but there's just 45 seconds left.
He gets the elimination. The Siphon comes in, healing him up so he can get the second elimination. 43 eliminations for Kiro right now. He is trying to put the team on his back, both figuratively and literally. And it doesn't look like anybody on the side of Big has numbers like that, but Cheatin's trying to follow up almost with the 30 bomb himself, but he still has 1 more to go. A couple of seconds left. They're trying to make it mathematically impossible for Heroic to come back, but we've seen what happened once before today when they played in that situation.
I'm doing the math, Jacob. I'm doing the math, and it's not looking good for Heroic here, even though they do have the key card on this 3rd round of Keeper. It might just look like Big are going to take it home.
Man, 52 eliminations for Fredoxy there on the side of Heroic. I know what we saw, like 49 at one point for Kaduo on the side of Big. It just goes to show how hard fought this matchup actually was throughout those 3 rounds of Keeper. And it just goes to show that neither one of these teams will give up without a fight.
That was the closest match of Keeper I think we've seen yet. We had the literal tiebreaker in terms of points, but we have not gotten to a round 3 before. So this is exciting to see. The issue is now we will be going back to capture the flag, but this time it's going to be on Panther. It started off on Shallot, which was Heroic's best map, and we've seen them play capture the flag on Panther before. Against W7M, they did not dominate as much as they previously dominated on Shallot. So will that trend continue this time around, or will they be more prepared to take it home from Big?
That's the question they kind of ask, and just kind of thinking about how 3 maps have went down so far, and it just seems like Big has the upper hand when they thrive in chaos. They force the aggression, force a lot of those fights, and kind of minimize the amount of strategy that could be played. On the side of Heroic, you can kind of see when they're able to set up in their hard points, when they're able to kind of rotate around on those capture the flags, that's when they really do find a lot of that success. So I'm just trying to think, you know, is this coming back to a capture the flag on Panther, wide open map, easier for a team like Heroic to set up? I'm just thinking like Big, I don't know how you're going to do it, but you need to figure out a way to stay as aggressive as you did on map number 3 into that map number 4.
Look, the good thing is now you can see the vibes are getting cranked right back up. They were little heads down going into this Keeper match, being 2-0 in the series. They weren't looking as confident, but now that they've taken home Keeper, a boost of inspiration, a little bit of faith has came through, and now they're going to give it their all in this capture the flag map on Panther. Heroic on the other end are kind of thinking what happened in their previous setup. They were able to dominate Shallot, but when it came to CTF Panther, they just did not perform as well. So how can they change their playstyle to not allow that to happen once again?
Yeah, it's just one of those tough things. I think Big just needs to forget. First couple of maps have happened already. They went in the way that they did, and just kind of figure out a way to kind of start, like I said, with that same aggression as you did before, because it's when you're able to kind of get Heroic off their pedestal, figure out a way to not slow things down, but speed things up, almost the exact opposite. That's when Big is finding success in a lot of these moments. Look at that Keeper, especially in the rounds that they were able to kind of win. It was through that chaos, and thriving in those chaotic moments is where they found success.
Yeah, I'm just looking at them right now. You can see from the vibes, they are going to be going into this game much stronger than the way they did into Hardpoint, and especially coming out of Hardpoint. Now, being used to playing Panther as well, I don't know. Previously, when we've had these Panther CTFs games, they have been a little slower paced, kind of playing for positioning, playing for that statue on high ground mid-map. Will we see the same thing around? Will we see that aggression, like you said, you want to see from Big, where they have kind of had that upper hand? I'm really not sure, Jacob.
Yeah, I think it really depends on what side a lot of these guys end up with out of the gates. Once you're that blue team, you are able to kind of overlook with that statue, or I should say the red team at first. When you switch, it is going to be the blue team. You're able to kind of overlook on that statue. You see directly into their base, not necessarily their spawn point, but as long as you can keep the focus in the fight, you have that elevation, you have an extra angle, and then you can obviously use those eliminations to kind of keep the man advantage in your favor a lot of the time.
I'm getting stressed out. I'm not going to lie. This could be the last round, the last match of the day if Heroic closes it out. And if Big does end up winning this, tying the series to 2-2, it's going to be yet again another map 5 for this team. I'm excited, Jacob.
In that Big versus Dignitas series, when they did play Panther, it came down to overtime, and Big was able to get that first flag capture in overtime to kind of win. I think that was map 1 in the series overall, so it's not like the same situation where you're playing in a map 4 with your life in the upper bracket side of things still alive. If you win this match, you qualify to the playoffs, which is huge, so it's not the same exact situation, but at least you realize, like, hey, we've already got the blueprint. We got the formula for success. Now we just need to cook up right here when it matters. Otherwise, they're going to have to try again tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the good news, though. They have the option to try again tomorrow. As this is the upper bracket, they have yet to lose. So if they do end up going down, then they'll have that double elimination safety net. See the players now taking a quick bathroom break, making sure they are fully locked in and ready for this potential last match, last couple matches, depending on how things do play out. You can see how focused all these players are right now. Just thinking what's going to be the game plan for this match.
Yeah, for a team that already did have some success, because it was 1-1 that forced the overtime for Big in that Dignitas matchup. It eventually, like I said, very, very quickly in the early portions of overtime, Big was able to get the flag out. Freay was actually able to get that flag winning capture in that series overall. It was map number 1, but it's just kind of like those little moments like that. If you could figure out a way to mimic it. I know it's a whole different team, Dignitas from Heroic, and I think Heroic was more strategy heavy, and this map being so wide open, I don't think they're going to fall for as much bait and switches and things like that. But I do think Big needs to figure out a way, and I keep saying it, just to get aggressive, force the fights against Heroic, but they need to be winning these fights. So it's not just enough to get in the fight, you need to win the fight as well.
Winning it is crucial, especially in CTF. It's important to not win that only first engagement that allows you to push up closer to the flag, but that second one being the deciding factor on if you're going to be able to actually pick it up and get that push. It's funny seeing Tripper inside one of the seats. It's like, hey, if worst comes to worst, Tripper might just step on in. The coach will put things into his own hands, say, get out of here, it's my turn to play. But we won't be seeing that happen this time around.
If it's anybody, though, I mean, like, that wouldn't be that bad compared to some of these other, the coaches that might be filling in. They might not have the same exact resume. I'm just saying, they might not have Tripper's resume, man. This guy, he's got aura right now. He's got aura, and that's why they gave him the seat. They say, hey, take a break. You're doing a good job. We just need your energy for these next couple maps. Maps 4, and this is the swing map right here, because if Big can win this, not only does it force a map 5, but it forces, Heroic to rethink a lot of these things, and then the momentum has shifted, and we have a possible backdoor sweep on our hands.
Backdoor sweep. It's always fun to watch, but now you can see bathroom breaks are done. It's time to lock in once again, focus up. Smiles on both ends here. I believe we have confidence coming from either side. So this is definitely going to be a fun match. Capture the flag once again as a reminder how the OT rules do work. If it ends up being tied 0-0, it is the most eliminations that will end up winning. And if it's tied 1-1, it's going to be the first team that captured that flag, not in the round, but in the series itself, that initial flag capture. So it just shows the importance of being the first squad to get that flag cap.
And this is one of those maps where there is a differential about which side you get, and being able to kind of utilize it. Once you're at that top statue, you can kind of see at the bottom right. I know it's a little kind of highlight that you see. You take that spot and you kind of look over into your opponent's flag, which means once they grab that flag and get past a certain distance, there's so much help that you can give that the other team cannot help out their teammates with. And then this is the kind of point where you can kind of have flexibility. You go up on statue, you cut towards the left, you cut towards the right. As long as you stay alive, that's what's going to be important. So I'm not sure which team is going to start with that side first, but you need to be able to take advantage of that. Otherwise, you just got to force the fight on the whole other side of the map, which isn't easy to do.
Not easy at all. Now we're just moments away from kicking things off, as now the players are going to start running on in, and let's see who turns out being more aggressive.
Big opening. It does look like Hellfire, Heroic taking a little bit of focal point on that statue. Fredoxy even up the prey as well. As Big are the ones kind of rotating on the underneath portion, but Kidua was spotted out across, so no hiding for you on the side of Fredoxy. And this is the side that Big would have to take advantage of very, very early on in these rounds, and cannot be scoreless in this half if they want to beat Heroic.
Thomas HD is going to pick up 2, though. Kiro picking up another one right after. Heroic do have the player advantage. They've won that initial engagement, which is going to permit them to get closer and closer to this flag, but they still have one more battle left before they can fully commit to grabbing it.
Right, great pause for Kiduo, forcing them to kind of worry about him, so it's not going to be as easy as one would hope. On the other side, Heroic is kind of doing the same thing. They don't have any opposition slowing them down from actually getting a pull on that flag, and it's almost going to be a must on that side. Both of these teams just kind of raiding their opponents off of their respective portions of the map. Kiduo finally trying to push up, and he gets sniped because of it, which is going to slow down anything that Big's working with so that way he can regenerate the HP.
HP has been regenerated, though, as now Heroic is playing extremely slow. A lot of their players are cracked, but on the other end, Big as well. Kiduo Freay, no shield to work with at all. We do have Fredoxy and Thomas HD in a similar situation as Kiduo now. Goes for the head peek, gets his head taken out by Thomas HD. And now Freay is left crouched in that corner.
Thomas finally pushing up, not just getting overzealous and too confident by himself. It's kind of that push and pull with his teammates across the map as Kiduo trying to go for a snipe over the top. Left himself susceptible from a sneak attack from Thomas, but Hellfire is trying to run that flag out. He does have the infiltrator, so he can get pretty far pretty fast. Nobody is there to cut him off, but the cluster over the top. The relay's trying to come through. Fredoxy has it in hand. No return coming out just yet, but the drop is going to come in. You see multiple members of Big trying to scramble in for the return, but it's not going to come to fruition. Heroic with the save there to capture the flag and go up 1-0, but Big is already with a counter cap opportunity underway.
This is one of the most dangerous situations you can be in. The counter cap, they have to be careful. Heroic cannot lose this engagement as Freay is beelining it towards the flag while his team tries to stop the push from Heroic, but Hellfire is going to pick up one. Kiduo is going to stop Thomas HD, and Fredoxy, though, Hero takes out Kiduo. Hellfire goes down, and it looks like Freay is going to be able to get that cap, and we are tied now at 1-1.
Yeah, and even though we are tied, though, just want to keep note in your head, if this does go to overtime, Big, unfortunately enough, has to score the flag because it goes to the first flag capture, and Heroic was up 1-0 at one point in time. So no matter what, if Big wants to keep their hopes alive, if they want to force a map 5, it's going to come off the back of a flag capture, which they already have one out.
Wow, they're doing a great job now. The back-to-back, but Sheeden goes down for Doxy with the huge shots being connected. Not only the snipe, but also the shots with the pistol shortly after. He's going to leave his team to grab that flag back on in. Meanwhile, going for the aggression, hits a massive snipe onto Sheeden, but now needs to take cover as he makes his way back home.
Yeah, with Hero getting a second one. That's 2 players a Big down. Trexer's going to be the third. Kiduo's the only one left. Even Fredoxy relaying that one on over to Hellfire. He does have that movement boost. Big getting a couple of eliminations, but I'm not sure it's in time. A quick scramble from Hellfire. He gets cut off, but he gets the elimination and the flag capture. Yet again, Heroic with a lead.
Just 1 minute left in this first round of CTF. Sheeton with a quick pickup. This could be the back-to-back counter flag play as Thomas HD is the last one standing, but he's going to take out Sheeton and continue forwards onto Kiduo, taking him out as well.
Another elimination for Doxy picking up one as well. Big needs to figure out a way to kind of slow this half down because Heroic is already pushing up. They're taking all that map control, and whether they go for another flag capture or not, Heroic knows they're going to stop anything Big Fez throwing at them. The last second pull is finally coming out. Can they escape it? There's more than enough time on this clock for the capture to go through if it's uncontested.
Snipe is not going to connect from Kiduo. The flag is close by. Hellfire in a great position, but he needs his team to back him up, and that's exactly what Fredoxy has just done, getting 2 eliminations, but Kiduo is going to stop Hellfire. 6 seconds left on the clock. Now it's all up to them to just rack up these eliminations as we are going to get into round 2 of Capture the Flag. 2-1 being the score in favor of Heroic.
It's like a full sigh of relief right there, as they did not let that third capture go over, which means they still have to capture 2, but at least one of them has to come in regulation to force that overtime. Then Big will need to capture 1 more. From here on out, Heroic does not need to score another flag capture unless Big does first.
Exactly. In theory, they can just play defensively here. Another full 5 minutes to be played out. So we'll see if Big does go for that full-on aggression or if Heroic is going to match it.
And so far, you can see them already starting to push up. A couple members of Big are going to get dropped. Freay's at least trying to have a last-ditch effort towards the outside. 1v1 versus Kira, but the result is still the same. Heroic winning all their fights out of the gate, and now they have that prime position, like I said, up top of middle. That stat you're able to see in towards the spawn, which minimizes the amount of angles Big can answer back with.
Continuing on forwards, Thomas HD, although he's cracked, he's not done taking shots. as Freay is going to look for a flank. Gets tagged just 20 though. Sheeden potentially going to go down here. Drop to just a sliver of HP. Gets picked up by Thomas HD alongside Freay and alongside Trexer, as now they have that option to push on closer.
4 minutes left on this clock. Big fresh off the respawn. Heroic they need another round of eliminations if they're looking to go forward, and they get just that. 2 eliminations, make it 3 as Fortnite gets 2. Trexer's the last one alive, and he's trying to hide as much as possible. Hellfire saw him with the last-ditch effort and takes him down as well. Heroic is just swarming the base and have prime position for another flag capture.
All it's going to take is not even a full squad wipe, just a couple eliminations. Fredoxy already picks up 1. Thomas HD trying to get the next one off the cheat, and just 1 shot away, a sliver of HP, and he gets it. If Freay goes down here, it's going to be devastating for Big, as Hellfire has a huge opportunity to take this one home.
Can he go all the way? I'm looking at the mini-map. There is nobody there to stop him. Hellfire yet again. I think he might be the objective player of the day. A stream, B stream, throwing his C stream. Hellfire got it on lock.
100%. If we have an MVP of flags captured, it's going to go to Hellfire. But now Kiduo looking for the counter in the enemy base. Looking to see what he can get done. Nice snipe onto Fredoxy, but Hellfire getting closer and closer, strafing his shots away. Gonna be able to take out Kiduo.
Yeah, it's all about the time he was able to buy his team. If you look at the mini-map, at least 2 members of Big are pushed up in towards the center of the map. Heroic, but just quickly just bulldoze their way through on the whole other side of the map. There's 2 players in the middle. They got quick eliminations. Freay is pushing in, at least trying to get the flag out, but it's only going to be for a few short seconds. Kiro immediately shuts him down. And I talked about only needing 1 capture. Now they need 2 captures before regulation ends, and then a 3rd capture at least in overtime.
Look, they still got 2 minutes to do it. It's definitely possible. That's 1 capture per minute. Then bring it into OT for the 3rd one. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's definitely going to be difficult. Sheeden now looking to see if he can hold on to his flag here. Pushing up against Hellfire. Gets that quick elimination. Now onto Thomas HD, but not quickly enough. Thomas HD picks it up himself. Freay close behind. Kiduo gets sniped. Fredoxy looking for a second. And he's going to go against Trexer.
This is the dangers right now because we're already in the second half. They're down 3-1. Less than 2 minutes left. Big is just scrambling around trying to find any footing in this matchup, whether it's map position or eliminations. But that's the same thing that's causing their destruction and their demise at the end of the day, because they're not being careful. They're not being thoughtful and meticulous about their rotations. And look at Fredox. He's been here for about like 2 minutes, just picking them off one by one.
Sheeden down.
Another
as well.
one.
I don't know how he's still up at this point. Fredoxy has been by this palm tree for a good 30 seconds already, as Hellfire is going to go down. Now Kiro going to try and help out by taking out Freay. Have they heard the footsteps? I don't think Freay knows. He might, as they both kind of crouch around, but it looks like Kiro is going to be the one going down. Sheeden has been cracked as well. Thomas HD going to clean it up.
Yep, Freay is trying to make a last flank there towards the outside, but 2 members of Heroic, or too many, I should say, are just on the base, shutting everything down. Trexer's able to chain together too. That's vital time. He's buying his team to flood the base along with him. Gets another elimination before finally falling, but where is his team? They're just trickling in one by one. There's 40 seconds left. They have no other choice, and that's what Heroic is taking advantage of.
They still need 2 captures, just 30 seconds now, and Heroic is making sure to push on to their base, stagger them as much as possible, get as many eliminations to waste their time. Just 20 seconds now, but Thomas goes down, Fredoxy goes down, the one last attempt for Big.
Yeah, they need the double relay. It needs to be picture perfect, and with a bunch of them getting shut down, it's all on the shoulders of Freay, who's running in the wrong direction. He goes down, and Heroic will close out the series 3-1 and make sure they get their spot in playoffs.
Close finish, but they got the job done. Big having come from a map 5, a series going down to the last match, to now in map 4. What a day of competition for these teams. But in the end, Heroic are going to be standing tall in their bracket, leading the pack.
Yeah, it just seemed like throughout the course of the entire match, not just this one map, they were just kind of out teamwork. They were out-stratted a lot of the time from Heroic. Granted, that Keeper was a little bit of a chaotic mess that Big was able to clutch up 2 rounds to 1, but even that one was relatively close.
100%. I mean, especially the capture the flags modes, not starting it off in Shallot. That was Heroic domination, but from the hard point to the Keeper loss. Once again on Panther being closer than ever in CTF. It was just those last moments where they really took the lead and got that 3-1 difference to close it out. But leading up to that, it was incredibly close.
Yeah, it almost makes me ask the question, did Big get gassed out by that 5-map series against Dignitas? Because this was a map that they did win in that series against Dig. But again, Dig, 2 different teams, 2 different levels of gameplay. I just kind of was hoping. I was kind of hoping to see just a little bit more out of this Big roster because I know they could perform very, very well. And that's exactly how I'm feeling for them. You see the frustration coming out.
I mean, the emotion being that close in 2 matches back to back. But in the end, they still have those opportunities tomorrow to make it count. Double elimination bracket, Heroic standing at the top of it. They're going to be feeling better than ever, but they had 2 close series, one against W7M, one against Big. It has not been easy matches for this team, even though they've came out on top.
I mean, rightfully so. I would think you don't show up to the Esports World Cup where you had 16 teams face off through online and LAN qualifiers just to reach here. Not to win it all, but just for a chance to win it all over it at the end of the day. And to me, Heroic is a team that, yeah, they might have slept on their opponents in that first series, but once the ball gets rolling, I don't think there's too many teams on the weekend that will be able to stop them.
No, 100%. And going into this match, as a reminder, we did ask for your STC predictions of the match, who you thought was going to take it home. So for a final time today, let's take a look at the results. It was 62% for Heroic and 38% for Big. Same as the last match, the odds were correct in terms of the chat's predictions. Although throughout the start of the day, I think it was kind of vice versa in terms of predictions versus who actually won. But this time around, 2 in a row, you were correct.
Yeah, just big wins right there. But we got another interview going down. It may have been just a little bit too long before we've seen his face. So let's go ahead and welcome back Thomas to the stream. Another big win for Heroic and Thomas.
Well, thank you.
So how are you feeling after that matchup? You get some time to relax. You went again against W7M. You won that matchup. You kind of even said yourself you might have slept on them just a little bit. What about Big? What was your thought process going in, and what are you thinking now that it's over?
I mean, I told you before in the interview we were going to win. Like, I don't think it's a surprise, to be honest. But yeah, I think we played well. And yeah, a few mistakes we could have fixed. But we played well.
Look, I got a question for you. Having just come from played against W7M and Big, which one do you think gave you more trouble?
Definitely the first team. I don't remember the team. What is the name?
W7M.
Yeah. Definitely them. They surprised us, I think.
So now that you get some time off, you get to relax, that you already qualified for the playoff stage, what is one of the things you and the team are going to do to look back on today's games?
I mean, we have a day tomorrow where we can like watch the games and like look everything through and like look at the other players playing as well. So yeah. And then yeah, we'll see.
Perfect. I love to hear it. And out of the teams that you're potentially going to face up against tomorrow, which one do you think might give you the most trouble?
I don't know who we're facing now. Is it KC? I think. Yeah, I don't know.
I believe so.
I believe so, yeah.
I mean, it's probably them because like they have NS on the team as well, Danish player. So it's going to be nice to play against him.
I love it. The Dane on Dane action.
Yeah, I love the confidence coming out from you today. Back-to-back times, we got to see you. We got to kind of get inside of the minds. Is there anything that you feel like that goes into this game mode that a lot of people do not take account for?
It's hard to say, but it's like all about like timing-wise and like playing together as a team, push like as a duo, not just play solo. Yeah, it's a really it's a good team mode.
Yeah,
chemistry is key. What you love to hear. Now, Thomas, before I let you go, once again, I know you just said it, but if there's anything you want to shout out or just say your socials, now's the time.
Thomas HD on all my socials. Yeah.
Perfect. And one quick thing, are you going to win tomorrow, Thomas?
Of course.
I love it. Thank you so much. Good luck in your matches tomorrow. Great talking to Thomas HD once again. The back-to-back win and back-to-back interview, Jacob. It's going to be funny if we have something similar come out tomorrow. Just talking to the same player every time. Just keep on winning. It's a good place to be in.
Yeah, you just kind of heard him say W7M, just a harder challenge for them than Big did. That kind of surprised me a little bit, but let's take a look at the group standings for today because we had such an exciting couple of matches. Not every single team has qualified for those playoffs just yet, so let's take a look at Group A. A bunch of swift 3-0s throughout the entirety of the group. Falcons taking out Zeta, Exet taking out Dragons, which we got to see on this stream, and then a preview of a possible grand finals matchup. Exet 3-0s Falcons yet again to earn their spot in the playoffs. But tomorrow we got some elimination matches and qualifying matches coming out of this group with Zeta against Dragons, and the winners of that will play against Falcons for the last spot in this group.
Oh yeah, you heard Thomas talk about it as well. How the Brazilian team surprised him, W7M, and the other Brazilian team, which is actually full of Argentinian players, is Dragons, who although lost 3-0 to Exet, they put in the work and made it difficult for them. So maybe they'll be able to take out Zeta. But let's take a look at Group B going into tomorrow. It is Falcons, Exet in Group A, but looking at it once again, Exceed was able to come out on top against Gaming Gladiators, a quick 3-2, qualifying them, and now they will be going up against the winners of Power, which is an Oceania team, and ULA, which is a Middle Eastern team. So I'm not sure it's going to take it home between the two. I'm sure it's going to be close, Jacob.
Yeah, definitely a tough one for Power. Half of the team is kind of in North America. The other one's competing in Oceania because of the FNCS. But now that they're here in person, I hope to see them do some great things. But let's take a look at Group C. And this was one of those groups kind of looking at, you can kind of already tell who's going to be the top dog in this group. But we kind of had some early matches. Carmine Corp versus KS7. A little bit closer than that 3-0 would show as R8 Esports took down Fnatic. And they're playing, I believe, currently now on the main stream with KC up 2-1 over R8 Esports. The loser of that would drop down into tomorrow's qualifier match to go up against KS7 Fnatic winner, which honestly, it might not be as easy as it sounds.
I don't think so, Jacob. The top of Middle East against the top of NA. We'll have to take a look, but let's take a look at bracket D, Group D. This is the one we were just talking about, Jacob. You asked Thomas HD how difficult it was to play against W7M, and they're going against Dignitas. They said it was more difficult to take out W7M than it was to take out Big, and Big were the ones that beat Dignitas. So in theory, if what Thomas HD is saying is correct, W7M has a good shot of taking out Dignitas.
Yeah, especially since, you know, I've seen Dignitas. They've just kind of been streaky as a team. Two of the players do well. The two of the other ones don't do so well. And I looked at this team and this group, I should say, and I'm just thinking to myself, this has to be one of the hardest groups to qualify out of. Well, at least 3 juggernaut teams now with W7M showing up and making sure that they know, hey, we're a threat too. This has to be one of the harder pools to try to qualify out of.
It's been a great day, Jacob. We've seen a lot of non-stop action. There's been clean sweeps. They've been matches that have been neck to neck, multi-region, cross-region battles, Europe, Asia, Oceania, Middle East, Latin America, all battling it out in a crazy day. But that's it for us today. Thank you so much, Jacob. Thank you, everybody watching. We'll be back again tomorrow to watch the rest of the matches in this group stage, the ones we just showed for you. So thank you once again. Thanks to production. Jacob, any last words before we go?
It's just been a blast so far. Day 1 of the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite. And I'm just really interested to see, will the same results, the style of play that we see today, continue on through the weekend? Or will teams make some quick adaptations and be flexible to strategy and what they find out works? But man, Takata, it's just been a true blessing. And thank you guys all in chat for showing up and making some noise with us here on the B Stream.
It's been a pleasure. This has been day 1 of the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite, and we'll be back tomorrow for a lot more action. See you soon.
going, now feel